Good morning, everyone, and thanks for joining us on this BSI Artificial Intelligence webinar. Before we start, we'll just move on to the housekeeping slide, please, Charlie. Brilliant. So just to let you know, this is a listen-only webinar. You won't be able to talk, or you will only be able to hear the panelists, but we do welcome your questions via the Q&A function at the bottom. At the end of each presentation, we will have a short Q&A session, which I will do my best to get questions answered by the panelists. Again, the Q&A function is the best place to submit any technical questions, so the team behind the scenes here can help with you. And of course, you will have access to a recording of this webinar afterwards. And our conferences team are always eager to recognise that this is a CPD recognised webinar, so do ask for your certificate via the feedback survey following the webinar, please. Can we just go on to the agenda, please, Charlie? And of course, the main topic here is artificial intelligence, and this is BSI's first webinar since ChatGPT launched in a blaze of publicity last year, which also led to a great deal of hope and excitement at the same time as an almost simultaneous backlash about some of the perceived risks that the technology creates. The UK government AI strategy recognises the need to take a proportionate and adaptive approach to governance in this technology, and also that standards are an important part of the solution. And that is very much the theme for today: how BSI standards and others can help support AI innovation, as well as supporting governance in the area. Our first speaker will set the overall scene and give a broad overview of how standards and BSI are adapting to this. And of course, the day will be a lot more going into things in a lot more depth than that. It's a very long day, as you can see, so we'll do our best to keep to time, and we hope to finish this by 4 o'clock. So I will hand straight over to Milan Patel, who's the chair of BSI's AI committee. Milan, if you could introduce yourself and carry on with your presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ben, and good morning, everyone. So let's kick off with a bit of an introduction. I'm Milan Patel. I'm the chair of the BSI Committee for Artificial Intelligence, and I've been in this role since the inception of the committee in 2018. So AI is creating unparalleled opportunities for businesses of every size and across every industry. AI services are being embraced to drive innovation, increase productivity, and solve critical problems for humanity, such as the development of breakthrough medical cures and new ways to meet the challenges of climate change. At the same time, there are legitimate concerns about the power of the technology and the potential for it to be used to cause harm rather than benefits. Across industries, there have been voices calling for everyone to take a responsible approach to the use of AI. Every organization that creates or uses AI systems will need to develop and implement its own governance systems. Standards are an essential tool to help take a responsible AI approach and achieve trustworthy outcomes so that the opportunities and benefits of the technology can be leveraged by all. I'll walk you through standardization and the efforts we're doing through the BSI to develop standards both globally and within Europe. We'll touch on some of the work program of AI standardization currently, and then focus on the AI management system standard ISO IEC 42001, which is expected to be published later in the autumn. Next slide, please. So let's start off with some terminology. We're all standards developers, and terminology being part and parcel of standardization. So what is a standard? So it's effectively a document that is established by consensus-driven approaches, generally a multi-stakeholder community, and approved by a recognized body that provides And so the document effectively provides common and repeated use, rules, guidelines, and characteristics for activities or their results. And effectively, it's an agreed way of doing something. So I mentioned consensus-driven and multi-stakeholder, and those are two characteristics of standardization bodies, as described by the principles laid out by the World Trade Organization, technical barriers to trade, and standardization principles there. And generally, these principles allow for all voices to be heard, an open approach to being inclusive as to who can come to the table to develop these standards, and to ensure that the standards are written in a way that enable market access rather than raise barriers to access. Next slide, please. So we can develop different types of standards, and all of these would also be relevant within the space of artificial intelligence as well. Briefly just going through these, interoperability standards allow components and data within a complex system to work together. Increasingly, we're seeing a lot of this type of work being carried out within open source projects. Neural network representation, for example, is carried out within an open source project. Terminology is a key part of our standards work, and effectively sets the language that is either spoken or written between stakeholders and within standards. Codes of practice and guidance help to implement technical and organizational measures, often to address identified risks. And then we have standards that can be used for conformity assessment and certification. And so these would lay out a set of requirements that can be audited against, often by a third party. And then measurement standards, so a consistent and proven way of measuring something. And they can be used in varieties of ways, within contractual agreements, procurement preferences, and also referenced by legislation as well, and allow for an organization to demonstrate their due diligence or accountability. Next slide, please. So often standards are a key part of a soft law approach, and what I mean by that is an industry-led approach to demonstrating a responsible approach is taken. And that, in some cases, can reduce the need for further regulations in an area. A prime example being, until now, cybersecurity regulation was not prevalent, and yet, there was an industry approach to improve the security posture of products and services, and that was industry-led, and that effectively enables for a stronger basis for technology adoption, but also improves the trust in technology as well. Next slide, please. So there's a number of areas, environments where we can standardize for artificial intelligence, and the examples on this screen, for example, the BSI, the ISO, IEC, CENELEC within Europe, also ETSI within Europe, and other global institutions like the ITUT and the IEEE are already doing standards work, and these are recognized standards development bodies whose governance aligns with those WTO, TBT principles for standardization as well. Next slide, please. So, as I mentioned, the BSI Committee for Artificial Intelligence has been established since about 2018, and it effectively mirrors the work that's going on globally within ISO IEC JTC1 and the subcommittee 42 in particular, but also mirrors the work that is ongoing in Europe, in sense like the Joint Technical Committee 21. So we'll touch on both of these bodies or committees, give an overview of what's going on globally and within Europe. So JTC1 SE42 was established in spring 2018. We have globally 36 participating members and 21 observing members, color-coded on the map in the right-hand side of the screen. We're currently at 18 published standards and still working on 29 standards under development. But over this summer, we also have a number of new proposals that the BSI committee have an opportunity to vote the adoption of. So on the bottom half of the screen effectively lays out the types of working groups that are established within SE42. There's a group on foundational standards which define terminology and concepts around AI and machine learning, but also has been developing ISO IEC 42001, the AI management system standard, and also the standard on AI system impact assessments. There's a group working largely on data and specifically tailoring considerations for data in the scope of artificial intelligence and machine learning. And then a group that is very active around areas of trustworthiness. We'll show what that actually means from a standards development perspective as well. Work going on in use cases, applications, computational approaches, testing, but also liaison work that's going on. SE27, for example, which is doing work around security and privacy implications related to artificial intelligence. Next slide, please. So within Europe, there's work that's already been going on for well over a year, perhaps even 2 years now. Primarily, the work that's actually ongoing at the moment is developing standards to support the EU draft AI Act that is nearing completion in its final stages of development within the European political system. Part of its scope is to adopt standards that have been developed more globally, for example, by SE42, and current activities at the moment are establishing a work program to respond to the standardization request from the European Commission that was received by Sensenlec in a draft stage over a year ago, but has been received earlier this year with a formal response by Sensenlec. And so the BSI committee is active in both of these organizations, as in SE42 and JTC21. And we've also undertaken a number of leadership roles in terms of convening working groups and being project editors of a number of documents as well. So next slide, please. So why would we want to develop standards for artificial intelligence? Well, they're a particularly useful tool for enabling trust in organizations that develop and use artificial intelligence. They also help enable responsible development and use of trustworthy AI systems. Um, the use of standards can help with accountability and transparency, and also improve market adoption of technologies. Standards can also play an important role in supporting regulatory outcomes. And what we have on the screen here is the types of standards that are currently under development. So we did publish last year terminology and concepts around artificial intelligence and machine learning. And the aim there is to establish a vernacular that can be adopted by the various stakeholders who are discussing and developing artificial intelligence, both from technical perspectives, but also from policy making and consumer protection, etc. as well. And the idea is that standards that are related to artificial intelligence should adopt this terminology as well. Important parts of a responsible approach to using and developing AI are governance and risk management. And so we have developed standards around the governance implications of the use of AI in organizations or by organizations, and also a risk management framework based on the ISO 31000 standard on risk management. There are standards related to data quality management and a whole series of standards for, on that topic, quality models for AI systems, various trustworthiness characteristics, including an overview of trustworthiness that was published a few years back, but the standards at the moment focusing on aspects such as unwanted bias, transparency, controllability, and new work on human oversight as well. We'll come to the AI management system in a moment, but there's also a key standard around AI system impact assessments. And generally, when people raise the points about the impacts to stakeholders, to individuals, societies, and communities, the approach is, well, what are the impacts to these various stakeholders? And so this standard will go through an overview of that, really allows for those type of considerations to be factored into an overall risk-based approach. Next slide, please. So what does responsible AI look like from a standards perspective? And so, the whole compendium of standards that we're working on really is the catalog that enables responsible AI from a standards adoption perspective. But then 42001, the AI management system standard, really is the kind of center of gravity around all of this and how it gets implemented within an organization. So trustworthiness requires accountability. Management system standards have widely been proven to help organizations with their accountability and due diligence, or demonstration of due diligence, and also allow organizations to demonstrate that they've taken the necessary steps for a responsible approach for developing and using artificial intelligence. The AI management system standard is risk-based, continually improving, and a set of auditable management processes and requirements that can be used in conjunction with technical and organizational measures to address identified risks. And conformance to 42001 can help provide assurance, especially through third-party conformity assessment and certification, but also enable trust and help effective supply chain management, for example, but also enabling new business opportunities through that enabled trust. And it also anticipates an evolving regulatory landscape. And we can point to other management system standards that have been developed in the realm of information technologies. The Privacy Information Management System, for example, aligns very strongly with various data protection regulations around the world. And so there you have the power of conforming to one particular standard and then helping you on your journey to regulatory compliance across various different global jurisdictions. Next slide, please. So the management system standard, it's based on a high-level structure that is defined by ISO, and that enables different sector-specific management system standards to be implemented within an organization's management system. And so, as I mentioned before, it takes a risk-based approach and stresses on a continuous improvement within the organization on how effective those management processes are, and demonstrates through especially third-party conformity assessment that the organization is, through documented evidence, taking a responsible approach for their use or development of artificial intelligence. So we see on the screen also the structure of the AI management system standard. There are the usual management clauses that define requirements on the organization, effectively requiring the organization to define its context, which means the scope of the organization, what types of systems and organizational support systems make up that context. The various issues and requirements or expectations from internal and external stakeholders are factored into the context. And some of that also informs the risk management aspects, which are part of the planning and operation parts of the requirements here. And then, as I said, planning, it focuses very much on risk management, identifying or establishing risk criteria, doing risk assessments, identifying risks, and then developing risk treatment plans. And then part of those risks can be informed by what I mentioned previously, which were the system impact assessments as well. And so the impacts on stakeholders can inform organizational risk, and then a holistic view of addressing risks and impacts can be taken through the implementation of organizational technical measures, which are defined within the annex of the standard. And so these controls are implemented by the organization to address identified risks. Some of them apply to the organization as a whole, for example, defining policies related to AI, defining an internal organization, defining roles, for example, within the organization accountable for a responsible AI approach. But then many of them are applicable directly to the AI systems themselves and their development and use of. And so there are various controls related to various aspects of the AI system lifecycle, the considerations around data for AI and machine learning systems, but also the information that support those systems that are provided to interested parties for these AI systems. And then, of course, particular controls related to the use of AI systems as well. And so there's often that misconception that management systems are only organizational, but a large part of what those management system standards establish are these measures that are technical in nature and applied directly to systems themselves. Next slide, please. So the scope of the standard, it allows for a lot of flexibility. It's intended to be used by all types of organizations and industry sectors, and allows for an organization to define what responsible AI means for them. And really, the approach taken is to get organizations thinking about their responsible AI approach rather than providing them with, for example, a checklist to just go through. As I mentioned, there are system level controls, and there is strong alignments with the requirements drafted within the EU AI Act. There are the controls are written also within in quite an abstract level, and so this abstraction allows for flexibility but for organizations to implement these controls. And of course, additional controls can be defined by the organization as necessary to address their own particular risks. It's also written with the intent to be supported by other key standards developed by SC42 around governance and risk, but also some of the standards related to data and some of the trustworthiness approaches as well. And conformity to the AI management system aims is what we're calling it, can be used by organizations to implement a governance, risk and compliance ecosystem of standards to enable trust and assurance. Next slide, please. Just very briefly on the AI system impact, and I mentioned it earlier, is that impacts to stakeholders can inform risks that can be treated by organizational technical measures. The figure effectively shows how these fit into an overall risk management approach, and then also within the organizational objectives, which are supported by the AI management system itself. And the array of boxes in the bottom half of this screen really is about determining various aspects related to certain events or applications of systems, for example, and various risk objectives, and the impacts to organizations, the impacts to individuals, and the impacts to society, and then determining the likelihood of those events. So risk perspectives, for example, occurring, and all that being part of an overall risk management framework implemented within an organization. And 23894, so ISO AC 23894, which is a risk management framework, describes how risks and impacts can be considered within an organization, and processes to support effective risk management. Next slide, please. And then we'll wrap up soon and get some questions. So as I mentioned, the AI management system can support a governance, risk and compliance approach taken by an organization, and effectively informed by various organizational objectives taken by, for example, the top management and governing bodies of an organization, the risk appetite of the organization being defined as well. And then the overall risk management aspects taken by the organization, also supporting the management system. And so the management system then, underpins various organizational policies to support responsible AI and additional controls and processes that are needed in order to support the organizational objectives, but also address identified risks. The conformance to 42001 and especially the third-party audit of an organization against the criteria in 42001 can lead to certification, and that allows for a means of providing external assurance to various other stakeholders like customers, regulators, for instance, and helps demonstrate various important attributes such as trust and accountability and the organization's ability to be transparent about how it develops AI or how it uses artificial intelligence. And next slide, please. So let's skip this slide and go to the next one. And then the next one. And we'll just speak to this slide. And so, as I've spoken through how 42001 can lead to outcomes of trust and accountability, and the ability of an organization to provide assurance to its external stakeholders around its responsible approach to using and developing AI, and then also the idea that not only will stakeholders require assurance around an organizational approach to responsible AI, but also some assurance around that AI systems themselves are actually performing as intended and delivering the outcomes that are expected by stakeholders, and so upholding a trustworthy outcome, for example, is that certification will have to factor in both organizational certifications like management system standards, but also much more product and service level certification. And we can leverage standards like 42001 to take an approach which has been termed joint certification, and that has been written up about in the white paper that I have provided a link here to, which has been written in conjunction between EY and Microsoft, allowing the organizational assurance to be certified through mechanisms related to management system certifications, and then the assurance of products and services based on the technical and organizational measures, and particularly the technical measures defined in the controls of 42,001. I'll leave it at that, and we can skip to questions. Thank you very much.
Great, thanks, Milan. I'm pleased to say we've got a few questions come through. I shall deal with as many of them as I can in the next 8 minutes or so. Mm-hmm. First one is a question about human oversight, which you mentioned earlier. Mm-hmm. What do you see the role of human oversight, and how do you see that happening within an AI system?
Right. So, I mean, there's a number of ways that human oversight can firstly be defined, right, and secondly be implemented within organizations, and how humans have the accountability associated with the outcomes of AI systems. And so you hear about various terms like human in the loop, for example, and the ability for humans to be part of the decision-making process related to the outcomes of management systems, of AI systems. And so the guidance that is intended to be developed within SE42 is really about exploring the various ways that humans can be part of the oversight of AI systems. And so whether it be humans being part of ensuring that the training processes occur for the to support the intended outcomes of the final system, or if it's humans verifying or validating decisions made by AI systems. So to avoid, for example, automated decision making, and have a way of that decisions are made upon to have a particular course of being able to question those decisions, for example, is a function of human oversight as well.
Okay, thanks, Milan. Quite a technical question here, which I don't fully understand. Hopefully, this one says, why is it appropriate the system level codes to allow with the EU AI Act?
Sorry,
is the assumption that everything in the draft act is?
Sorry, you broke up a little bit, Ben.
So there's a bit of a lag. There's a bit of a lag. Must have been a train that just came past. Why is it appropriate for system level controls to align well with the EU AI Act? Is the assumption that everything in the draft act is appropriate?
Right. So the EU AI Act itself is quite horizontal in nature, and as is the approach taken by the management system standard, for example. And it wasn't deliberately written in a way to align with the EU AI Act, but through the development of the management system standard, for example, we have been able to see the draft of the regulation and also include aspects related, that are defined in the regulation that we can then reflect within 42,001. And of course, 42,001 isn't the be-all and end-all of standards that can support the EU AI Act, and what we see in JTC 21, for example, is a whole slew of standards that are being positioned as a response to the standardization request of the EU AI Act, right? And so the standardization request by the European Commission effectively is to require standards to exist within Europe that can support particular requirements and articles within the regulation itself. And so, we have to look at things as a holistic approach, but really the conformity to 2001 is expected to then provide, let's say, a grounding or a foundation that organizations can use on their journey to regulatory compliance.
Okay. The system froze again then, so sorry if I seemed a bit blank. Last question. This probably relates to a topic which we were meant to discuss later on, but we came off the agenda because we couldn't get the speaker. It's, do we expect to have an artificial intelligence risk management framework?
Yes, and so ISO AC 23894 is a risk management framework for artificial intelligence. And as I mentioned in the talk, it does define guidance on organizational processes to support how you identify risk criteria based or related to organizational objectives, and perform risk assessments, do risk identification, and develop risk treatment plans. And that standard has had a lot of positive feedback by the risk community during its development, particularly, and was published last year, and also is flexible enough to be used within various risk frameworks that have already been defined by various sectors, medical devices being a particular one, but you name a sector, they have their own way of defining and treating risk, right? And as sectors adopt AI within various applications and solutions that are sector specific and application specific, the guidance within this document can be used in conjunction with their own risk frameworks to manage the risks associated with using artificial intelligence.
That's right, bang up to 9:45. So thanks for joining us. Milan, that was a presentation. So thank you again.
Thanks.
What I will do now is I'll pass straight over to the next speaker, which is Nathan Parker from BSI and processes. Because BSI is constantly being challenged to engage better with innovators and emerging companies, smaller companies in particular, to come up with more innovative solutions to emerging challenges that the industry faces. So part of that is the creation of the AI Standards Hub, which is a collaboration between the Alan Turing Institute, the National Physical Laboratory, and BSI. And the purpose of that is to get standards right to the heart of AI innovation. So we've got three speakers. We've got Nathan from BSI, we've got Sonny from MPL, and Florian from ATI. So I'm going to let Nathan run with this, and I'll come in at the end and deal with any questions. So over to you, Nathan.
Thank you, Ben. Morning, everyone. So if we can move on to the first slide of the deck, please. Okay. All right, so I'm Nathan Parker from BSI. So over the last year, I've worked as the program lead for BSI's involvement in the UK's AI Standards Hub. I'm joined today, as Ben said, with Sandeep Bandari, Strategy Manager for the Digital Sector and Technologies for the National Physical Laboratory, and Dr. Florian Osman, Head of AI Governance and Regulatory Innovation at the Alan Turing Institute. Today, we'll briefly look at the objectives of the Hub and then reflect on the Hub's achievements, where my colleagues will share with you a summary of the work their organisations carried out during the pilot phase. The presentation will be shared with those that are registered for today's event and includes hyperlinks to all of the activities that we'll discuss. And as Ben said, we'll allow time at the end for a Q&A, so please go ahead and submit your questions. Next slide, please. So the Hub's pilot was announced as part of the UK's National AI Strategy, delivered jointly by BSI, the Alan Turing Institute and the National Physical Laboratory, and working closely with UK Government and the Office of AI. Work started on the Hub in early 2022. The launch of the Hub and the pilot phase began in October of last year and ran through to the end of March. The Hub is an initiative dedicated to the area of knowledge sharing, community building and strategic research around AI standardization. The focus of the Hub was to empower stakeholders to become more actively involved in AI standardization. That includes the participation in the development of standards, for example, via BSI's Art1 committee, and the informed use of published standards. The partners held a series of roundtable events and a wider survey with relevant stakeholders from large to small businesses, startups, civil society, academia, regulation and government to understand the challenges of stakeholders when they think about the AI standardization landscape. And this would help inform the Hub's strategy, which has been defined to advance responsible AI in the UK by unlocking the potential of standards as a tool for governance and innovation, empower stakeholders to navigate the international AI standardization landscape and become actively involved in it, promote participation in the development of standards, and amplify the informed use assessment of published standards. Next slide, please. The core of the strategy has been defined as 4 pillars, and those pillars are the observatory. So this is an interactive set of databases. One is for AI standards, and that saw BSI produce a landscape of AI-related standards from the likes of IEEE, ITU, the national standards bodies, the bodies BSI work with, so CEN, CENELEC, ETSI, ISO, and IEC. There's a second database for AI policy, and both are regularly kept up to date, and they include interactive features. My colleague, Dr. Florian Osman, will share more of the details on this later in the presentation. We then have community and collaboration. So this is where the Hub would look to promote an exchange of ideas and problem solving via online and live events. Knowledge and training. So we have a host of e-learning material available on the Hub. We also facilitated in-person training focused on skills for engaging with AI standardization. And then finally, research and analysis. So partners collaborated to deliver strategic insights to inform the direction of international AI standardization efforts and the future direction of the Hub. Next slide, please. Okay, so as part of the multi-stakeholder engagement ahead of launching the Hub, we looked to identify thematic areas and corresponding topics that the Hub would look to address. Themes could take a horizontal or vertical form, and on the screen were the thematics that were deemed to be of the highest priority by the stakeholders. We have trustworthy AI as a horizontal theme, which will become the focus of the Hub's pilot. And we also have a set of vertical thematics that will form part of the Hub's future work, along with continued focus on trustworthy AI. So we had items such as AI in healthcare, to the use of AI in online safety. And the Hub will look at other verticals as the work evolves. Partners agreed on a set of topics within the horizontal theme of trustworthy AI that would be the basis for the pilot. So we saw MPL take on the topic of measuring uncertainty. The Alan Turing Institute's efforts were around explainability, and BSI would look at safety, security, and resiliency. And of course, the partners would collaborate throughout the pilot to ensure the work complemented each other. Next slide, please. Just wait for that. Thank you. So I'll now share details of the work that BSI carried out during the pilot phase. I'll then ask my colleagues, Sunny and Florian, to share a summary of the work that their organisations performed. So next slide, please. As mentioned earlier, BSI would focus on the interrelated topics of resiliency, security and safety within the thematic of trustworthy AI. BSI started its thematic journey by carrying out a series of interviews with key stakeholders, and that would inform BSI's research team on the key points that should be explored via a discovery workshop with industry stakeholders. As a result of the workshop and continued engagement with those stakeholders, BSI delivered a series of blogs that are available via the Hub and a webinar. The webinar not only reflected on the work that BSI carried out on these trustworthy AI topics, but it sought to address some of the feedback received during the discovery workshop. So BSI did this by inviting the chair of the ISO, IEC, JTC1, FC42 Artificial Intelligence Committee to present on their work. We also had the Standards Council of Canada join us to share findings from their pilot of the ISO IEC 42001 Management System Standard for AI. And finally, the convener of ISO IEC JTC1 FC42 Working Group 3, whose focus is on trustworthiness in AI. BSI proud to say that the webinar had over 290 people viewing it live, many more watching the recording. We had representatives from 65 countries across multiple industries and received very positive feedback. Next slide, please. So BSI undertook a series of other activities that would help inform the post-pilot focus for the hub and deliver upon the hub's mission during the pilot phase. One of these activities saw BSI, in conjunction with the United Kingdom Accreditation Service, or UCAS, run a series of activities with certification bodies during the commenting period for ISO IEC 42001. This standard has been developed by 50 countries, including the UK, via BSI, and will be integral to improving the governance of AI globally. ISO IEC 42001 will be what is known as a management system standard. So the aim of these activities was to increase the understanding and capture views on where the standard practically meets certification body and certification body customer needs. And this took the form of BSI holding several workshops with certification bodies to initially share a draft version of the standard, obtain certification bodies' feedback using the ISO commenting template. We then seek consensus on those comments. And finally, we submitted the comments on behalf of the CBs to BSI's Art1 committee. And over 90% of those comments were then formally submitted to JTC1 SC42. BSI also worked in close collaboration with the Standards Council of Canada, who carried out a pilot of ISO IEC 42001 with a conformity assessment body and one AI developer, whose processes would be assessed against that standard. More of this is available on via BSI's Enabling Trustworthy AI webinar. And you can also find a blog on the hub which talks more about this activity. Next slide, please. BSI created a set of e-learning modules that would broadly help the hub's community understand the role and purpose of standards in the modern world, plus an overview of certification and testing. This module describes conformity assessment, explains how to test in a regulatory context, recognise the CE and UKCA marking schemes, and define accreditation. Next slide, please. Okay, so what's on the screen now is just a summary of the blogs that BSI produced during the pilot as a result of the activities that we undertook. And these were designed to inform the hub's community on developments within the AI standardization landscape. First, we have the Towards an AI Regulatory Sandbox. So here we explore the potential benefits of regulatory sandboxes, which are increasingly being viewed as playing a key role in testing AI solutions for regulatory compliance. We also look at emerging research and directions different nations are taking towards their development and deployment. Next, we have national standards bodies in the global AI landscape. So here BSI looked to share insights via its relationships with national standards bodies and other standards development organisations around the world on how they are delivering AI initiatives. We then have piloting conformity assessment for responsible AI. As I mentioned earlier, our colleagues from the Standards Council of Canada, they kind of produced a blog on the SEC running the first of its kind pilot to define and test requirements while actively developing an AI accreditation program in relation to ISO IEC 42001. We also did an introduction to the Standard for Risk Management, ISO IEC 23894. So that was published earlier this year. It offers strategic guidance to organisations across all sectors for managing risks connected to the development and use of AI. It also provides guidance on how organisations can integrate risk management into their AI-driven activities and business functions. And then finally, how a standard in development can meet collective AI governance goals. So BSI again looked at the management system standard of ISO IEC 42001 to help organisations to put in place an integrated system, including, for example, senior management support, training, governance, processes and risk management, all essential to getting AI governance and accountability right. As with other management system standards, ISO IEC 42001 is built around a circular process of establishing, implementing, maintaining, and continually improving artificial intelligence. Next slide, please. I'll now hand over to my colleague, Sandeep Bhandari, who will present on the work of NPL's efforts during the pilot phase. Sunny, over to you.
Brilliant. Thank you, Nathan. And good morning, everyone, from me too. I hope you can hear me okay. Just a quick introduction. So my name's Sunny and I work at the National Physical Laboratory as the head of digital innovation. What that means in plain English is we're looking at a number of things about how we can unlock and extract the maximum value of digital technologies and data to fit in line with our national purpose, to look at how we can support our stakeholders, collaborators and customers, and then also for ourselves, how do we use these technologies for our own operations. So that's a bit of a snapshot of the kind of things that we do. I'll explain a bit more about what NPL does in the next slide or two. But I guess the key question for me is NPL's been in place for the last 120 years and are the custodians of the highest points of reference for measurement standards in the UK. So things like the kilogram, the second, the amp, which are great because they're all physical assets. But what does measurement, what does traceability and measurement look like in a world where we're working more and more with data and using technologies such as artificial intelligence? Next slide, please. So similar to the BSI, NPL undertook quite a series of hub-aligned activities. For those that don't know, NPL is the UK's National Metrology or Measurement Institute and is a leading national lab for science, innovation and technology. We have one owner, which is the Department for Science, Innovation and Technology. So everything we do is very much aligned to the national challenges and the national purpose. To our unique lens and our part to play in this hub activity, apart from supporting the other partners, was looking at the measurement standards that we may need to develop and shape to provide that confidence in AI and development of the metrics for trustworthy AI. So again, coming back to this thing about how would we be able to assure safety, understand the risk, and actually measure the outputs of compliance to a standard and conformity. So some of the things that we looked at include the approaches to measuring trustworthiness, started to think about working with partners what those quantitative metrics to support AI assurance might be, looking at how we support regulatory and other AI sandboxes and other AI systems, and then started to shape the development of qualitative metrics as well as the quantitative metrics with the objective of collaborating globally on the development of a socio-technical testbed. The reason for doing that is, of course, measurement is always very much quantitative and we look for quantitative metrics. But in a world where AI is very context specific, where something that matters to me right now might not matter to anyone else, or something that matters to me right now might not matter to me in 5 minutes, is very much looking at the human and the social aspects of measurement to provide that confidence in a context-specific environment. So if I could ask for the next slide, please. So just coming back to it, so NPL has been in place for the last 120 years or so, but measurement's been around for quite some time with the UN's Meter Convention back in 1865. And NPL is one of the world's top 3 national measurement institutes. There's a list of a few other measurement institutes at the foot of this slide, which gives you an idea of some of the names. I think NIST is probably the most well-known, having just released the AI risk management framework. But these are our sister organizations around the world, and between us, we set the highest points of reference, which are globally agreed. You can see it's quite a global effort where we've got 64 member states as part of the international system and 36 associated states and economies, just really showing how important measurement is, and often it's an invisible utility that underpins the foundations of many other things. So NPL's work focuses on several different aspects. In our case, for part of the standards hub, it's more about the pre-normative standards. So some of the work that NPL does, for example, could be 10 years in the making before it gets anywhere near a standards committee of any description. Now, that isn't always the case, but it's just a good example of what the norm might be. We create things like best practice guides, again, from a technical measurement perspective, so in alignment with the standards that are coming out, and then look at the global framework for all of this such that we can trade, we can innovate, we can invest, we can make, we can manufacture. And so I've already gone through some of the bullets that you can see on the screen there in terms of the kinds of things we were doing as part of the Standards Hub efforts. And collaboration and discussions are starting all across the world. So over in the States and South America, as well as all across Europe and more so in the Far East and the Asia Pacific region as well. So really bringing together a global community, because the measurement side of things for this doesn't really exist in an international traceability perspective. So really seeking to collaborate internationally, bring people to the hub and input into the hub, as well as take things from our hub. Could I have the next slide, please? So what I've got here now for you is a bit of a summary on the various activities that NPL took. And apart from, as I said, collaborating with the BSI, with the Alan Turing Institute to generate these materials, tools, content, and partnerships, we added some of our own content, again, some of that in collaboration, some of that just generated from NPL. And here's just a snapshot of some of the work that we did, and is all available with these hyperlinks on the AI Standards Hub. But this is just a snapshot. So what NPL is really looking to do is support the AI Standards Hub and support standards in general to help innovators innovate, to help us regulate and not have to be very hard and fast in setting laws that may stifle innovation. Our key thing is about this measurement, the validation, verification, and testing of AI tools and technologies and systems. In addition, though, NPL tends to work more at the application layer at the same time, because for us, it's about generating that quick win impact, as well as developing these sector-agnostic building blocks that feed into the international standards. And it's all about building confidence, because if you can understand how much confidence you have in a system, in a technology of any description, you can then decide what kind of decisions you want to make based upon that. So some of the additional work that we're doing at NPL are in things such as explainable AI, understanding the uncertainties within machine learning, and also looking at neural networks and how, for example, you would calibrate the hyperparameters of a neural network, and how you can understand what may be an output, or how much confidence you can have in that output. And underlying all of this is also the work we're doing in data, because it's great doing the work in AI standards, but actually we need to have some standards and measurement around that data quality before we go into the AI system, such that we know what the baseline is. So you've heard from two of the partners from the National Quality Infrastructure, which is the national standards body in BSI. You've just heard from the National Measurement Institute. Now going to introduce and hand over to the third piece of the puzzle, to my colleague Florian, who works for the National Centre for Data and AI. And hopefully he'll paint a bit of a broader picture on the hub, and also what the Alan Turing's input has been in all of this. So Florian, I'll hand over to you.
Fantastic. Thank you very much, Sunny, and thank you, Nathan. So as Sunny mentioned, I will start by providing a similar brief summary of the activities that the Alan Turing Institute has led during the pilot phase. And then towards the end, I'll take a step back and share a bit more sort of from a general perspective on the online resources, in particular the standards database on our website, and sort of some impact figures of the audience that we've reached, and also some points on the strategy in terms of developing the hub further now that we've exited the pilot phase. So if I could have the next slide, please, and the slide after that. So in terms of the Turing's, oh, I see. I think that might not be the slide deck that we had in the final version. I think if you try to move to the next slide. Thank you. So I will start. There are two areas of activities from the pilot phase from the Alan Turing Institute sites that I'd like to highlight in particular. The first one is around the particular topic area that the Turing focused on within trustworthy AI, as Nathan mentioned earlier. That was transparency and explainability. And similar to BSI and NPL, we had sort of a set of activities, a set of events dedicated to that topic. Now, in this case, in the case of transparency and explainability, that was a combination of a webinar, a workshop that built on that webinar, and then a training session dedicated to transparency and explainability. The webinar was sort of the starting point, and transparency and explainability for AI is a really interesting space in terms of standardization, because we have a case of a standard that's already been published. It's an IEEE standard for transparency for intelligent and autonomous systems. And then there are two standards under development at the international level within ISO IEC SC42. There's one standard on explainability and one on transparency. So what we did, and we're very excited to be able to do with the webinar, is to hear from the project editors for each of those standards, including the standard that's already been published, to give an overview of what those standards are trying to achieve, and to have a discussion and that sort of brought out some of the contrasts and differences in the approaches that those standards take. So that was very much sort of a focus on information sharing on what the current standardization landscape on this topic looks like. We then followed up on that with a workshop that was very much focused on facilitating input into standards that are under development. So in particular, the two standards that I just mentioned within ISO IEC on transparency and explainability, that's what that workshop focused on. And that event was very much sort of linked to the hub's mission, the component of the hub's mission that Nathan mentioned earlier, that's focused on enabling stakeholders to become more actively involved in the development of standards. And we're very fortunate to have Adam Leon-Smith, who will be presenting in this session later today as well, and Lauriane Offron co-chair that workshop. Adam Leon-Smith and Lauriane are both involved in the development of those standards directly at the ISO IEC level. And so we had a group of about 25 stakeholders across different stakeholder groups come together, look at some of the ideas and concepts currently being developed for those standards, and then provide feedback that then was taken back into the work of the working group within SE42 that is developing those standards. You can find out more about sort of the ideas that were developed, the feedback that came out of that workshop on the Standards Hub website. We have a blog post on this, and the webinar is recorded, and you'll find a recording of that on the website as well. Now, finally, the third event in the series was a training session dedicated to transparent and explainable AI. And the purpose of that training session was very much sort of in the spirit of, what is the kind of knowledge, best practice knowledge that is needed for anyone to make a meaningful contribution to the drafting of a standard in that area. So it's sort of that suite of these three types of events that formed our package on transparency and explainability. If we can move on to the next slide, please. The second activity I'd like to highlight is a working group that we set up within the AI Standards Hub, specifically for regulators, UK regulators, to come together to discuss questions of AI standardization and to think about the relationship between standards and regulation for AI. Something that came out very strongly in the engagement we did prior to the launch of the hub, sort of a need for dedicated engagement and sort of providing a space for regulators to come together to discuss these matters among themselves. And of course, it's a matter that's become even more prominent and pressing in the context of the government's AI regulation white paper that was published earlier this year, which sets out 5 principles for the regulation of AI in the UK, but then very much puts the task to existing regulators to think about how those principles are implemented in each sector, and emphasizes the role of standards in facilitating that implementation. There's a lot of need for sort of thinking around the relationship between standards and regulation, and that group is designed to facilitate that kind of thinking. It's a group that meets every 2 months. If there are regulators in the audience today, and if you haven't heard about this group or haven't been involved and are interested, please do reach out to us, and we will make sure to add you to the invite list for future sessions. And next slide, please. So I think there's one slide that I think got lost. So I'll just try to summarize this verbally very briefly. There are other elements of the Turing-led activities that I won't go into detail, but you'll find references to all of those on the website. One additional webinar that we hosted, which I think is worth mentioning, was focused on the European work on AI standardization, in particular the standardization request in support of the EU AI Act that was mentioned by Milan earlier. So there's a webinar with Sebastian Hallensleben, who is the chair of the joint technical committee between Sensor and LEC working on the standardization request. That attracted a lot of attention. It's of course a very timely topic, and equally the recording of that is available on the website. The Turing also developed 2 e-learning modules, one dedicated to assurance and standards in the context of assurance for AI more broadly, the other one focused on best practice for bias mitigation. And then finally, there were 2 research projects that are still partly ongoing. There are a couple of pieces published. There's a blog post published on the first project, which is a project that maps out and examines the international AI governance landscape. So looking at what's happening in terms of AI regulation in other jurisdictions around the world, and then thinking about the implications of standardization at the international level in light of those developments. There's a blog post on that on the website, and a report, a fuller report, that will be forthcoming, published very soon. And the second research project, which will also be published soon, is focused on sort of the emerging ecosystem of third-party auditing for AI systems, and again, the role of standards in that, especially international standards, in supporting the work of providers of third-party auditing services. So this concludes the summary of Turing-led activities, and as I mentioned, I'll now sort of take a step back briefly and just say a few words about the interactive online platform. As mentioned already by Nathan and by Sunny, the interactive online platform in many ways forms the backbone of the AI Standards Hub. The AI Standards Hub is more than that. As you have heard, we've got live events, we've got research programs and research projects that we pursue, but a lot of our resources can be found on the website, and the website has a lot of community features. So you have the ability to sign up for a user account, the ability to connect with other users, message other users. There are discussion forums and various other features. The website is also where you'll find the e-learning materials, event announcements. That's where you'll find the policy database that Nathan mentioned, a database on relevant research about AI governance and standardization. And then finally, it's where you find the database that's been most widely used and probably the most prominent part of the online platform, which is the AI standards database. If you can move to the next slide, please. So the AI standards database is designed to keep track of relevant standards that are relevant to AI that are being developed at the international level, at the regional, and at the national level. And it's grown over time. So as Nathan mentioned, it's a database that we update regularly. And as a result of the growth over the last 6 months, it now contains almost 350 standards. Those are segmented in various ways. So we put quite a lot of thought into how to tag standards, what kind of filter menus to provide. There's a search functionality and a multitude of filter taxonomies that you can use to find standards that are relevant to your interests. And so broadly speaking, those standards break down into standards that are focused on AI, and then other standards that are AI enabling, as it were. So those might be standards more broadly focused on IT or data governance or IT governance that aren't focused on AI specifically, but have significant relevance for the development of AI systems. There's also, of course, a distinction between horizontal and vertical standards. And crucially, the database captures both standards that have been published already and standards that are under development. And in terms of interactive features, one of the things that the standards database provides for is the ability to follow a standard. If you're interested in a standard that's under development, in which case you will then get a notification when the standard moves to the next publication phase. You can also indicate to other community members whether you have been involved either in the development or in the use of a standard. So other community members can reach out to you to exchange ideas and feedback on that standard. And there are other ways of sharing feedback. There's a discussion thread for each standard and the ability to leave a review for the standard. Thank you. I think we can move on to the next slide. And as I mentioned, I'll just conclude with a few short words on the impact that we've achieved and that we're quite proud of during the pilot phase. Next slide, please. And that impact sort of stretches us across various dimensions. Of course, includes the website, and on the website, we're sort of proud to be able to say that we have over 800 active online user accounts. We have a newsletter that appears regularly, email newsletter that has over 1,000 subscribers. One feature on the website that I haven't mentioned yet is the fact that we highlight whenever there's a draft standard that is open for comment. And that's another example of how we're trying to make it easier and increase stakeholder involvement in providing input to standards development. And there we've had sort of significant impact in achieving almost 800 users looking at standards that are open for comment and considering providing feedback on those. We have, of course, our social media accounts. If you would like to follow us there, you can join a growing number of users following us on Twitter and LinkedIn. And then the sort of significant number of live events that we had across the three organizations that you just heard the summary of, with which we reached over 800 people during the pilot phase. Next slide, please. We've made an effort throughout our activities to really reach all relevant stakeholder groups. As mentioned earlier, it's core to the mission of the AI Standards Hub to take a multi-stakeholder approach to all the work we do and think about what is needed to get all different types of stakeholders across industry, the public sector, regulators, civil society, and academic researchers actively involved in this space. And this is just one example from one of our events sort of that illustrates that diversity reflected in our audience. Next slide, please. We have conducted a formal evaluation of the AI Standards Hub. That is to say, the Department for Science, Innovation and Technology has commissioned an evaluation that is just coming to its conclusion and will publish a more detailed summary of the results in due course. But the evaluation has been really overwhelmingly positive, which has been great to see. Lots of positive feedback, including indications on sort of which features were most valued, which included the standards database, the webinars, and the training offerings. And the evaluation also yielded quite a few insights on which areas we might think about and emphasize in thinking about how to grow the hub and how to expand the hub's activities. Some of those areas include thinking about novel ways, novel activities that enable the trialing and sharing experience about the use of individual standards. It also includes dedicated activities to dive deeper into the relationship between standardization and the regulatory landscape, both domestically and internationally. And then finally, sort of a wider range of community events to identify standardization and governance gaps and best practices to address these gaps. Next slide, please. And this will be, oh, apologies. Can we revert one slide? I think there's another slide that got lost, so I'll just sort of finish with a verbal call to action. If you haven't engaged with the AI Standards Hub, we hope that the summary has sort of piqued your interest. If you're interested in finding out more, please accept our invitation to take a look at the website. Follow us on social media. Do sign up for our newsletter. You can find a link to that on the website. That's the most effective way to stay in touch and find out about future events. And I will stop here and hand back to Nathan and Ben.
Okay, and thanks, Florian. I'm actually going to keep my camera off because my laptop's just decided to start doing a bit of a security update, and so it's things were lagging a bit earlier. I think that probably explains it. I've got a question here. It's really aimed at Sonny, and it's talking about using AI machine learning itself to actually measure the trustworthiness of AI. Is that something NPL are considering or are doing, or have got any plans to look at?
So it's not in our plans at the minute. There are a few projects we've got going on internally where we're looking to set up AI evaluation systems, and AI may well be part of that, but I wouldn't want to say much on that. We're just developing some of those things at the moment. For us, it is really looking at the data and the non-AI, sorry, that doesn't even make sense, but the not using AI to actually evaluate AI as yet. I was reading a few things yesterday and earlier this week on that, so something we're exploring, but nothing really much more to say on that right now.
And there's a very specific question about how can a UK regulator join the AI Standards Hub?
Thank you. Maybe I'll respond to that. So obviously there are two layers to that. There's sort of a general layer of becoming a member of the online community. So that would be simply a matter of signing up for a user account. But then in relation to the working group that we set up, which I think will be the most relevant part, that meets every 2 months, it's simply a matter of reaching out to us. We can share contact details, I think, afterwards. Maybe I'll find a way to put it in the chat, either aistandards@turing.ac.uk or one of our individual email addresses, and we will make sure to add you to the future invitation mailing list.
And just to add, that will be a part of the slides that we send out to everybody that's registered today. So yeah, the correct deck will have all of that detail in there for you.
From my perspective, I'm quite impressed with the range of people that you've managed to engage with in the AI Standards Hub. Have you been surprised by any of the feedback you've got from those people that have given you new insights, different insights that you would otherwise not have had if you hadn't have engaged with them in this way?
I can go first on that one. So one of the strong messages that we've heard back via the workshops we've held and the webinars and so on is the need for practical steps around AI standardization. So when a particular stakeholder in a particular sector, for example, whether they be a developer or a adopter of AI, they want practical steps. They want to know, okay, what are the relevant standards that they should be paying attention to? How do they interlock with existing standards with regards to, for example, data standards? So that's something that we're looking to build upon in the operational phase as we move forward. It's something that we knew, but it was a very strong message that we've received. So yeah, that's going to be our view moving forward. And that's why we're very keen to engage internationally with other similar activities that are happening, other countries that are starting their own hubs, and just understand possibly what toolkits they're developing to address such gaps. So yeah, more of that in the future, hopefully.
Yeah, I think just to add from the NPL perspective, so basically to add on to what Nathan said, but actually the demand for actual tools and technologies for people to just almost download and apply to their algorithms, for example, or their hardware is proving to be quite popular. I think one of the biggest surprises from my perspective and from a measurement perspective specifically is when we started working on AI and data several years ago before we stood up the hub itself, was this thing about the qualitative and the socio-technical context, which we weren't really looking at. We were very much coming at it from the traditional quantitative measures, and that's really changed the way we're approaching and thinking about measurement standards for AI.
Maybe I'll also just briefly share one additional thought. So I think what's been really interesting to see is that, of course, different stakeholder groups have different needs and have different starting points for engaging with standardization. Of course, the private sector often has a lot more experience, but we know that there are vast differences within the private sector as well, between larger companies and startups, for example, who may be thinking less about standardization. One thing that's been really interesting to see in the regulatory space is that there are really significant differences in the history of between different regulatory bodies in engaging with standardization. So if you think about the space like medical device regulation, for example, there's a long history for regulation to refer to, say, ISO standards in sort of defining regulatory expectations. And for other regulatory remits, that history doesn't necessarily exist. So again, one of the purposes that the forum that we set up for regulators serves is to sort of share that experience and think about how regulators with different experience, different levels of experience around standards can learn from each other.
Okay, and that's great. And how do you see the international connections working out? Obviously, this is a UK standard, so and there's things happening elsewhere. How do you see that working out in future? That can be for any of you.
So again, as part of the pilot phase, we have engaged with the likes of Standards Council for Canada, and they're setting up a collaborative hub. Again, looking to address similar issues that we've looked at during the pilot phase. So our collaboration with SEC, for example, will continue, and we're going to build upon that. So again, looking at the sharing of resources. So what are they learning? Have we got the same issues? Have we got the same practical steps that we need to implement? And how best we can collaborate and make the most of our joint resources rather than working individually. So yeah, and again, we'll be looking at wider than just Canada. And yeah, we welcome people to approach us, discuss this with us, and we'll look to find a way to work together going forward.
I think the nature of standards, the nature of measurement, the nature of research has to be international by default, especially when we come at it from the standards perspective, because how else are we going to build international consensus with like-minded nations, and also nations that don't have their own national standards bodies and national measurement institutes and power in academia. So how can we help overcome things like the digital divide, for example? So definitely has to be international, in my view.
Okay then, so if that's it, I'll call it to a halt there, slightly early, just so we can move on to the next speaker and keep everybody to time. So thank you very much, Nathan, Florian and Sonny, for a very interesting talk on the hub. That was very useful. We look forward to seeing what happens at the next stage and what we can do in future with the AI Standards Hub, with this really very interesting model to see how we can learn how innovation works. So thanks to the three.
Thanks, Ben, and thanks, everyone.
Thank you. Right, so I mentioned before the need to embed standards within the innovation ecosystem, and of course, partnership is key, as we were just talking about in the AI Standards Hub. So it's very important that we partner with those bodies that are right at the heart of the innovation ecosystem within the UK. So UKRI are obviously one of the major contributors to that. So I'm delighted to be joined by James Draycott from UKRI to describe how they see standards being part of their work and what they do. So James, over to you, if you could introduce yourself and get on with your presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm hoping everyone can hear me, because everyone will shout at me otherwise. So I'm going to make excuses very early in that I'm full of cold, I'm on a phone, and there is the world's largest air show practicing outside. So hopefully you'll be able to hear me, but I'll just keep talking until someone stops me. So next slide, please. So James Draycott, Head of AI and Robotics at UKRI, and I like to do key takeaways at the start because everyone stops listening after about 10 minutes. So the key thing around this is research and innovation is obviously hugely linked to standards. It will have a profound effect. It is where the state of the art will happen somewhere in the research and innovation ecosystem, and ultimately that will have a profound effect on how things are done and the standards themselves. That is true of any technology. AI specifically is moving so quickly, and it's such an iterative technology, but the standard will have to adapt very quickly to very broad scenarios, both sector specific and also when we look at a policy perspective, so across government. The only way that we can do that to make sure that standards can evolve and the research and innovation can go in tandem with, for example, social values and our understanding of how technology works is by creating this interconnected ecosystem across the UK landscape. And that is something UKRI is very focused on. This is not a case of funding lots of stuff in isolation and letting them get on with it. Actually, we need people, ideas, technologies to move very quickly around the ecosystem so that the whole of that I will put a pound in the jar every time I say ecosystem, I promise. The whole of that ecosystem can understand what it's dealing with and what it needs to do to keep up. It enables more people to be part of the conversation, and in a technology like AI, ensuring public buy-in is incredibly important, if nothing else, to prevent disparities within the system. And actually, AI could be transformational for our economy, for productivity. Making sure everyone in the UK can go on that journey together is hugely important. So next slide, please. So very quick shout out for people who don't know who we are. Oh, the video works, that's exciting. So UK Research and Innovation, we invest around £7 million a year. We're the largest government public funder of research and innovation in the UK. And our remit spans everything from very fundamental through research to very applied innovation across 9 research councils. And really it's around taking a holistic approach to AI, which I'll talk about in a minute. So next slide, please. So for AI in particular, and we do this across a lot of technologies, AI is looked at not just through the lens of one research council and one remit, but actually across the entirety of UKRI. So I represent the Engineering and Physical Sciences Research Council, but actually I sit on a number of boards, and that's our very horrific pseudo-governance that we have set up for AI. Which is trying to make sure that, yes, a lot of the technology development will happen within researchers within my remit that I look after, but actually the socio-technical will be looked at by other parts of the ecosystem. Advances won't happen without advances in neurology, which happens elsewhere. We need to understand how it's going to be applied to different sciences, how different data sets will be affected by it. So this is absolutely a whole UKRI-wide endeavour, all of which is then connected up to the Office for AI, other government departments, interested actors, to try and make sure that we're not just, again, developing this technology in a box. Actually, it can be something that everybody can benefit from. Next slide, please. So in terms of our vision for AI, this has been an evolving picture, but we've boiled it down essentially to the 4 C's because I like being alliterative. So this is really about how we support a national AI landscape, which builds the capability, so ensuring we've got the infrastructure of the data capabilities in the UK, grow the UK's regulatory capability, and also support businesses to grow AI capability and translate that to the market. So making sure we've got that knowledge base within the UK. Then also sustainably grow UK AI research and innovation capacity. So this is not just about training the best people in the UK, but also attracting and retaining world leaders in AI to the UK. And then supporting teams around them. So it's not just around individuals in isolation developing, but actually how can we support that ecosystem of research software engineers, ML ops, all the things needed to really drive AI forward. Also then to take a high risk approach to AI, which is I think why we've seen a lot of movement in, for example, the large language models in recent days. How do we make sure that people can look at new techniques that are going to drive it forward? My reflection on foundation models is, yes, they're a big thing now. Machine learning was a big thing about 8 years ago. These things come around frequently. The technology changes a lot. How can we make sure that we're constantly at that frontier and also doing it safely? And finally, to build connectivity in the landscape, and this is where the ecosystem comes in. To make sure the UK stays at the cutting edge of AI, we really need to make sure those ideas and people can move around that system, and that this is a place of big opportunities for people to research and innovate within AI specifically. Next slide, please. So in terms of sort of a journey we've been on, I won't label this because I've got far too many slides. AI is a strategic priority technology for the UK through government, and I'll talk about the strategies we published on it in a minute. But we do have an opportunity to position ourselves as a leader in parts of AI research and innovation. I won't say across all of it because, frankly, there's larger groups in various countries, the US and China come to mind. But actually, there are specific things in the UK that we are world leading at, and responsible trustworthiness is one of those areas. So we did a review a few years ago, which you can go and look up. The link is on the next slide. Looking at what our overall statement of opportunities are in the UK. This is really about setting a vision for an interdisciplinary ecosystem, which can take an integrated view of how those parts fit together and try and address that holistically across everything. It sits alongside the AI Council's roadmap, which, again, the National AI Strategy, which you can also find online. And we're now working to try and embed programs within that. Please ignore the loud flames going overhead. Programs within that which we have to drive the UK forward in both research and innovation. Next slide, please. So the key documents in that government strategy is laid out within the National AI Strategy, and that is updated on an annual or biannual basis, depending on how the Oxford AI are feeling, and in terms of how we are reacting to the UK. That is the core document as it came out in 2019, and aligns very much with transforming our world with AI. However, multiple strategies from government now mention AI, and this is a selection of them, which I think I actually stole from BSI slides. Thank you very much. Most recently, of course, the pro-innovation approach to AI regulation, but also various other ways we think about international partnership, the cyber-physical infrastructure for the UK, and how we can try and have that ecosystem bound by standards, regulations, and frameworks, but also allowing that pro-innovation approach. My personal belief is that regulation does not stymie in any way innovation, but actually how do we build it such that it will encourage it as opposed to slow it down. Next slide, please. So a brief word of a national AI strategy, and I stole these from DCMS. So this is the three pillars essentially of this AI strategy it was built around, and I think it's still very relevant today. So it's around investing and planning for the long-term needs of the AI ecosystem, which is very much around the science, research, the innovation that needs to be done. Then also supporting the transition to an AI-enabled economy and capturing that to ensure the benefits can happen to all sectors and regions. And finally, for ensuring the UK gets the national and international governance of AI technologies right. And that obviously includes things like standards, also through to regulation. All of these underpinned by diversity and public trust. All of these things came out of the Hall and Vicente review and the AI sector deal, which came out a few years before this. And it still guides what it is we do. And it is our view, continues to be our view that ecosystem approach is the way that we can interlink all these different things. Next slide, please. So this is a very busy slide, and I apologise for it, but it's colourful. So this is how we think about our sort of strategic matrix. And while it's quite difficult to sort of map to it directly, I think it's just worth bringing out how we think around how this ecosystem works. So the horizontal bars are very much sort of going up through technology readiness level. So if you imagine the blue at the bottom is the baseline, developing the mathematics, which then feeds into AI development, the new algorithms, the very fundamentals into computer science. Then moving that up to challenge and mission-driven AI, so using it for very specific things. How does it interlink with biological sciences? How can we use it to solve environmental challenges, economic, etc.? And then up to finally innovation, adoption, diffusion. How do we then get that knowledge and put it into the environment for businesses to use, for the broader UK and internationally to use that technology? All of those are very much how we think about driving the science and innovation forward. But I think the key things here are the verticals, which are the cross-cutting things we think we need to enable those things to happen as well as possible. So firstly, supporting the environment for AI, which is very much around that infrastructure, the skills, the people, what you need to put in place in order to enable all the individual ideas and technologies to move through the system. Responsible and trustworthy AI, which is fundamentally a priority for us and has been throughout. A lot of the government rhetoric, the government communications around AI safety, they're very, very similar things. I think one is slightly broader than the other, but essentially it's how do we make sure that this is done so we can embed those values very much deeply into the technology from conception all the way through the development chain. And finally, that connectivity point around how do you make sure that all of these ideas percolate as quickly as possible so that we can get to a point that multiple people can be working on problems, and when problems are solved or step forwards are made, they can go out to as many stakeholders as possible. Next slide, please. So I think I mentioned before, we do have a capacity for world leading. By most metrics, we are third in the world. I noticed Tortoise Media put us fourth recently, which I'm very bitter about. But by most metrics, we're still third in the world behind the US and China. We've invested in UKRI. In 2019, we did a quick survey, and we at that time had about £1 billion worth of grants out, specifically in research, not including Innovate UK funding. And that leverage just for the research side around £330 million from industry. A lot of these were focused on the core engineering and physical sciences, so a lot around the technology development, mathematics, applying it to engineering challenges. But actually, there's a fairly large split between applying it and the fundamentals. I think that's about right in terms of where we are. And this is spread very much across the country. We've got centres in various universities. There's also obviously the PSRAs, including NPL, doing great research in this area, and the Alan Turing Institute, of course, that we also are major stakeholders in. So next slide, please. So in terms of how we develop that, we've got lots of these pockets of excellence, and it's really about how we can drive that connectivity between them to take us to the next stage of development. So we are looking to make new investments into that ecosystem, and any academics or innovators hopefully will be applying to multiple calls, which I've put out far too quickly over the last year. But really how we fund in a way that can build connections between lots of different stakeholders so that they can start sharing those ideas and moving them around the ecosystem. Next slide, please. So in order to try and do this, we're trying to work directly with stakeholders, not in terms of just pumping money at them, but also to try and help them to come together in groups to shape and direct research and innovation in a way which is useful for both business and social needs. So absolutely still focusing on the bottom-up aspect of novel ideas, but also saying how can be very quickly be taken and applied to specific sectors, to specific areas of society where there is a need for it. How do we accelerate the impact of research to try and make sure that when academics have that breakthrough, when a mathematician has a new algorithm they can use, how do we move that into computer science very quickly? How do we then integrate it with new models and take theory to practice very quickly? And that also comes down to the training that we're giving and looking at how our sensor training, for which a call was published recently, how do those train people in such a way that they're ready to take that approach to moving the technology forward quickly? And then to try and then work with businesses through the Innovate UK Bridge AI program to see how quickly we can realise those in a business environment. Next slide, please. So I think the big question you're probably all asking is, that's great, but why have this related standards? But I'm getting there. So what makes an effective AI ecosystem? This is really around, we talk about the ecosystem a lot, wanting it to be supercharged, but actually, what is it that UKRI is looking to get out of this? So first of all, obviously, it's world-class fundamental research in AI. We need that knowledge to be driving everything forward. And we also want to make sure that the AI is used in terms of, in academic standards, doing science differently, which then feeds back into the AI itself. So from an academic standpoint, it's fairly clear. However, we also want to make sure we have that public element, the programs that are grounded in the real-world context, and making sure that we've got co-creation by the ultimate users of these technologies with the developers themselves. And then moving in across skills and industrials to make sure we've got the training right, so we've got the right people in the system to be able to do that, and making sure that industry can both benefit from those jumps forward, but also feed into them at a very early stage to make sure they're fit for purpose. Next slide, please. So what we hope then that delivers, and this is where we get into standards, is a variety of different things across the four pillars as we see them. So firstly, the academics and the sort of research sector will be driving tools and techniques, scientific advances, but new knowledge that will help drive other parts of the value chain. The interactions we then get from society, from users, from the ultimate benefiters from the technology will then hopefully lead to various things, including policy, regulation and standards. It will also help drive alterations in how the UK operates, which will help us gain impact in the health of the environment. Hopefully create an inspired and engaged public, which is very much what is needed for AI. A recent survey from the Alan Turing Institute and the Andy Lovelace put together that around 60% of people were positive about AI, but only for very specific uses. I think in order for this technology to be ultimately used in a safe environment, we need to make sure the public is comfortable with operating it, both ethically, but also in terms of how it affects their lives. What are they doing with their data? How is it going to work? But also driving forward international development, so solving global challenges with the technologies. In terms of our people strand, it's also generating trained and upskilled people who know how to use AI, but hopefully also people who know how to use AI with sector background, with other expertise they can bring to it to say, yes, that's great for the technology, but this is how it would work in a health context or for materials research. It will also drive career progression in specific ways. I think in all technologies, you tend to have different career paths. Whether those are appropriate for AI as a technology, I think is an open question. I think there's a lot more mixing we can do between the academic and the business worlds, and how we ensure that MLOps, research software engineers, can develop themselves and are not just seen as a service. How do we create an ecosystem that truly recognises without that bit, it's not going to work? And then in terms of the economy, obviously cycling up to job creation. We know that AI will be a disruptive technology. We know it will change the way that business is done, which is likely to mean some areas where there are fewer jobs and some where there are more. And how do we do that in a responsible manner? How do we treat the technology to generate it in a way that is productive for society? We hope it will generate it with investment. We've already seen OpenAI open an office recently, or announced that there's an open office in London, and also, of course, spin out some new companies. There is a huge amount of potential, a huge amount of VC funding in the system for AI at the moment. How do we incentivize it correctly so we get the right sort of approaches out the end? And obviously the commercialization of technologies across. And next slide, please. And I told you I'd get standards eventually. So how does this ultimately influence standards? So hopefully I've now broken it down into various parts. And essentially, yes, there's research and development, which I think is very much sort of part of the course when it comes to standards. Universities and businesses will be contributing to developing new AI techniques. So we're creating new knowledge, and that will be altering the state of the art, which obviously then feeds into standards. It will also give you some of the more social aspects, which we'll come on to in a minute, in terms of social science research, other research things, but ultimately you're generating new knowledge. The collaboration and networks themselves, the interlinkage between businesses and academia, actually that will foster interdisciplinarity. And that, the way in which you do that research ultimately will change the sort of standards you get out at the end. If you have the large-scale social policy studies, if you look at the longitudinal, if you can bring socio-technical in, if you can look at how the ethics frameworks in health will interact with these things, it will guide the way that ultimately technology development and the standards will look at the end of the process. In terms of ethical and social implications, I think this is an incredibly complex area, and just letting computer scientists and mathematicians run into it is generally a bad idea. Essentially, you need to make sure you've got the right expertise, the legal expertise, the social expertise, to be able to really get under the skin of where the evidence is for how these technologies are being received, how they're being used, and ultimately how they therefore should be governed, or the standards that should be applied to them. Close working with policy and governance is vital. We work very closely with the Office for AI, but we also make sure we are interlinking the Office for AI and other government departments with the academics, with the industrialists working on the ground. Ultimately, it is that evidence base of making sure that the policymakers do not operate in a vacuum, and actually we can make sure that the newest studies, the best thinking is going into all of the guidance that comes through. Yes, there'll be consultations, and we encourage people and work with people in the system to respond to those. But ultimately, a lot of the way directions will come from making sure the right strategies are in place and the right people are being able to have the open conversations that can then be fed up. Lots of individual opinions are great, but actually how can we all come together and create a consensus? And that ultimately is around how we interact with the ecosystem. Next slide, please. And then finally, across the sort of those verticals I talked about earlier, I think there's a lot actually in standards which is going to be driven around the people, the infrastructure, the things we have in place, which will enable us to either get better standards or develop them in a different way. So universities and skills programs are going to be equipping students. So the CDTs that I'll be funding, the fellows that we have in the system, ultimately all those individuals who are developing their own skills will be developing them in certain ways. As standards become available, they'll become accustomed to them, but their own research will feed back into those standards as well. And how we prepare those people with access to standards, we're working directly with standards institutes, we're working directly with, for example, the Standards Hub, will change the way in which they do research. And that feedback is hugely important. From an infrastructure perspective, universities are very much a place for experimentation and refinement of their systems. Sure, how do we bring that across the whole ecosystem? How does the Hartree Centre, for example, for AI Compute come in? How do we make sure that when things are being run on infrastructure, we get the feedback from how it has worked in that context? How does the hardware affect AI? How do those standards interlink? The groups that we're funding through, for example, the hubs and how we use them, I think brings in the thought leadership and the influence. And I think this connects to the international point as well. As mentioned in the previous talk, this will be an international endeavour. There is no way that global standards will fall into place without various countries talking to each other and coming together around common conceptions of how this technology works and how it will continue to work into the future. ultimately, ensuring the UK has thought leadership in some of these areas will help with those conversations. I think it adds credibility, and it also allows us to be slightly ahead of the game in some areas where we can say this is what the state of the art will be next. And I think those digital futures aspects is very much, again, where the social sciences come in and looking at how this might operate in the future. And the international connections, as I mentioned, I think are key. There is a huge amount that goes on around soft diplomacy, but making sure that the best research and innovators in one country talking to others ultimately will start conversations which will lead to some international standards starting to develop. Some of those will be entirely driven by business, some of them will be more driven from the research side, but they will all need to come together to get us to that final product. Next slide, please. So I told you I've got too many slides, so I'll try and very briefly gloss over these. So this bit's almost an advert at the end, so I'll gloss over them quickly. So in terms of what we're doing in UKRI to try and make all that happen, this is a very quick map of the investments that we're currently making or have made, and I'll go through some of them in a bit more detail. But essentially, we're trying to fund across that whole ecosystem, and then all of these will be connected in terms of additional funding so we can work together, collaborate, look at high interest projects they could act in partnership on, so that we can very flexibly and quickly move in this ecosystem. Normal process for grants is 6 months to 12 months before you get a decision. AI is moving too quickly for that. We need to make sure there is a ready supply of possibility so that people can say there's an opportunity, we can move from funding from one thing we've got to work in partnership with someone else and act on that opportunity now. And that ultimately is how we will ensure the state of the art. Next slide, please. So just pull a few of those out. I won't dwell on the Alan Turing Institute because obviously heard them earlier. But we are a major stakeholder in the Alan Turing Institute. It's the UK's National Institute for Data Science and AI. Let me just skip to the next slide. I think the key points I want to make around this is it's funds across multiple areas. So sorry, next slide, please. So I think the key thing around this is it is around AI and data science, but don't think that means it is working specifically on the development, the very low level development of those technologies. Actually, the application space, and for anyone who wants to go and read the Alan Turing Institute strategy, they've recently set out a number of their mission areas, which they're going to be looking at for the next 5 years. And it's really around how AI is applied to high priority areas within the environment. And these are just a few of the examples of things that the Alan Turing Institute have done over the last, I think, 5 years or so. So it's really a high opportunity investment. I'd say that the way in which it convenes the landscape and brings people together is a vital role for Alan Turing. And really how it can act as a convener for all the different voices in AI is something we continue to have conversations with and they continue to deliver on. Next slide, please. A very brief word on a couple of investments we're making in trustworthy and responsible AI or autonomous systems. I know there's a difference with this Venn diagram. So first of all, sort of a historic investment. The Trustworthy Autonomous Systems Programme was funded a few years ago now, about £33 million, to very much take a multidisciplinary approach in socio-technical to look at the development and deployment of autonomous systems. So really, how does it drive various aspects of autonomy, specifically or embodied AI? It's been working very closely with government. It's published a number of white papers on the subject and has put a lot of research, both through the hub, but also the Trustworthy Autonomous System nodes, in reliability, in trust, in validation and verification, and really trying to act into this area. Next slide, please. And as a follow-up to this, so this has just been funded, pretty much. So Responsible AI UK has come from additional government funding that we managed to wrangle. And essentially, this is a specific responsible AI investment. It's very much a flexible investment which works across a number of universities already, but is charged with working with the whole ecosystem to change the way in which we do research and think about responsible AI in the UK. It's flexible funding to fund academics, businesses, anyone who wants to do responsible AI research, and it's really about changing the conversation we're having to make sure the UK can be well leading with this. It's focused on the ecosystem creation, it's focused around the innovation program, and again, hope you can hear me, ignore the large planes, a skills program, and also public and policy engagement. Working in partnership with other people in the landscape, for example, Turing, we're very much anticipating this is going to be one of the key investments that can bring people together to make sure these conversations can happen, and active partnership with people like NPL, BSI, and the Standards Hub in how we drive the linkage between R&I and standards. Right, next slide, please. We'll wrap up the last two. So very quick on innovation funding. So this takes various forms. The Bridge AI I'll come on to momentarily. There's also a lot of funding that goes into work between collaborative R&D between universities and businesses. Project Bluebird, for example, looking at the first AI system to control airspace in live trials, looking at a framework for responsible adoption of artificial intelligence in the financial service industry. These are the areas in which actually we're seeing those collaborations, which is setting some of the early stage standards for how things could and should work in sector specific areas. Next slide, please. And a word on Bridge AI. So this is Innovate UK's major program in AI. It's around 100 million, funding directly into businesses and in specific priority technology sectors. It's really around connecting businesses with AI experts, and there's a lot of collaborative R&D will be part of the overall program. It is around developing trusted AI services, so trustworthiness and responsibility at the heart of it, and they've already funded a number of businesses to look at how responsibility works in a business context and what that would mean for an industry or set of industries, and trying to supercharge UK innovation in specific potential sectors around agriculture, construction, transportation and creative industries, and really focused on that productivity aspect. Next slide, please. 1 minute to go. So I think just as a final, I'll make sure I see ecosystem as many times as possible. So I think this really is how we're trying to move the UK to be more connected. It is around how we can change the whole of the ecosystem and really be able to move quickly such that we can influence standards, such that research and innovation can happen quicker and easier than it has done before. Bridging the valley of death is always difficult, but actually making it as flexible and agile as possible is our best chance of doing that, and to embed responsibility as we go along as well. We believe that will take a cross-disciplinary approach that brings other talents from all different sectors, all different disciplines, but also active facilitation, which is why we are funding in such a way to put funds into the ecosystem so that there is that availability to very flexibly act on an opportunity, bring people together around a particular idea. I've spoken far too long, so I'll shut up and let people ask some questions. Next slide, please, and thank you.
Thanks. We've got for one question, and that is, how do we get academics to get more involved in the standards making process?
So I think I know there are academics who are quite involved in it. I think at the moment it is quite well, not specialist, but I think there's not as many of them as there could be. I think some of it is around incentivization, frankly. I think a lot of academic career paths are judged by papers, by X, Y, and Z. And I think for some areas of technology, having your name on standards or being involved in the development is a career boost. In others, less so. I think changing the culture around that, which I think is partially around how, for example, UKRI funds. I think it's also around how we talk to universities and look at job opportunities, but also actually just bring them together and starting to have those conversations. I think for a lot of academics, it may just not be something they think about, especially not if they don't work directly with industry. It's interesting, and I could harp on about this, because I think in robotics, for example, I think you see a lot closer working between academia and standards. I think across a lot of engineering disciplines, that's true. Perhaps less so in some of the certainly more fundamental computer sciences and mathematics, simply because the connection isn't immediately obvious. But I do think it is something we need to get closer to, and especially if we want to see the UK taking a global position on this, making sure the standards we have reflect the cutting edge thinking in the area is the only way we will influence on this space. I don't think it's a panacea. I don't think it completely fixes everything, but I think it's a very good start.
Great, thanks, James. I think we should leave it there and move on to the next speakers. But thank you very much for your very in-depth and informative presentation. There's loads that I could talk about. I could talk about these things for ages. Perhaps something for another time. But thanks, James. I'll move on to the next speakers now. Cheers. Right. Companies are very eager to do business in a responsible way, and they are increasingly looking to standards development organisations such as BSI and the wider ecosystem to help them do that, particularly when there are legitimate concerns about the potential directions of travel that a new technology may well be going in. So I'm joined now by a couple of speakers from industry to describe how they are linking policy and standards to drive more responsible AI. First, Abdul Latif, who will then hand over to Adam. Over to you, Abdul Latif.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Ben, for the introduction. And I'm waiting for the first slides. So at the meantime, I can present myself. I'm Abdelatif Benjeloun Twimi, and I am a senior manager for industry standard within Amazon Web Services. So having heard all this presentation this morning about the importance of standards and some links to regulation, I would like to go a little bit further to show how responsible AI standards can constitute kind of the base layer for shaping interoperable AI policies and regulation across the world. So next slide, please. So my presentation mainly will be just come back to some basics about international standards, make the link between standards AO and policy, and give examples of that through the EU AI Act and what's ongoing in the UK. Before going a little bit deeper for specific standards, I think we have heard about it, the 42001 coming from ISO IEC. Next slide, please. So let's start from the beginning. I think we have heard a lot of things about international standards and how they can play a key role for AI. But I would like to remind some basics why we are doing that and why really standards and international ones are very important. So generally, standards are not aiming mainly for technical side, but mainly to solve specific business and societal problems in context that includes different stakeholders, and this is very important and to underline, and at scale, so worldwide. Having all that, generally they solve a lot of these problems and remove a number of market barriers for adoption of the technology, making the technology beneficial for the society and the customer in general. And generally, standards have been associated with interoperability. Well, for sure, this is one of the objectives, but not the only one. But still, this is generally one of the important keys there. So why interoperability? Mainly to make the products and services adopted by the market globally, and this reduce the cost, reduce trade frictions, and improve the market adoption. Also, it benefits the end user and the customer, because by providing interoperability and interfaces between the different stakeholders, you are able to build the state-of-the-art technology and products by encompassing the different tools and pieces of the puzzle. And at the end of the day, it's the customer and the end user who is beneficial of that. But there is another important aspect of standards is about providing trustworthiness and confidence. And this is by providing visibility on the technology, for example, on its characteristic, usages, functionalities, and all. And such that we gain confidence both from the customer, regulators, and other stakeholders. Next slide, please. So having set these basic elements, I think it is important to set the links clearly and in a precise way between the different initiatives that we are seeing across the world. I think 5 or 6 years ago, all these movements about responsible AI started, and different countries and international organizations started to set up kind of high-level strategies and policies, because they have seen a lot of benefit in AI, but at the same time seen some risks and legitimate possible harm to the society and individuals. So they wanted to tackle all that. And this is done at this high-level layer that I call AI high-level strategies and policies. So besides having that at the level of the countries, you find organizations like OECD, UNESCO, European Commission that have a lot of activities on that. And based on these philosophical principles, we have seen also a number of regulatory framework developing within either regions like Europe or countries in order to reflect these high-level principles. So finally, AI standards come at the base layer. They will be the tools and the technical means to implement the requirements coming from these regulations and to make them operational. They are also the tools to provide some accountability for the different stakeholders by defining elements about governance, how to approach risk management, and others. And they don't only provide the requirements, but they also provide the way how to conform these requirements, and this is what we call conformity assessment and certifications. So having this base layer on this pyramid that is based on standards, and mainly international standards, will allow kind of a global interoperability across jurisdiction. Even we will have different regulatory framework, and this is normal and understandable because they are coming from generally elected organization and institution within each country, depending on their societal choice, culture, and others. But if we use standards to make them operational, we can ensure some kind of interoperability. Next slide, please. So, having set this connection, let's look at it from a specific example. Well, the famous EU Act is famous, and we call it also the Brussels effect because Europe has been at the forefront to develop this regulation. They have chosen to develop kind of law or regulation that is horizontal, that is risk-based, and in order to develop set of requirements for high-risk AI systems. And to make this regulation operational, they will be, and they are also already developing what we call harmonized standards. So harmonized standards have specific meaning in Europe in the sense that if you conform to the requirements, you will automatically be complied with the regulation. And this is the strength and the kind of beauty. And this is also the beauty of this is coming from this new legislative framework that allows this good capability. And here we see how standards can provide kind of direct conformance to the law. So concretely, European Commission have issued the final versions of the standardization request. So this is kind of the what should be standardized to Sensenelec by the end of last May. And we know exactly what kind of standard we have to develop, and Sensenelec is working on that. So more precisely, there is 10 technical areas, and if we look at them, they are not at the same level. They have the same importance, but some of them have some kind of overarching role, like the quality management system. Risk management is cross-cutting, but we have also these technical elements on AI systems like data quality and governance, transparency, accuracy, robustness, cybersecurity, and human oversight. And besides that, all those elements that should provide a requirement, we should have conformity assessment standards to show the compliance and hence the conformance to the EU AI Act. So what's ongoing currently in Sensenelec is mainly to prepare response to this standardization request. And a very important work ongoing currently is also to kind of structure all these elements, not to respond element by element, but put them in one architecture and one global structure, and to show the interrelation between them and how they interact between them. And this is very important because we would like to come up with a set of standards that is really complete, that is flexible, that is very efficient to respond to this standardization request. Next slide, please. So as I have just mentioned here, developing standard is somehow should be based on some kind of principles, especially when we talk here about responsible AI. And the main idea is not to tackle the technology per se, because this is not the intention. The main intention is the use of the technology and the impact of the technology on both individual societies, and also by considering that it should bring some benefit to all these stakeholders. And this is why it is important to, when developing standards for responsible AI, to consider the use case and the context. And this is what we call context-based approach. Also, a risk-based approach is important because the requirements and also the kind of mitigations and the process we would like to specify should be proportionate to the risk. And this is clear, for example, in the EU AI Act, where we specify different kinds of AI systems going from very low risk to high risk AI systems. And taking into consideration the role of each stakeholders in AI value chain is also very important, because all stakeholders have not the same hat, the same responsibilities, and we should be careful when dealing with that. So, and this is very good, very well mentioned in the ISO IEC 22989, that is dealing with the roles of the stakeholders. And we are differentiating, for example, between the developer, the deployer of the AI systems, and also the user of AI systems. So all these principles are important, and they should lead to a set of standards, as I mentioned, that is complete. It should fulfill all or bring all the requirements that regulation are needed, effective in a way that it should not be oversized or bring in burden to some kind of stakeholders when they have to implement these standards, like SMEs. Otherwise, it will be a kind of break to innovation, and this is very important. So effectiveness, bringing just the right requirements needed and the right recommendation is very important. Also flexible, because technology is moving on fast pace. We cannot really predict what's coming in the next 2 or 3 years, which is the time to develop one standard. So this is why flexibility, being able to replace standards with other ones, and also specifying the standards at the high level, is very important. And finally, interoperability, and the global interoperability, as I mentioned at the beginning, is a key to this set of standards. Next slide, please. So given this principle, I think it's worth looking on what's ongoing here in the UK, especially coming from the UK policy paper issued on, I think, the last version on June. And I believe that the approach adopted by the UK for the moment is a very good one, because first, it takes into account this proportionality and the risk-based approach. Secondly, it's leaving the freedom for sector regulators to somehow deal with their sectors because they know very well the problems there. They focus on the impact of the technology and not the technology per se, and they take into always into consideration the fact that AI is mainly for innovation. So we should have some balance in mind when dealing with all that. And in terms of standards, it is clear that the paper pushed for the adoption and the use of international standards in order also to have some interoperability between these different sector regulators. And it is important here to see how this paper have tackled and see how we should look at the standards. So in my slide, I have tried to illustrate that by these figures, showing that at the base level and the first layer, we should have a kind of sector agnostic AI command foundation standards. On top of them, we should tackle specific AI issues like transparency and others, but still all this will be adopted by multiple sectors and not only specific to one sector. And at the top level, this is where really sector-specific technical standards should be developed. So in my opinion, this approach is very good and nice one, and should be taken as good concept of thinking about that. But I would like just to mention here one of the challenges that we should tackle. It's not a big deal, but still we have to point it out, is this interplay and integration between vertical and horizontal standards, mainly between the top level layer and the two ones underlying them. So this is something that the industry and the different stakeholders have to deal with in the future. Next slide, please. So having given these high-level elements and descriptions and the principles, I would like just to link that to something more concrete with the ISO IEC 42001, the famous one that we have heard about it a lot of time this morning, and to show that how these standards is somehow fulfilling a number of these kind of best practices and principles I've talked about, and fulfilling regulations. So though it is management system standards, it allows a lot of improvement in terms of trustworthiness of AI systems. So an organization implementing these management systems will be very likely with the high percentage that to get AI systems developed or deployed that are trustworthy. However, if an organization does not implement this, there is low chance. Well, it can be, it can have trustworthy AI systems, but with low chance. This is why it is important as a basic element in the whole standards set puzzle. Other important things is that the standard is scalable and modular, so it fits all organizations from SMEs to big companies, and gives this flexibility due to the fact that it is risk-based. It's worth also mentioning here that this is not something new. Well, companies and organizations are very familiar with a lot of management systems, mainly for quality, the 9001, but also for security and privacy, the 27001 and the 27701 series. So in the next slide, I'm just trying to pinpoint out some key elements of the standards. Next slide, please. Just before. So I think this have been explained more in detail before, but it's interesting and important to see that the standards set a number of controls and the best practice to reduce risks. Among them, the establishment of AI policies, defining roles and responsibilities, impact assessment, but also some specific technical elements like on data management and transparency. Next slide, please. So to summarize my my presentation and as key takeaway, I would say that it is important to see here how international AI standards will be kind of really the base layer, the foundation layer, and the operational layer to achieve the responsible AI goals, and also allow the kind of interoperability between different regulation frameworks across the world. And this is something very, very important, not only for the industry, but also for the whole stakeholders. Because at the end of the day, we would like to harvest and get the benefit from AI and all the innovations around it without having the risks and having kind of responsible AI. So thank you very much. And I come to the end of my presentation, and I will hand on to Adam to give more view about the AI standards landscape. Thank you.
Thanks, Abdulatif. Okay, hi everybody. My name's Adam Leon Smith. I am CTO at a company called Dragonfly that focuses on product development and consultancy. I'm also chair of the British Computer Society's Fellows Technical Advisory Group, synthesizing what our members think into policy positions that the BCS takes. I'm on the board of a non-profit called For Humanity, which is a grassroots initiative focusing on the impact of AI on humanity. And last but certainly not least, given the conversation, I'm an ISO IEC and Sensenelec AI standardization delegate. So I'm a bit of an accidental standards developer in that in 2018, I was working with my team on developing a product which was helping allocate work within a team. And it was doing that using machine learning. I had some vague awareness that there were some potential issues around bias related to machine learning. And I set out kind of to find out what I should do. And in order to figure out what I had to do, I had to do a full literature review and read about 30 papers in order to come up with, a set of actions that I could take away and do to try and reduce or mitigate the risks of bias. So I started looking at why aren't there any technical standards or best practices on this that are more consumable by practitioners than doing a literature review. And I wandered into some of the IEEE work and then to the ISO IEC work and joined the ART1 committee, I think at the end of 2018 or the start of 2019. Since then, I've led the project to develop TR 24027, which is about bias in AI. That was a technical report published in 2021. I'm currently leading the international work on a technical specification in relation to bias in machine learning. I've also led the quality model for AI systems, 25059, which was published quite recently. And that is, if you're familiar with software and systems engineering standards, it is an extension of the 25000 series that exists within systems and software engineering and gives a taxonomy to describe the quality of AI systems and how that differs to the quality of traditional or conventional software systems. Within Europe, I'm also leading on the logging work to meet the logging requirements in the AI Act. So ended up quite busy with standards projects. If I can have the next slide, please, I'll just describe what I'm going to be talking about today, which is inclusiveness and stakeholders, both in AI and within AI standardization. And I'm also going to talk about some of the different perspectives that come out on the content as we develop standards and how we work a little bit in ART1, but mostly in the international arena to resolve conflicts and to reach consensus. So going on to the next slide, AI standards are really important. I'm not going to reiterate this. Abdulatif's talked about that, Milan's talked about that. And there are lots of actors in the development and deployment AI system who have different needs from standardization and sometimes have different views. And that's really what standards development is all about. It's about reconciling those viewpoints across the different stakeholders and reaching consensus. And that can take a lot of work, frankly. And in order to reach that consensus, we need to make sure that we have the right representation on all the different committees. If we can go to the next slide. So why is inclusiveness important in the standardization process? So representing diverse perspectives is one thing, but providing access to expertise and knowledge is another. Now, if we're going to develop standards that are going to affect things like the OpenAI ChatGPT service, we need experts on things like NLP, on things like transformer models. So we need different people with different backgrounds in the process. Getting an inclusive group together also builds consensus faster, and it enhances the acceptance of the outputs. The more people from different areas are involved in developing a standard, the more likely they are to take it back to their industry or their community and to endorse it. It's really important at every level we have lots of different types of people. If I can have the next slide, I think. Yeah, so Abdulatif mentioned this, I think Milan mentioned this as well. ISO IEC 22989 has a description of different stakeholders within the AI ecosystem, not the AI standards ecosystem, the AI ecosystem. So on the left, we have platforms like ChatGPT, but we also have APIs that are provided to access AI, which is slightly different to an end user system with a user interface, also provided by OpenAI. So under the AI provider banner, OpenAI is the example du jour. There's two different types of AI system provider. We also have AI producers, so maybe people that develop models, maybe foundation models, and then sell them or provide them through that. We have AI customers and users. So this one's a difficult one because the term AI user here really means the person or organization under whose authority AI is used. In the European AI text, they've now changed this to deployer within the legal text. But this concept is really all about who is making the decision to put a system into use. And again, as other speakers have mentioned, it's the context of use that people are really focused on from a number of angles. Yes, regulation, but also just risk management. Unless you were the person putting a system into place, training the staff, putting guardrails around it, how do you really evaluate the risk that the system poses, and how do you measure the impact it's having on people if you don't know how it's going to be used? So that's a really important distinction, because a lot of the time what you might see with standards is people looking at it from a user / customer / deployer perspective, and looking at different people within this ecosystem for different bits of information that help you put your management system in place. For example, a data provider, you might be using a foundation model from somewhere and then training it with some data that you've outsourced to a company that's hired people to go and annotate that data. There might be information you want to know, like what are the, where was that data annotated? Are these people actually getting paid a decent wage? Is there any risk of bias in the annotation of that data? So information needs to flow around this ecosystem in a way that's starting to be defined in some of the emerging standards. We also have AI partners, so maybe big four systems integrators who help you put systems together, or AI auditors who come in and do a third-party assessment of your AI implementation. These are relevant stakeholders in the ecosystem, but will both receive and provide data as part of the management system. Last but not least, we have AI subjects, someone who's affected by an AI system, and that might be because their data is being used in the training, or it might be because they're being affected by the results of the system. Regulators and policy-making authorities fall under here as well, a little bit awkwardly. But this is not a perfect description, but this is probably the best description of the AI stakeholder ecosystem I've seen, and it's something that is being referenced throughout a lot of the AI standards. So if I can have the next slide. Let's talk about our committee, Part 1, which I've been on since 2018, 2019. So I had a look through the membership of Part 1, and it's actually pretty diverse if you look at it in terms of the types of organizations. We have roughly this, we have 12 to 18% from each of these groups, SMEs, big firms. So big firms might be firms that produce AI, but it's also firms that consume AI and want to consume AI. We have government departments, and agencies. We have liaisons to other committees. Latif was just talking about horizontal and vertical integration. So those are liaisons with other committees that might represent, say, healthcare in standardization of BSI. We have civil society and associations like the British Computer Society. We have individual experts. And last but not least, we have academics. So in a way, we do have some good organizational diversity in our committee, but also not all those people have equal amounts of time, right? So, some people, it's part of their full-time job or their project they're engaged in. Some people, it's very much a side of the desk activity for them. To give you an example of what's not here. So, in the UK and Europe, regulators are looking at HR and employment-related technologies and the use of AI there. And one organisation I'm affiliated with, For Humanity, has identified 58 different use cases for AI, where AI is being used in the employment life cycle. But there is nobody working on standards either in the UK or internationally that I've found at all in that area, in contrast to areas like medical devices and robotics, where people are very much starting to come together in terms of that vertical and horizontal integration with standards. If I can have the next slide, please. When we look at Sensenelec, so the European level, they are using standards they're trying to use standards to enforce fundamental rights and values. So they really are really keen to have as much diversity as possible represented, not only in the national committees, but in the international committees. So various recitals in the AI Act and other places mandate the inclusion of particular stakeholders. And in the EU, you have the concept of Annex 3 organisations, which are organisations that are funded by the European Commission to participate in standards from civil society. If I can have the next slide, we can look at some of those organisations inside JTC 21. So ANEC, is a consumer organisation. The European Trade Union Confederation is active, working to contribute text to standards that references the implications on workers, for example. Small business standards represents a lot of small businesses, and that's really important because small businesses are much less likely to have the resources to invest in standardization. So coming up with novel ways that they can be involved is really important. And I'd reference back to Florian's comments about the workshop we did with the AI Standards Hub, where we looked at quite early work in standards and took back viewpoints from people who aren't involved in standards regularly. That's really useful, and it's good to do that outside of the national voting process, because frankly it's easier to influence standards when they're earlier in their stages before they've got to a voting stage. Other organisations include non-profit, so the Five Rights organisation has just gained liaison status with JTC 21 as well, which is great. But let's go to the next slide and look at that internationally, because also there's a lot of organisations involved in SC42 as well. Organisations like the Big Data Value Association, consumer organisations, European Commission, again, the European trade unions, IEEE. So IEEE is obviously another organisation working on standards. There's a Category A liaison between IEEE and ISO IEC on AI. And to a degree, they are sharing things that they're working on and starting to look at a little more convergence than in the past. There's also other standards organisations, organisations like the OECD, and again, small business standards. And this is just a subset to give you an idea. There are plenty more organisations involved. If I can have the next slide, please. We also have vertical integration. So this is, as previously described, a very important area, because we have standardization committees in Europe and internationally that are focused on horizontal AI standards, not really cognizant of the specific use case. And certainly if we look at the AI Act, for example, there are certain things like accuracy and oversight that it literally specifies in the standardization request they must be considered in the context of the intended purpose. And I think a lot of people want to see, certainly the European Commission wants to see standards that are more akin to product safety standards, that have clear requirements on when something is good enough to be used. And that's going to be impossible at a horizontal level. That kind of work can only happen in the sector-specific or even use case-specific work. To give an example, I am working with a consortium that's working on collaborative robots, and they don't have the support within the standards to use AI in the way they want to use it. So they're starting to get involved in looking at how they can influence the standards process to support their use cases. SC42 has more than 20 different liaisons with other committees, a varying degree of activity, looking at different things. And there's a joint working group now on healthcare informatics, which I think will make a lot of progress in SC42. JTC 21 has been working out its approach to the vertical and horizontal interplay, and certainly things are increasing in pace around that, particularly as it's required by the standardization request. If I can have the next slide, please. We end up with a lot of different views. So I said before, I led the technical report on bias, and that took a few years. And simply agreeing the definition of bias with the different stakeholders was incredibly hard. We have different views, and these aren't allocating views to types of stakeholders so much as giving examples, but there are technology providers that want clear guidance, but they want it to be flexible enough for their users. We have AI users, so that's people who purchase AI or operate it, They want confidence in their supply chain, which is slightly different to AI subjects who want to know that the AI system is trustworthy. The European Commission and some other regulators want to see very clear testable product requirements, which, one of the problems is that isn't really delivered by the flexibility of the management system standard, which is why there has to be a lot of additional work in vertical sectors as well. There are other regulators that want best practices that protect innovation. And there are civil society representatives who have often quite narrow views, like how does this relate to workers or how does this relate to consumers? But hearing their voices is really important. So people are coming at it from all these different perspectives. I mean, there's also another sort of AI audit use case where people really want clarity on what they're supposed to be auditing against. I think some of those have a lot of experience of doing management system audits and may do quite well with 42001. Others probably want more certainty. If I can have the next slide, please. I'll just flag some of the key debates that this tends to drive. It's not the only driver of these debates, it's one of them. So one good one is should versus shall. Should something be specified as guidance in a document, or should it be specified as an absolute requirement? And there's lots of discussions around that. Is it technically justified in every possible use case? Is it something that an alternative solution could be envisaged by a user that would be good enough? Is it something that can be explicitly tested and verified for certification purposes? And getting it right is really important, because what we don't want is a standard that has so many requirements nobody can adhere to it, or that the cost of adhering it is too high and dampens innovation. On the other hand, we want clarity on what should be achieved by the system. So lots of debate there. There's lots of debate on how much detail we go into in something. Do we go into less detail in certain areas to allow people a more flexible approach, or do we specify in quite a lot of detail how they should do things, what they should aim to achieve? There's also there's obviously regulators in some of the standardization meetings, and they have a particular focus, but ultimately standardization is mostly resourced by industry and academia, and we're not just there to support the regulators, we're also there to support industry. There's also debates around whether standards should be limited to the scope of the law or whether it can go further. We're developing standards in Europe, for example, to meet the requirements of the AI Act. But if there's something that's obviously best practice and obviously is done and should be done, why would we not add it to a standard showing best practice, even if the law makers haven't gone and added it explicitly? So that debate is also raging in some circles. If I can have the next slide, please. So how do we actually get to how do we get anything done with all these different views? So all projects go through two sort of main phases. An expert mode phase, whether experts, delegates from the UK, delegates from other countries, debating the technical topics. And they often present written technical views. In fact, you may know that the reason that compact discs are the exact size that they are is somebody made a very long technical presentation about how Beethoven's Ninth wouldn't fit on it if it was smaller. We do a lot of informal polling around those technical views. Polling, we're not a democracy, we're trying to reach consensus, but that can be quite useful for testing the room and testing the direction of different proposals. And a lot of what I do as a project leader is fire up Word and put lots of different options on the screen for a particular sentence or paragraph, and get experts to vote or comment on different versions, so we can try and move to a version of the text, or often a version of the sentence that has the most consensus in the room. And what we're aiming for is a lack of sustained dissent, that people stop disagreeing on it and reach some consensus, demonstrated through that lack of sustained dissent. And this is a really important place to be involved. We have half a dozen probably Art 1 committee members who are actively involved in expert mode. We need more, because that's one of the most important stages, as it really drives the work. We then move into national body mode, which is where things come to Art 1 for voting and comments, all committee members can send comments back, and we get together and make sure there's no conflicting opinions and that we're speaking with a single voice. And then we go into structured meetings in national body mode with other countries where views are presented. Again, there's some informal polling, very similar process. Often we'll end up firing up Word again and trying to get everyone to align around a sentence, but people are speaking for their nation, not in their expert opinion. Again, we're trying to reach a lack of sustained dissent and the best consensus, because after that we've got to go through another round of voting usually. So I won't talk about all the different stages of standards, but normally there's kind of at least 2 voting stages where national bodies can make comments. So this is why standards can take several years to develop. As you can imagine, having all these different viewpoints and complex technical topics, getting to and also allowing time for people to take the time to write down written technical views that can be properly presented, and giving proper time for people to reply to them, takes a long time. But it's a very rewarding process. So I would encourage anybody who's thinking about joining the standards development process in AI to get in touch with BSI. And I think that's my last slide. Yes, it is. Okay, so happy to take questions now or when appropriate. Thank you.
Thanks, Adam, and thanks, Abdul Latif, as well. We just got a couple of minutes for questions. So one thing that did pique my interest, Adam, was that slide about consensus. Because consensus is a very important part of standards making, as you know. But when you are trying to engage with a wider group of stakeholders across some quite highly contentious issues sometimes, do BSI need to look at different consensus models, do you think, to be able to come up with standards that really reflect the views of these people, that really take on board their input into the consensus?
No, I don't think we need to change the definition of consensus. I think, can we have better tools to support reaching consensus? Probably. And I know there's lots of innovation going on around that with online collaboration tools. I think consensus ultimately is reached based on the technical merits of the arguments, which is actually why going out to more stakeholders can help with that, because you can get more views, more validation, more input, more use cases, which can often help convince people who have different views that there is a wider view. So I really think inclusiveness is the solution to getting better consensus, possibly with some flashy tools.
Yeah,
Thanks,
I think
Adam.
I can add.
Anything to add to that, Abdul?
Yeah, well, I think this is a very good question, and I would like just to, well, one of the issues with responsible AI standards is we are tackling a problem that is multifaceted. This is not only technical standards. I would say that technical standards are easy somehow, because I've been involved in other forums that are purely technical, and there you have kind of some objective tools to test every statement, every requirement, every proposal through technical means. Well, technology, you have a lot of ways to do that, and generally the best performing technology is chosen. Here you have somehow what I will call some subjective elements, and this is what makes things somehow sometimes very difficult, with a lot of debate and how to reach consensus. What is the real, well, the best solution? How to what is the best solution? This is already the main questions of this kind of discussions, and this is the main challenge, I would say, for this type of standards.
Okay, that's great feedback, and something which I think we should bear in mind for the AI Standards Hub and BSI in general. We'll call it a day though, because I think people will be desperate for a break. So thanks, Adam. Thanks, Abdul Latif. Those are a couple of really great presentations that really enlightened us. Thank you. As I said, I think we should have a break there. Let's all come back at 12 o'clock UK time, which is in 15 minutes time, just if you're under any disillusion. Where we'll start at 12 o'clock prompt on the next set of presentations. So see you in 15 minutes. Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. Hope you enjoyed your very short break that we gave you. So moving on to the next session. You will have noticed in the last few sessions that there's been a lot of attention given about how we ensure that AI evolves and goes in the right direction. And as part of that, governance is absolutely key. And creating a consensus on what good looks like in terms of governance is a crucial part of standards being part of the solution. So to discuss that in a bit more detail, I'm delighted to be joined by Nuala from the Centre for Data Ethics and Innovation, who will go into this in a bit more depth. Nuala, over to you.
Perfect. Thanks so much. So hi, everyone. First, just to say thank you so much for having me today. Really excited to be here and joining the conversation about the role of standards in the digital world. So my name is Nuala Polo, and I'm a Senior Policy Advisor and the AI Assurance Lead at the Centre for Data Ethics and Innovation. And we are in the government's Department for Science, Innovation and Technology. Next slide, please. Perfect. So CDI is a UK government expert body, and we're really working to enable the trustworthy use of data and AI through both AI governance and AI assurance. So today I'll be speaking about the role of standards in supporting AI governance more widely, and really looking at how this can help to reap the potential benefits that AI technologies can pose while identifying and mitigating the potential risks and harms. Next slide, please. So just a bit of a brief agenda for the talk. My talk will be about 30 minutes, and then we'll have the opportunity for Q&A at the end. So really happy to hear from you. But I'll begin with a bit of an overview of the AI governance landscape. So we'll be looking a little bit at what the UK has proposed in March in the white paper, and having a really kind of high level overview of some of the other kind of international governance approaches. I'll then provide a bit of an overview of tools for trustworthy AI, so looking at both assurance techniques and standards, and thinking about how these can support AI governance more widely. And then I'll go through kind of two examples of how standards can really support governance. So firstly, looking at how standards can really kind of support and underpin assurance techniques, and then looking at how standards can help to kind of operationalize and implement some of those proposed regulatory principles in practice. And then at the very end, I'll just point you towards some resources that I think are useful if you're kind of interested in learning a bit more. Next slide, please. So starting with a bit of an overview of the AI governance landscape, and one more slide, please. I think it's helpful to take a step back and kind of ask, what do we mean when we're talking about AI governance? So as many of you will know, AI is obviously becoming increasingly prevalent across all aspects of our society. And we're seeing many examples of all the kind of amazing things that AI may be able to do in order to kind of tackle a range of different social challenges. So this can be, supporting medical advances to kind of mitigating some of the effects of climate change, for example. However, as AI becomes increasingly embedded across the economy, it's really important to ensure that it's well governed. And when we talk about governance, we're referring to kind of a range of different mechanisms. So that can be kind of laws, regulations, policies, institutions, norms, etc. And these can all be used to really help kind of outline processes for making decisions about AI. And the goal of these measures or mechanisms, as I mentioned, is being able to kind of maximize and reap the benefits, because we do think that these technologies can do some really amazing things, but we need to make sure that we're kind of identifying and then mitigating those potential risks and harms. Now, when we talk about AI governance, I think it's important to note that at this stage, there's a lot of different approaches to AI governance, and these are looking quite divergent across the international landscape. So I thought before kind of diving into the role that standards can play, it would be helpful to have a little bit of an overview of what some of these different approaches to AI governance look like. And I'll start with the UK. So next slide, please. So the UK has proposed, as of March 2023, a pro-innovation and principles-based approach to AI governance. So in this model, we have kind of 5 cross-sectoral principles, and AI will need to align with these principles kind of regardless of the sector in which it's deployed. So if you're using AI in HR and recruitment, or in finance, or in connected and automated vehicles, it will still need to align with these kind of underlying principles. Now I'll go into the principles in a little bit more detail in a second, but just at a high level to say these are based on the OECD AI principles, and these are safety, security, and robustness, transparency and explainability, fairness, accountability and governance, and contestability and redress. So we have these kind of cross-sectoral principles that are the foundation. And then the proposed approach really then talks about leveraging the existing expertise from UK regulators, because the challenges that will be faced in each of these different domains will look quite different. And so we want to kind of help use that existing expertise of the sectoral regulators to kind of outline what compliance with those principles might look like across the different sectors. So for example, regulators might determine what fairness in an AI context looks like in their regulatory remit, because fairness is likely to look quite different in healthcare versus HR and recruitment versus finance, etc. So we have these principles, we'll have the regulators that will think a little bit more about kind of implementing those principles in practice, but then we also have the kind of proposed central functions, which will help to kind of drive coherence and make sure that there's, you know, support and upskilling opportunities for the regulators in this space. Next slide, please. So that's kind of a very high level overview of the proposed approach, but just to dive a little bit more into what these principles are, because I think it's really helpful to kind of understand, you know, what are we actually trying to achieve? What outcomes are we trying to align with? So we have the kind of 5 proposed principles here. So the first is that AI must be safe, secure, and robust. So this ultimately refers to kind of technical security and safety of the system, and we'll look at mechanisms for kind of ongoing risk assessment, monitoring, mitigation, etc. Second, we have that AI must be appropriately transparent and explainable. So this really means that someone needs to be able to understand and explain how or why an AI-enabled system has made a particular decision or taken a particular action. And here I think it's important to note, it says appropriate, because the level of detail and the information required is likely to look really different depending on the target audience. So you're explaining the outcome of a system to a developer or an auditor or an end user or an affected individual, how you're going to communicate that outcome is going to look really different. Third, the AI system needs to be fair. So this means that the system shouldn't kind of jeopardize or undermine fundamental legal and human rights. It shouldn't discriminate unfairly. It shouldn't create unfair outcomes. So that's quite kind of a big one. Fourth, we have that there needs to be kind of appropriate governance and accountability measures in place. So this is really thinking about kind of organizational governance measures that can be used to monitor, assess, and mitigate potential risks across the AI lifecycle. And then finally, we have contestability and routes for redress. So this principle is really around making sure that end users and affected individuals have a means for contesting a decision or an outcome that might cause harm. So those are the 5 principles that kind of underline the UK approach. Next slide, please. Now, I won't spend too much time on the central functions, but just to kind of note, there's also been a series of functions that have been proposed to really support the implementation of these principles in practice. So these will include kind of identifying, assessing, and monitoring AI risks to make sure that we kind of know what's on the horizon. It might also include creating test beds and sandboxes, so in kind of a safe environment, being able to actually test some potential interventions and see if they're fit for purpose. And then we also would have a central function proposed around kind of promoting international interoperability with other governance frameworks, because as you'll see in a moment, the kind of high-level frameworks are starting to diverge depending on where you're looking. And so we really want to understand how the mechanisms for implementing those governance frameworks can be as kind of coherent and aligned and interoperable as possible. Next slide, please. So as kind of outlined in those slides, the UK is taking this kind of pro-innovation and principles-based approach to AI governance, but we're seeing that different countries are taking kind of a variety of approaches. So again, not in too much detail, but just at a high level. This slide is drawing on a report that was put out in February by CEMIA, CEIMIA, and it was a comparative framework of different AI regulatory policies. And just in brief detail, kind of go through the countries on this slide. So in the EU, we have, of course, the EU AI Act, which, unlike the UK approach, is this kind of horizontal and risk-based approach to AI governance. And this will focus on risk thresholds and then kind of defining specific requirements and proportionate obligations according to the classification of risk level of a system. And in the EU, we also have the AI Liability Directive, which aims to kind of harmonize national liability rules for AI systems. In Canada, we have 2 pieces of regulation in this space. So there's the Directive on Automated Decision Making, and this applies to government institutions and focuses a little bit more on kind of algorithmic impact assessment, transparency, assurance, etc. And the second is proposed, and this is the ADA, so the Artificial Intelligence and Data Act, and this would apply to kind of private sector and trade, looking a little bit more at kind of high impact systems, biased outputs, and data processing. In the US, they're proposing a soft approach, a little bit more similar to the UK's approach, which combines kind of overarching principles with an emphasis on that really kind of contextual governance of potential harms. And here we have the blueprint for the AI Bill of Rights, which is kind of a national value statement about 5 core values and how these can be enforced. And in addition, there's the NIST Risk Management Framework, or the RMF, which was developed in collaboration both with public and private sector. And this is a voluntary resource that really focuses on kind of helping stakeholders to govern, map, measure, and manage different AI risks across the life cycle. And then finally, in China, we have this kind of mixed soft law initiatives for AI in general, with some hard law policies around really specific technologies. So the Ministry of Science and Technology has introduced some cross-cutting soft law AI ethics principles and norms, but then the CAC, so the Cyberspace Administration of China, has also introduced some secondary legislation for very specific technologies. So for example, we've seen that for recommender systems. Next slide, please. So yeah, that's kind of a high level view of just some of the different governance frameworks that are out there. And in this section, I wanted to focus on, okay, so we have these governance frameworks. Now, what are some of the tools that exist that we can use to actually kind of implement some of those governance strategies in practice? So next slide, please. So this is where we call them tools for trustworthy AI can kind of come in and support. So what are tools for trustworthy AI? I think it's helpful to have a look at this graphic and think about this kind of in the wider governance picture. So as I mentioned in the kind of beginning, when we're talking about AI governance, we're kind of asking, what are the risks posed by AI systems, and how can we look to kind of address and mitigate some of these risks? So in this graphic here at the top, we have kind of unique risks posed by AI. So for example, safety, security, and privacy. And then in the box below, we have the kind of emerging regulatory or governance frameworks that exist that are going to try to start addressing and mitigating some of these risks. So for example, we have in the UK, the white paper that's now been proposed. And as you'll now know, in the white paper, we have these principles. So it's principles-based regulation, that the systems need to be fair, transparent, explainable, etc. But this is where we kind of come to the question of, okay, how do we assess systems against these principles? You know, how do we know if a system is any of those things? How do we know if it's compliant? Now, this is where we think that tools for trustworthy AI can really come in and provide that kind of support. And when we talk about tools for trustworthy AI, there's kind of 2 buckets that we think these fall into. So on the one hand, we have assurance techniques. So these can include, you know, impact assessments, audits, maybe in the future certification, and I'll speak a little bit more about assurance in a moment. But this also includes and is very kind of closely linked to SDO developed standards. So SDO, we're referring to standards development organizations like BSI, like ISO, IEC, IEEE. And a combination of these tools of standards and assurance techniques can really help us to kind of test and assess AI systems against those principles and help us to kind of operationalize and break down and implement some of those principles in practice. So those are the 2 kind of tools that we're really focused on in government. And today I'll obviously be focusing on standards, but standards link very closely to assurance. So we'll be talking about them kind of in conjunction with one another as well. Next slide, please. So today I'll be speaking about the role of standards for governance, and I'll highlight these 2 kind of key ways in which we think standards can really support governance. So in this first section, I'll talk about how standards can support and pin a range of techniques. So many assurance techniques won't be particularly under effective without those standards. And then second, I'll talk about how standards can help to kind of operationalize and implement. So next, sorry, I hope you're still able to connection's a bit funny. I turned off my webcam, but if you're able to go to the next slide, hopefully I can continue on. Amazing, thank you. So first, have a think about how standards can support and underpin a range of different assurance techniques. So before diving into assurance techniques, I think it's helpful to, again, take a step back and ask, okay, what do we mean when we're talking about AI assurance? So assurance is not unique to AI. Assurance is already practiced in safety critical industries, in financial auditing, in cybersecurity, etc. And the goal of assurance is really to kind of build justified trust. So we want to know that the system that we're using is trustworthy, and we want to make sure that people actually trust it and have confidence that it's going to do what it says on the tin. So assurance builds this confidence by kind of measuring, evaluating, and communicating something about a system. Next slide, please. And in the context of AI, we're really going to be thinking about, okay, how do we measure, evaluate, and communicate whether or not that system is trustworthy? Next slide, please. So what do we mean when we're talking about a trustworthy system? Trustworthy is obviously quite a kind of nebulous concept. So I think for our purposes, it can be helpful to refer to those regulatory principles. So when we're talking about assurance in terms of the regulatory principles, we're thinking about, okay, how do we measure, evaluate, and communicate whether an AI system is, technically safe, secure, and robust, whether it's transparent and explainable, whether it's fair, whether it's accountable, whether there's an opportunity for clear routes for redress. Now, how do we measure, evaluate, and communicate this about a system? This is where we think assurance techniques can play a really valuable role. And there's kind of a range of techniques that can be used to assure AI systems. So these range from kind of less formal and more qualitative techniques, including kind of impact assessment and impact evaluation, to more formal and mathematical or quantitative techniques, which might include kind of performance testing and formal verification of a system. And what I will really want to bring out today is that many of these different techniques, regardless of what they're measuring, are really underpinned by technical standards. And while the goal of these standards is the same, I just kind of wanted to run through the different types of standards that can all be really fundamental to supporting these different assurance techniques. So first, we have foundational standards, and these are really helpful in kind of building that shared understanding by establishing common definitions and terminology. So understanding what are we actually trying to measure, making sure that we're using those kind of shared concepts and that we're all kind of on that same page when we're using an assurance engagement. We also have process standards, and these are around kind of finding good practices for organizational process. So this could be around kind of management processes, governance assessment, or risk management, making sure you kind of have that underlying processes, risk processes, so making a governance system in place. We also have measurement standards. So these are really around identifying kind of metrics and methods for measuring engagement. And then finally, we have performance standards, and these are around kind of setting those specific thresholds or levels of acceptability. So how do I know if it's safe to deploy my system? I've done my assurance engagement. What does that outcome tell me? So all of these different types of standards can really help to underpin assurance techniques. And what we like to say is that without these standards that provide this kind of baseline and sense of coherence, the assurance engagement will really provide advice rather than assurance. And to provide a little bit of a better idea of what this can look like, we'll look at how standards can support one particular assurance technique. So we'll have a look at bias audit. Next slide, please. So bias audit is an assurance technique that's really focused on assessing the inputs or the outputs or both of an algorithmic system in order to detect bias in that system. So this could include testing for bias in the data, for example, that's been used to train the system, or it could be used to kind of detect or assess bias in the outcomes of a system, which could be, a decision, a prediction, a classification, etc. So just to say, this is by no means kind of a comprehensive mapping, but I just wanted to give you a bit of an idea of how ranging the relevant standards might be and what some of these might look like for a bias audit. So we'll start with foundational standards. So in this context, foundational standards could help us to understand, okay, what do we mean by bias? What do we mean by fairness in this context? What are we actually trying to measure with a bias audit? And again, I won't kind of go into too much detail, but have just listed a few relevant standards. So we have one here on algorithmic bias considerations and one on bias in AI systems and AI-aided decision-making that could help to kind of provide some of that foundation for the audit. We then might look at process standards. So in this context, thinking, okay, what are the organizational governance or risk processes that you have in place as an organization that will really help to support responsible and fair innovation? So here, I'm sure you've heard about it many times today, but of course, 42001, so the management system standard, as well as 23894, which is about kind of risk management for the organization. Once you have those in place, then we would think about measurement standards. So when you're doing bias audit, what are the metrics and methods that you're actually going to use in order to measure bias in an algorithmic system? So how do you perform that test? And here standards can, again, really help to provide that kind of baseline, both method and metric for a particular engagement. Again, 2 standards that might be relevant listed here. One around bias in AI systems and AI-aided decision-making, and one on the treatment of unwanted bias in classification and regression ML tasks. And then finally, we might look to performance standards. So you're kind of asking, okay, once I've actually done my bias audit, what is an acceptable outcome? How can I know whether or not it's kind of safe to deploy the system? And here I referred to the same standards as above. So again, just to kind of note, in no way comprehensive, but just trying to illustrate the different ways that standards can and we think should underpin different assurance techniques, and to try to demonstrate that these standards help us to really develop that shared set of expectations to really ensure coherence and consistency across assurance service providers. So without standards, I could perform a bias audit, my colleague John could perform a bias audit in a completely different way. Our colleague Ben could perform a bias audit, again, in a completely different way. You don't really know who to trust. You don't really know what methods or metrics have been used. And so kind of encouraging standards adoption can really help to establish that baseline and, again, avoid that kind of individual advice and rather provide assurance. Next slide, please. So that's a bit of an example of how standards can play a fundamental role in underpinning assurance techniques. And in this section, I wanted to think about, okay, well, how can standards support also wider governance and regulation? Next slide, please. So as outlined in the previous section, and I won't kind of bang on about these principles too much more, but in our UK white paper, which was published in March, we have these proposed principles for AI regulation. Again, these are cross-cutting, so they're sector agnostic, and these are based on the OECD AI principles. And we really think that standards can play an important role in supporting the operationalization and the implementation of these principles. So operationalization and implementation, what does that mean? Well, we have the proposed regulatory principles, and these really outline kind of, okay, what are we trying to achieve? And we think that standards can really be useful in providing the how. So how do we achieve those principles in practice? How do we kind of break that down for industry, for regulators, etc.? Next slide, please. So from some very preliminary mapping, we can see that there's already some standards that might help industry and regulators to align with those principles in practice. Again, I don't want to claim that any of this is in any way comprehensive. This isn't every standard that could be relevant, but just to kind of illustrate, there are already some standards around, safety, security, and robustness with regards to AI, for example, and kind of continuation of this work of understanding what are the standards that already exist and where might future development be needed. I think will be really helpful in kind of, again, trying to break down the what of those principles into the how. Next slide, please. So the last point I really want to drive home in this presentation is the approach to standards adoption that we propose in the white paper. So as you saw in the previous slide, there are already some examples of the standards that could support alignment with the principles. I want to draw out that the white paper has really tried to emphasize the importance of using a layered approach or a standard stack as the way to adopt standards in this regard, because we want to recognize that it's very unlikely there will kind of be a single standard that people can adopt and feel confident that they've aligned with a particular principle. Rather, it's likely there will be a need to adopt complementary standards types and a combination of these different standards in order to kind of align with those principles in practice. So I outlined some of these kind of categories here on the slide. And we would say that as a kind of a first instance and the first step, you would adopt horizontal, and that means sector agnostic, so across all sectors, horizontal framework standards. And again, these are around kind of making sure that you have that organizational management system in place in order to kind of design or deploy systems responsibly. So again, kind of references to 42001, 23894, etc. And then we say, okay, once you have that kind of baseline and horizontal framework in place, what is the in the context in which you're deploying the system, what are the main risks that you're trying to address? So that could be around fairness, bias, explainability, transparency, etc. And that's where you would then look to horizontal. So again, that's sector agnostic, thematic standards. So standards around AI safety, for example. And then depending on the risks posed by the particular system or the context in which you're deploying, you would look at kind of vertical or sector specific standards that are really focused on addressing that kind of theme or risk in a particular sector. So for example, thinking about safety in healthcare, if you're using an AI and a medical device, you would need that framework standard. You would then need the kind of AI safety standard, but then you would need an additional standard that addresses those kind of specific healthcare related concerns. Now, next slide, please. Again, I think this is helpful to kind of run through with an example. So proposing just kind of a sample of what that layered approach could look like if we're thinking about the principle of safety, security, and robustness. And here I'm thinking about the context of connected and automated vehicles. So in this example, again, we'd start with that horizontal framework standard. So if you're going to be designing or deploying a connected and automated vehicle, really important to just have those kind of baseline organizational management system standards in place. Again, references to 42001 and 23894. In this context, we're thinking about the safety, security, and robustness principle. So here, then looking to kind of sector agnostic standards relating to safety, sorry, that should say safety, not bias, in that AI-enabled system with relevant safety standards listed there. And then finally, in the CALV context, obviously the kind of horizontal thematic standards won't address specific safety concerns around road safety, vehicle safety, kind of connected infrastructure, etc. So those need to be supplemented by the more kind of sector-specific CALV standards related to safety, which are listed here. So again, no means comprehensive. This isn't to say these are all the standards that would be necessary, but just to provide a bit of an overview of what those different standards types might look like at those different levels and what that layered approach could look like for the kind of CAV context. Next slide, please. So the presentation really here today was trying to give a bit of an overview as to how standards can support governance, both with regards to assurance technique, but also thinking about kind of breaking down what regulatory principles might look like in practice. And in the next few slides, I just wanted to provide some links to relevant resources where you can learn more. And I know after this, we'll also open up for a little bit of Q&A, and very happy to pick up anything offline as well. Next slide, please. So as I'm sure has already been mentioned today, because it's such a great resource and very close to our hearts, but we have the AI Standards Hub. So this is an observatory of kind of relevant AI standards, both those that have been published and those that are in development. So I think really helpful to have a bit of that forward look as to what's happening in the landscape. And just to note that the hub also has some really great kind of training and like educational opportunities. So CDI worked very closely with Alan Turing to produce one of the e-learning modules focused on an introduction to AI assurance. And I think really trying to clarify that link again between, how do standards and assurance really work together? What is the role of standards in supporting assurance techniques? So if you want to learn a bit more about what I spoke about today, that's a really great resource. And then the hub also has kind of events and opportunities for kind of collaborating and inputting into standards development. So again, really great forum if you're kind of interested in getting more involved in the AI standards landscape. Next slide, please. We also have the portfolio of AI assurance techniques. So this is a DCIT resource that was published about a month ago, and this provides some examples of case studies of how companies are already using assurance techniques in practice. And this was published originally with the view to kind of help other companies, particularly startups and SMEs who might want to engage in this work but not really know where to start, with some examples of what this can look like in practice. And again, we've tried to draw out, okay, this what company has used a particular assurance technique, what is the role of standards, and kind of support that technique in practice. And just to note that the portfolio is a living and breathing resource, so we'll be updating it about every 3 months. And so if you're interested in submitting a case study, very happy to kind of have that included in future iterations. Next slide, please. And finally, we have the OECD catalog of tools and metrics for trustworthy AI. So this is a very kind of comprehensive repository of different tools and metrics, so both standards and assurance techniques that exist that can really help to kind of support AI governance in practice. And just to note that this is also tied to the portfolio that I just spoke about. So the case studies that are featured in the portfolio aren't yet, but will soon be included in the catalog as well, to kind of make sure that there's that alignment between both national and kind of international objectives and kind of initiatives in this space. Yeah, so next slide. That's it for me. Thank you so much for having me today. Sorry, I think there were a few slight kind of technical issues in the middle, but very happy to take questions, and I'll try to turn my webcam back on now.
Thanks, Nuala. One thing that I've got quite an interest in is the slide that said the layered approach, which I thought was fantastic. Have you managed to test that in any way, or have you got any plans to test that approach? Did you get that question, Nuala? You still there, Nuala? I'll ask the question again.
Sorry, I'm
Nuala.
not able to hear. Sorry, can you try that again? I'm just changing my audio.
Okay, that's fine. Just a question about the layered approach. Have you got any plans to test that, or have you tested it already?
When you say test that, can you clarify what you're referring to?
Well, you had a really good example of what the layered approach could look like, or perhaps it does look like. Perhaps you've done it. And I was wondering, is that something that people who implement standards or test standards need to help you with to see if that approach is effective, or can be made more effective?
Yeah, I think that's a really great question. So we're working very closely right now with the Office for AI, and also kind of speaking to the AI Standards Hub to think about kind of, now that the white paper has been put out there, the consultation has now closed, what are kind of the next steps in that space to kind of test some of the proposals. We think the layered approach is kind of a strong approach, but as you say, I think really important to bring in standards experts into that and kind of stress test that in practice. So I'd say there's lots of conversations around kind of next steps for looking at the principles, mapping against standards, understanding kind of the role that standards can play in that layered approach. But I don't think anything concrete enough for me to kind of commit to at this time, but very much on our minds, yeah.
Okay, that's fine, but that's a conversation for another time, to try and see how we can learn from that. That's fantastic. Okay. I don't think I've got any more questions right now, but I think we should finish it there. But thanks, Nuala. That was a very interesting presentation. Technical issues weren't too bad. We managed to get around it in the end. That's absolutely fine. Thank you. I had them earlier as well, so I sympathise. So thanks for that. So we'll move on now to Jennifer. Cheers. Okay.
Hi.
I'll just introduce you because there's a nice bit of context here because, of course, when ChatGPT arrived quite recently, it didn't take long for people to find out that it often got the answers wrong, sometimes got confused, and sometimes simply made things up, which was the most the bit that impressed me the most. So it's how do we trust the answers that AI gives us? And I think, Jessica, you're in a good position to give us your viewpoint on that. So over to you.
Great, thanks so much. Yes, so I'm Jennifer. I am a technology ethicist at Digital Catapult. And yes, there will be a reference to foundation models in ChatGPT, because I think at the moment it's hard to actually talk about AI without referencing those. But when I was asked to first speak about trustworthy AI, if we can go to the next slide, actually, I was wondering about what sort of perspective we could give from Digital Catapult, just because we've got so many experts from policymaking and obviously from standard setting here today. So I think what would be really helpful is actually talk about the thing that we're closest to here at Digital Catapult, which is the implementation side of things, and actually how we're working with startups to try and grasp and understand the kind of really quickly evolving field of trustworthy AI and responsible innovation. So if we go on to the next slide, in today's session, I'm going to cover kind of three main areas. So the first is Digital Catapult, so what we're doing here. The second is an introduction to trustworthy AI. I'm not going to try and spend too much time on this just because I think a lot of the speakers previously have so much expertise and have already given so many sort of standards and assurance techniques on what trustworthy AI really means. But third, I really want to connect that to how we can navigate that in a startup environment because they face vastly significant challenges, even trying to meet and realize those sorts of trustworthy requirements. And fourth, how that's shaping potential approaches and our work as a consequence. So if we just move on to the next slide, I'm going to spend the next couple of minutes talking a little bit about Digital Catapult. Next slide, please. So at Digital Catapult, our mission is to accelerate the industry adoption of advanced technologies in order to drive growth in the UK economy. So we do this by focusing on 3 application areas. So that's virtualization and cyber-physical systems, digital and resilient supply chains, and open and interoperable digital infrastructure. And we do this by working in 4 technology areas. So we've got future networks, immersive, AI and ML, which is where I currently sit, and distributed ledger technologies. We've also recently added quantum, so that should be on there, but yes, growing. If we move on to the next slide, you'll see just an introduction to our team here at Digital Catapult. So I'm in the responsible innovation team, and we've got a mix of sort of backgrounds from design, ML, of course, and safety and integrity. And this really informs this next slide because our mission as a team for responsible innovation, if we go on to the next slide, please. Yes, is to accelerate responsible innovation by ensuring that it is accessible, viable, and a value add for organizations. So there might be some questions about why we framed it that way, but hopefully actually throughout the course of the next 30 minutes or so, you'll understand why we've put in those specific adjectives and why we think that speaks particularly to the partners that we work with. So the way that we are approaching this, if we go to the next slide, is by connecting tech ethics with design thinking and product management. So in terms of tech ethics, we do have our own Digital Catapult ethics framework that's based on 7 areas. And as we talked about previously, there's so many standards and new research now about how can we ensure that systems are safe, that are robust, uphold people's dignity and human rights and integrity. And then we're really trying to connect these sorts of research and these ideas into the real development and deployment of these products. So when we're thinking about design thinking, we're really thinking about how do we adapt responsible innovation techniques to the particular audiences that we're working with. So what are their wants and their needs and their pain points, and how can responsible innovation address that and be actually useful and have a utility for them rather than create additional burden, which is something that I know we've brought up before. And something that I know the UK is working really hard to try and address. And then connecting that also to product management. So thinking about, we've got this suite of tools. I think we've got over 200 ethics frameworks, so many kind of assurance techniques that we've seen talked about before. How do we know which one is going to be best for these particular partners that we're working with? How do we prioritize them, and how do we keep improving and iterating on these? Because a lot of these are, as we're saying, might be horizontal kind of domains that run across data and other organizational ideas, but how do we make sure that it fits the partners that we're working with? So if you go on to the next slide, we'll see that we're trying to adapt this type of framework to all the different stakeholders that we're working with. So we do work with government and academia, but really our focus is more on startups and scale-ups, investors, and corporates and industry. And there we're trying to demonstrate that we can make trustworthy AI accessible, that it clearly adds value to the organizations and the products and services that they're developing, and using these sorts of framings to address issues of divisions and gaps within the trustworthy AI space. Next slide, please. Yeah, so this is just a rundown of some of the other things that we've offering. So we've got an AI ethics framework here, and you'll see it differs from a lot of other AI ethics principles, and that it's actually not as kind of high-level normative principles, but a lot more action-oriented, and they're actually pretty aligned with very kind of holistic ideas that surround building a business and building a product. So being clear about the benefits, knowing and managing the risks, using data responsibly, trust, diversity, equality, and inclusion, communication, business ethics, and we recently added sustainability. And we host a number of workshops to try and kind of get that education in and make it a lot more implementable for the startups that we're working with. And through these projects, we've worked on the Machine Intelligence Garage, where we've engaged over 135 startups over the last 5 years. And we're offering similar sort of education and upskilling for Bridge AI and other cross-tech programs. Okay, so I think that was a little bit of an introduction. If we move on to the next slide, I am then going to talk about what actually is trustworthy AI. And as I said before, I'm not going to spend too much time on this because I think actually we might have a pretty good idea just having listened to all the other previous speakers. So if we move on to the next slide, we'll see that digital ethics research has skyrocketed over the last 20 years. And we're now having large corporations with their own ethics principles working on digital ethics, such as OpenAI, Anthropic, IBM, DeepMind, Microsoft. And if you see the graph here actually on the right, we'll see that between 2000 and 2002, there were between 100 and 200 publications on digital ethics a year. And in 2016, that number is now 1,200. So that's a huge increase. And whilst there are a lot of different publications and frameworks out there, we see that there are a number of key themes that arise time and time again. So this includes transparency, non-maleficence, human oversight, justice and fairness, and privacy. And if we move on to that next slide as well, we'll see that the higher level expert group that was formed by the European Commission back in 2018 consisted of 52 experts, which then put out 3 principles, which we see here for trustworthy AI. So that includes being lawful, ethical, robust. And if we press next, we'll see as well that they have outlined 7 key requirements for organizations. So that includes human agency and oversight, technical robustness and safety, privacy and data governance, transparency, inclusion and fairness, societal and environmental well-being, as well as accountability. So I think actually a lot of these themes have come up again and again, and they've become sort of motifs in sort of what trustworthy AI means. And if you move on to the next slide, a lot of people have been talking about this before, so I won't spend too much time on this. But yes, a huge number of ISO standards, IEEE research, and things like that that provide really valuable resources for organizations. But what this really means, and if we go into the next slide, we'll see that trust is not inherently established. And if we click next, we'll see that's actually communicated through trustworthiness cues. And I think that's what's really been shown in the last couple of examples that I've talked about. So we can have these principles, we can have requirements, but you don't actually just have to do the thing, you have to show that you've done the thing. So if you click on next, this means that you're putting real thought into how users are interfacing with the system that you're building, how you're documenting the processes and practices of the system, and other modes of information. So this isn't really just about the technology, but everything kind of around that. So how you've gathered the data, how your organization is formed, how you've communicated with other stakeholders. And if we go on to the next slide, we'll see again that there are a variety of trustworthy cues that we could be building on, and so many techniques and frameworks out there that are dedicated to looking at, responsible innovation. So we've got a myriad of data policies, a lot now on transparency techniques and explainability techniques, what types of participation in juries are needed in order to build more responsibly. We're talking about earlier audits as well, so assurance, model reporting, being able to kind of, back up the claims that you're trying to make about this product or service you're offering. Other ones include organizational cues, so that includes, equity and inclusivity, maybe the inclusion of an ethics council, how you have accountability, agency, and oversight within this development process. A lot of different techniques falling under integrity, performance, as well as business model. I'm not going to talk into them a little bit more, but just because this is to give a little bit of a flavor of just how many techniques there are for people to really kind of realize trustworthiness cues. Yeah, so if you move on to the next slide, We'll see again that there's been a ton of research done on how trust is formed on AI systems. So this was an interesting paper done by researchers, I believe at Microsoft, and they've come up with something called a match model for trustworthiness. And from this, I drew kind of 3 main areas that show trustworthiness. So the one is output evaluation. So this ties in really well with what we were talking about with ChatGPT. So output evaluation means different things. So for example, you can be able to deduce what can the system do, what are the metrics for fairness, performance, robustness, security, all these things. And these are things that, these are metrics that are normally up to either the organization or a third-party auditor to be able to assess, but there are other ways that end users themselves can look at output evaluation. So if we're looking at things like ChatGPT and you're asking ChatGPT about an area that you personally have expertise in, it's a lot easier for you to find out and go see for yourself whether this system is trustworthy, whether they're having hallucinations. You yourself can evaluate the output. The second kind of area that we can look at is transparency. So this relates to documenting policies, the processes, the people involved, and we'll dive into that a little bit more because there's actually so much work already being done on explainable AI, looking at what is the intention, what's the intended use case. So all of these issues fall then into transparency. And the last one is interaction, which is quite an interesting area and I don't think is given enough attention because oftentimes it's not just about the product that you're putting out there, but it's really about the entire user experience of interacting with that product. So where are they finding it? What's the source? What visual cues are there? Are there intentional uses of friction? So if I go back to that example with ChatGPT, do we actually trust it? If you're asking it a question about an area that you yourself are not familiar with, you might not have the skills to be able to evaluate the output, so you might not be able to do that. But if you've used ChatGPT before, you'll know that they've actually put up disclaimers that the output is often not correct. But how often do we actually look at that? Does it even change how users interact with this platform? Does it allow them to pause and consider the trustworthiness, or is it a lot more like notice and cookies where you're just like, okay, let's just actually get to the chatbot? So these are all really interesting considerations to think about. If we move on to the next slide, we'll see that the Information Commission Office has also released a number of guidance documents on explainability. So when we're talking about explaining AI for different audiences, we'd have to select priority explanations because you can't explain everything to everyone, because if you try to do that, you're explaining to no one and no one's going to read what you've done. So that part's really important, being able to collect that information you need for each explanation type, making sure that your explanation is actually meaningful, and consider how your audience comes into contact with that explanation, so different ways to present it. If we move on to the next slide, this is another similar study that's done on the best explainability methods. So thinking about context is key. So who is your target audience? What are you optimizing for when you're thinking about explainability? So are you optimizing for trust, understandability, for compliance? Another one that they actually found that was quite interesting. So this is a study that they did evaluating different explainability techniques. And they found that actually constant explainability was quite harmful. So this creates a lot of burden for the users, and obviously creates a lot of burden for organizations who don't have the resources to be able to provide all this information for everyone. So considering what parts need to be explained and at which parts of the life cycle. The third is then being able to prioritize and personalize explanations. So making sure that explanations are linking to different partners and stakeholders' abilities, technical abilities and understandings, as well as their mental models of how a system works. And, you know, building on from that, then evaluating the trade-offs, ensuring that they're able to understand it, ensuring visibility. So we can see here that explainability is not easy. It's not one-dimensional. There's so many steps to it, and a lot of it isn't black and white, and it's still quite subjective. And if we move on to the next slide, this is another sort of trustworthiness cue that's been used quite often. This is data sheets for datasets by Timnit Gebru et al. Quite popular, but I think it's also important to consider here that data sheets for data sets is something that might be used for more technical partners who need to understand where the data has come from, or for internal documentation, and not necessarily for end users, for example. So we've got a myriad of so many techniques, and we're often thinking about, okay, what actually works best in this scenario, and how do we make sure we kind of incorporate the core elements for these organizations that we're working with. So if you move on to the next slide, we'll see that this creates a gap in responsible innovation. So this is an interesting literature review by Delat on how 24 companies have implemented AI ethics. And this is just for companies who have publicly committed to implementing AI ethics. And we'll see that it actually takes a lot of manpower, a lot of investment, a lot of resources. So this is just a little kind of screen grab of the chart that was included. So this includes, of course, governance, training, the need to not just develop or even adopt tools that try and address bias or address privacy, security, robustness. There are so many things that actually require additional work by these organizations in order to do. And if you go into the next slide, I think this is a good example of why, when we look at the companies that have publicly committed to responsible AI, a lot of them are large companies who have the resources to do so. So if you recognize these names, you'll see that these are all organizations that are part of the Partnership on AI. Next slide, please. Yes, so really what that means, if you're looking at the Partnership on AI website and you actually look at their industry partners, very little SMEs, like no SMEs. These are the list of the industry partners. So it's, these are big companies that are able to dedicate resources to this, to build internal resources and training, to perform additional research and studies on the impacts of their ML systems, to develop tools that measure things like statistical parity and whatnot, and contribute to standard setting and regulatory initiatives. So if we go on to the next slide, this then leads us to that main sort of challenge question that I was thinking about when I was preparing for this, and it's how might trustworthy AI be made accessible, feasible, and a value add for organizations and startups so that they can be a part of and help grow the trustworthy AI space. And this is just because no startups or companies expect to have harmful consequences, but most of the time these harms might come from indirect or unsuspecting factors. And what this means is you need to dedicate additional resources to think about things that aren't even quite obvious. So if you move on to the next slide, I'm going to spend the next 10 minutes or so talking about trustworthy AI in the startup environment. So next slide, please. So I've just got a couple of graphs here that show, even for big companies, trustworthy AI is incredibly difficult. So this is research done that was published by IBM and Oxford Economics in 2021. So this was a survey of over 1,200 executives across 16 business and technology roles in 22 countries. The median revenue for these organizations was under 3 billion, so these are massive organizations. But you'll see, even at that level, you'll have lots of organizations endorsing AI ethics principles, so all above the 50% mark, but many of them are still really behind on actually implementing them. And out of all of these sorts of issues, we also see that diversity, non-discrimination, and fairness is something that is lagging behind all the other principles. And if even larger organizations are having a hard time doing this, it's a lot more difficult with startups who obviously have limited capital, limited hiring abilities, and so forth. If you move on to the next slide, this is another survey. So this is a 2022 survey by MIT and BCG. They also surveyed over 1,000 respondents who were representing organizations with at least 100 million in annual revenue. And similarly, they found that just over half of respondents reported having a responsible AI program, but of those 52%, only 79% of them report that they were limited in scale and scope. So, even if you've committed to them, even if you implemented them, the impact of them is still quite difficult to see. And similarly, whilst 42% of the participants say that AI is a top strategic priority, only 19% of that 42 have fully implemented a responsible AI program. And if we move on to the next slide, they were also surveyed on a list of barriers to implementing responsible AI. So this includes expertise and talent, training and knowledge, prioritization and attention by senior leaders, because that buy-in is really important, funding and resourcing, and even awareness about responsible AI initiatives. So that's why I think a large part of this barrier is to, before even getting into standards and assurance techniques, just even understanding why it's important and making sure that it feels accessible, right, for the organizations we're working with. So if we move on to the next slide, we were starting to recognize a lot of these challenges when we were working with our startups, and we decided to undergo some user research actually to understand how we can adapt trustworthy AI and responsible innovation so that it resonates with the startups we're working with. So if we go to the next slide, we'll see that we've created a number of profiles on the startups that we're working with. So for example, many of them, as we're seeing here, they still don't have their data processes in order. They don't have enough capital, they don't have enough people, they don't have enough computational power. So it's very difficult for them to already start thinking about AI ethics. And if we move on to the next slide, we'll see that this gives us a number of clues for thinking about how we can approach them with AI ethics. So if we, want to teach them about AI ethics, help them implement AI ethics, we have to think about how, trustworthy AI helps them make good products. How does it help them scale and start making a profit? How does responsible AI help future-proof their company from regulators? That one is a lot easier to do now that we've got a lot of things like the EU AI Act, the DSA, DMA, online safety bill, so many things coming up. The other thing that's really important is how can we make sure AI ethics doesn't take up time or slow them down, and how can you frame, present, and educate on responsible AI in a way that is easily digestible, just because they've got limited time to be able to spend on this. So if we move on to the next slide, I'm just going to explain a couple of sort of approaches that we've had to take and fine-tune in order to kind of, integrate responsible AI with the startups that we're working with. If you go on to the next slide. So the first one is for us to use framings that resonate with existing mental models. So this is kind of a graph of something we call the innovation sweet spot. So normally what we'd have is kind of just 3 circles. We'd have desirability, viability, and feasibility. But the innovation sweet spot adds here integrity, which we're talking about sort of impact that trustworthy AI can have. Sorry, I don't know if you can hear like traffic outside. But anyway, so when thinking about adding integrity, we have to think about where does integrity, fit in with diversity? Where do they intersect? So if we're thinking about, integrity and desirability, we're thinking about the consequences on different stakeholders. What do they want? How does this product or service address that? And how does that sort of augment the positive impact that this, product or service can have? If we're thinking about the intersection between integrity and viability, for example, there's so many ways that we can demonstrate how trustworthy AI adds value to a business. So this can include brand and reputation. This can include obviously compliance, being able to work with good trusted partners. And in terms of integrity and feasibility, there's a lot of intersections here as well about, the safety, security, robustness, assurance, reporting, accuracy metrics. So I think the only thing, there's already so many natural pathways in which we could say responsible AI is going to help you. We just have to make that really explicit and very clear. If you move on to the next slide. This is actually an example of a slide that I recently used for a workshop that I hosted with new startups actually. And I was looking at their profiles. So they were kind of just listing, what they did, what makes their product different, or how they can succeed in creating their product. And I realized a lot of them, a lot of these profiles already showed that they had thought about many ethical components, even if they don't explicitly mention it under ethics or trustworthy AI. So this might not be sort of a framing that they're used to, but I think a lot of times these are things that they're already considering. So for example, we've got a lot of companies that were focusing on gaming, conversational AI, animation, marketing. So I was working a lot more with like in the creative industry or for organizations who are using AI. And a lot of them proactively brought up things like community engagement, feedback, contestability and recourse, accessibility and inclusion, rights and attribution for creators. So a lot of times these are already things that they're already thinking about. And if we just kind of are able to present responsible innovation in a way that fits in with that mental model, it makes our work a lot easier, and it makes trustworthy AI and all these techniques a lot more approachable. If you move on to the next slide, another thing that we can be doing is to leverage push factors. So this is a survey done by this organization called Failery, which is quite interesting actually, because what they do is they talk with a lot of failed startups. But in this chart, they're trying to find out what it is that causes startups to fail. And we see the top 3 reasons are lack of product market fit, marketing problems, and team problems. And I think a lot of times trustworthy AI, responsible innovation techniques can really fit into here because they help you understand your clients better. They help you, connect with your end users, different stakeholders a lot more. It obviously makes you stand out from a lot of different organizations who aren't actively pursuing trustworthy AI, responsible AI. And there's been a lot of evidence to show that they also help a lot with retention and recruitment. So just being able to understand these pain points and how responsible innovation can help organizations with that. With the next slide, please. This is quite similar, but also not just looking at the push factors, but more also the pull factors. So there's been a lot of evidence, of course, that ignoring trustworthy AI has significant costs, but what are the benefits? So one of the things that we're actually trying to do at Digital Catapult is to work with investors to help them realize the importance of trustworthiness when we're investing, when they're investing in tech companies. The other things that we're looking at is how prioritizing responsible innovation allows organizations to form better understandings of their clients, their partners, their users. One thing that comes to mind is all this talk in the news recently about decentralized social media platforms. I think is a sort of signal that really users and partners want a system that's not just unilaterally controlled by large big tech platforms. And so being able to understand that and tap into that actually creates opportunities for innovation and shouldn't be stifling innovation in that sense. And if you move on to the next slide, this is just a really quick case study. I want to talk about how we've tried to approach one startup with thinking about responsible AI. So this is a startup we worked with called Lumi, which automates kind of data management using an AI-powered personal assistant. And one of the reasons they wanted to undergo this kind of ethics deep dive with us was because they understood that the success of their product requires trust from users because they were handling data. So there's obviously privacy concerns there, and they needed to make sure that whatever kind of data analytics outputs they had were safe and had reliable and accurate outputs. So if you go on to the next slide, we'll see that over the course of 6 months, we had set up 5 milestones that were supposed to last them over the course of a year. So we're also thinking about, their business further down the line. And really the main trend I want to say here is that when we're thinking about milestones, we're starting with the first couple of milestones that are really pertinent to the success of the company. And that is able to help show a lot more alignment between the utility of AI ethics and the company's needs. So in milestone 1, there was a lot more kind of push towards being able to explain and document your current processes. So developing clear policies and documentation relating to user information before the beta went live, considering how to communicate that information to different users, ensuring that you're using appropriate terminology and features, making sure they're meaningfully explained. In milestone 2, and they're thinking a little bit wider about consequences to different stakeholders beyond just the users, how people can provide meaningful feedback. And in milestone 3, thinking about the business model. So hosting a workshop to understand kind of the trust, the power dynamics, the pain points, worries, concerns of different stakeholders. being able to kind of have a plan in place for if, who's responsible for what if things go bad, what are some possible stress exits, who's accountable for this, and also knowing how to back up marketing claims that you're making. Milestone 4 is thinking even a little bit further in advance, so thinking about periodic ethics reviews, and number 5 is thinking about future research they could undertake to then fully explore the impact of their service for different stakeholders. So if we go to the next slide. So yes, we're returning to that starting question about how we can make trustworthy AI accessible for startups. Next slide, please. We're doing this by adapting in a myriad of ways. So we've got a couple of lines of work. So we'll see here at the bottom, there's one called minimum viable ethics. So these are really kind of easy, quick wins demonstrating impact, utility of trustworthy AI to the startups we're working with. Next up, we've got scale-up ethics, so thinking a little bit more deeply about the kind of more indirect consequences, jumping into the next level of trustworthy AI in which you're not just trying to maximize the benefit, but solving problems for the stakeholders that might arise from this product. Number 3, we're also working with investors to demonstrate the value of responsible innovation and why it is actually important for them and good for their portfolio and due diligence to be able to recognize that. And the 5th one is also ethicists in industry as a way to address that gap between kind of larger organizations who have these ethics processes and resources to do so, and smaller organizations who might not have that. So being able to share knowledge and exchange sort of insights. So these are the ways that we're trying to adapt to the ways that we felt startups have been struggling in the trustworthy AI space. If you go to the next slide. Yes, so if any of you have any questions, I believe I have a little less than 10 minutes for Q&A, but I'm also very happy to take any of these questions offline, and feel free to reach out if you have any questions.
Great, thanks, Jennifer. That was a really useful presentation. It's quite a lot to take on there.
Yeah.
So, there's one thing that really struck me was the enterprises or the businesses that would take on this responsible innovation activity.
Yeah.
I assume that the longer you leave it, the harder it gets. Have you got any thoughts on how you get people to embed it at an earlier stage and make it more of a business as usual activity?
Yes, well, I think a lot of it is like the program setup. So a lot of these workshops and activities we're doing is through our accelerator programs. And what that means is it's actually, at least the beginning sessions, if we're talking about an introduction to AI ethics, are mandatory. Also, I'm sorry if you've seen these boxes, I've just moved, so there's that. We're making sure that these things are mandatory, and then we've got obviously other sessions that dig a little bit deeper about implementing trustworthy AI. But I think, yes, there is kind of a difficult spot because sometimes we see a lot of startups and they're a lot more kind of concerned with getting technical support, access to computational power and things like that. But I think making responsible innovation a requirement is really important, and also that's why we're doing so much work with investors so that startups have even more incentive to be able to kind of invest in this area.
Yeah, that in itself is quite interesting because they have a history even before they get to this stage.
Mm-hmm.
Would it be even more beneficial for them to be considering it before they even get to you?
As in before they get to the accelerator program? Yeah, I think so. I mean, as I was saying before, I think oftentimes they're already thinking about these issues when they're thinking about who are we designing this for and who are their users and how do we understand their needs. I think oftentimes they just don't explicitly know that there existing work in the field of trustworthy AI or responsible AI that addresses those sorts of questions. Yeah, so oftentimes I think startups might already have kind of sort of adjacent ideas that they've been working towards in this regard. But yeah, really getting them to understand the field can feel a little bit daunting because it just feels like it's a lot of extra work. But I think at the moment, actually, I've seen a little bit of a shift recently, and maybe in particular sectors as well, where there's been a lot more awareness of the sorts of issues that can come up from AI systems, and they've been quite receptive to kind of these techniques as well.
And where do you think that shift has come from?
I think it has to be from this recent hype on AI, right? I think everyone's sort of understanding the issues that can come with bias, with privacy issues, like hallucinations on ChatGPT, as you're saying. So it's probably a more popular kind of more general concern with trustworthy AI and sort of the more kind of public opinion space that's sort of obviously leaked now into the work that startups are doing and have to consider.
Yeah, okay. And do you find these companies are finding a more receptive audience for the product? Perhaps customers, investors, or whoever are more interested because they're responsible AI, or is it still something which is theoretical?
I think there are. I've worked with a couple of companies that have for sure. For example, in manufacturing, there's quite, I'll just give up I'll try and make this quite general. But there was an organization that recognized the product they were building might have implications for workers who were already kind of working in that area. So for example, things like job displacement. So I think the sessions on responsible AI actually were very helpful in thinking about how do we include these types of people that we don't actually want to replace, but want to assist, augment, all these things, and really make sure that their voices are heard when we're trying to develop these products, or even communicating like what the policies and what the usage actually should be for these products. Yeah, so I think in that sense, it's actually been quite helpful, and it's actually made their product even better, because obviously then when you're having these people adopt it, they are a lot more clear about, how their views have been taken into account. And that they've gone through a proper vetting process actually to also make sure that the company that's investing or adopting this technology is going to be using in the intended way that that sort of startup had designed for.
That's fantastic. I think we should leave it there and give people time to go and get something to eat. But thank you, Jennifer. As I said, that was a very, very interesting presentation. It's really changed the way, or challenged the way I think about how organisations like BSI need to be working with startups and how we can benefit and where we should benefit. And so it's given me food for thought. So thank you very much for that alone. Thanks, Jennifer.
Yes. Pleasure. Thank you.
To everybody else, we'll be back at 20 to 2 UK time. That will be in about 30 minutes. So we'll see you back then for the afternoon session. Thank you very much. Okay, shall we get started? I'll just introduce you, Colin. That's all right.
Yeah, no problem.
Yeah. Right. So welcome back, everybody, and welcome to the afternoon session of our AI webinar. And so anyone in the data and innovation business will be very familiar with the term garbage in, garbage out. And AI is certainly no exception. If you can't trust the inputs, the outputs simply will not work for so many reasons. So how do we ensure data quality? Colin, our next speaker, will open our eyes to how we do this. Over to you, Colin.
Thank you. Can the slide, please, Charlie? And can I just go straight to the next one? So I think I've got a lot to say, so I'm going to get started. So yeah, you're right. But how do you deal with that problem? I think in data quality, it's kind of crucial to understand the sort of processes and various other structures and frameworks behind it. So data quality is crucial. It is crucial in artificial intelligence because it directly impacts the performance, accuracy, and reliability of AI models. The better the data, the better the model predictions, producing more reliable outcomes, fostering rules, fostering trust, confidence, and confidence among its users. Also, as a diverse and representative data set enhances the AI model's ability to generalize across different situations and inputs, helping the performance and relevance across various contexts and user groups. Ultimately, maintaining data quality is key to realizing the full potential of an AI system by delivering value, driving innovation, and ensuring ethical outcomes. I'm going to talk about how you can ensure better data quality through governance, tools, collaboration, the use of metrics. And hopefully I'll have time to talk about the 5259 series, which is going to be released hopefully later this year or the beginning of next year, which will help. Can I have the next slide, please, Charlie? Okay. So the big question is, what is data governance? What does it refer to? It refers to the processes and practices concerning the formal management of data within an organization. It's gained sort of more relevancy and prominence in recent years with the increasing importance of big data and business intelligence for a growing number of organizations. Data governance helps manage complex data sources that contribute to decision-making, and this data can be managed and monitored throughout many layers in which they exist, giving the business the most unified and consistent view of data possible. It is important to remember that data management and data governance are not the same thing. One way of remembering the difference is to think of data management as an IT effort that aims to organize and control your data, whereas data governance is a business strategy that is more holistic and includes stakeholders throughout the organization. The distinction is sometimes not realized and can actually, I've come across it where it has led to sort of unfortunate outcomes and difficulties with projects. So why is it important? Many organizations are just not, as I said, processing a clear plan or program. Data governance is important because it focuses on three key factors: data accessibility, so the ability to get the right data when it is needed; data confidence, you have to be confident that the organization is of the organization of the quality, accuracy, and data and security of data; data activation, the ability to act on collected data. Data governance establishes the processes to standardize, integrate, protect, and store corporate data. The key goals include security risks, always a big one, establishing internal rules, compliance requirements, and improving internal and external communications and increasing the value of the data, which I think is probably the key underlying thing for a lot of businesses and why they embark on this sort of investment of AI. The first step is to define your scope and goals. This is to ensure that the program is effective. IBM states that when setting up a data governance program, it is important to have a clear understanding of the business objectives and data needs. Once you define the scope and goals, you need to establish the data governance framework. This is when you define the policies, procedures, and standards for managing data. And there's very many, there are ways of doing this. There's some different methodologies. And one example is the adaptive and hybrid governance, which combines top-down and bottom-up approaches, and which gives it a flexible and adaptive system with control as well. So if you think of the top-down, it's like when the decision-making, goals and objectives, concentrated at the top of the hierarchy, making it a structured and goal-orientated project process. This is the more suited for dealing with, say, sensitive data regulations and business critical outcomes. On the other hand, bottom up is decentralized approach. We have many groups from the lower kind of levels dealing with data. And this is good for large data sets and having a more of a sort of three-dimensional look at this. But there are other frameworks as well. There's the OECD AI System Lifecycle Framework, IBM AI Governance Framework, and the AI Governance Framework by the European Union that is designed to support compliance with the European AI Regulation, AI Act, which I think has been mentioned a few times today already. It's critical that there is an executive and essential stakeholder support. If you don't get support, how are you going to ensure that the program is successful? If you don't have the support, the project is, well, I think it's bound to fail, or at the very least, difficult to proceed with. Then you have to sort of assess, build, and refine your data governance program. Always start small and build on the momentum and success of the foundational program that you've created to achieve your goals. There's no point having a mountain to climb when it comes to documentation and creating work. You need to have first level, entry level objectives. And then once you've got them, master them, then you start building and evolving and having a circular approach that continually improves, enriches your processes and policies. Build on existing policies, and governance structures. Businesses, if it's at least most businesses, have already got this set up, the structure, and is most likely to be effective when integrated into the existing governance structures as well. So it seems like a no-brainer. You should be doing that. Use pragmatic and action-orientated terminology. It is important to use terminology that's easy to understand and that focuses on practical actions. Focus on management, risk management, and development and procurement. This is a key factor consideration. Risk is always something that has to be taken on board. You have to think, what if something goes wrong? What are the risks? How do you mitigate those risks? Employees should be empowered throughout the continuous education and change management to ensure that they understand the importance of AI governance and are able to implement it effectively. It's been more than once I've come across where an organization's got beautiful policies, well worked out, and they work, except no one or very few people or key people aren't quite aware of them, and they are doing their own thing and create their own policies. So it's a duplication of effort, but also they're not following the line. So it's very important that people, everyone who's involved, and probably beyond that, understand what's there. And if they don't understand what's there, they at least understand where to go to find out. Implementing these best practices requires a collaborative effort between different stakeholders, such as business users, IT professionals, and data scientists. It is important to involve all stakeholders in the process to ensure that the standards are comprehensive and effective. You need to document your organization's data policies. You've established the policies that define how data is collected, stored, processed, shared. Make sure that they are recorded and reviewed at regular intervals or when something significant has happened. Change in regulation, company changes direction, get bought out, whatever. You need to review them when something big happens, or just review them as a matter of routine. At this point, I think is a good time to talk about the dedicated team. I put them on the list in the introduction a bit further down, but I think at the minute, when we're talking about the building of the framework, it's actually important to look at this, that this team is responsible for ensuring the data quality. What are the roles and responsibilities? Well, for example, you have a data manager who will be responsible for ensuring that data quality standards are met and the data is accurate, complete, and consistent. A data steward who would manage the data throughout its life cycle, ensuring that it is used appropriately. And then you have the data analysts, the data scientists, and the engineers, the IT engineers, who are managing the whole process, the physical and the programming processes that make sure that the data is used correctly. And yeah, so with that they would have to have the team, they would have to have the tools. But another thing is that this team can be used, because they probably would know the most about it, to help educate and train other employees on the importance of data quality. I would hope that they would see it as a sort of biblical kind of level, or the rule book that they have to follow. Okay, can I have the next slide, please, Charlie? Tools, you know, as in your introduction, you talked about garbage in and garbage out, and it's a concept that is crucial for data quality. There's a concept in computing and in artificial intelligence that highlights the importance of input quality, data quality. It means that if the input data to a system, such as an AI model or algorithm, is of poor quality, inaccurate, or relevant, the system's output is also going to be poor quality, inaccurate, or relevant. It can't be helped. This concept is particularly significant in the context of AI, as AI models, including machine learning and deep learning models, which rely heavily on the data used for training and validation. If the training data is biased, incomplete, or contains errors, the model is most likely to be unreliable or biased results. We don't want that. I mean, so just very quickly, in terms of bias, sometimes bias is what people want, but it's not in this particular instance. It's not deliberate bias. It's something that you want to avoid. To avoid the garbage in, garbage out problem, it is crucial to ensure that the data used in AI systems is accurate, representative, and of high quality. This often involves data cleaning, pre-processing, and argumentation, as well as the use of robust evaluation metrics to assess performance of AI models. It is critical to ensure data consistency by using rules and logic to verify and validate data quality and consistency across multiple sources. There is a need for accuracy, completeness, timeliness, relevance, and coherence. I'm going to repeat that a lot because it is just a key thing. For example, AI can use anomaly detection and outlier layer analysis to flag and explain data deviations, such as spikes, drops, or trends across different data sources. Data quality tools can automate data cleansing, validation, and monitoring processes, ensuring that AI models have access to high quality data consistently. Data-centric AI tools can accelerate data quality They can accelerate data quality remediation with increased levels of automation, including programmatic labeling, synthetic data generation, and enrichment of data by integrating internal and third-party sources. A few examples of how tools work are by identifying and correcting errors. A good AI data quality tool should be able to identify poor quality data and make it cleaner using advanced machine learning and artificial intelligence, which make intelligent recommendations, streamlining key tasks like data discovery and data quality rule creation across the organization. It also automates data entry through executing intelligent capture. There is also data language, which is an umbrella. Data language is an umbrella term that describes the entire data lifecycle, or the journey the data lifecycle takes from start to finish, and its turns and its history. So it's kind of, it tells you where it comes from, what it's doing, what's happened to its changes, and where it's output. And this is a vital role in understanding data and making it a foundational principle of AI. It's a bit like GPS, providing turn-by-turn directions with a visual overview. I mean, I could talk more about tools, but I think it isn't. This would be. I've only got 20 minutes, and I'm kind of gathering up time, so I'd like to move on to the next slide, please. So one thing that's really important is the collaboration that you have with the data providers. You know, the relationship you have with them is key, because it's always the same. We were talking about, again, garbage in, garbage out, but the better the quality of the data. It's not always, it can be controlled from them. It makes it your life as a data processor or whatever, but it's managing the data easier. So data providers should be involved in the process of ensuring data quality. And you should discuss data quality standards to ensure that they understand the importance of providing high quality data. With them, you should review the governance framework to ensure that they understand their roles and their responsibilities in maintaining data quality. Discussed data quality metrics and how they will be used to monitor the quality of the data they provide. This would help them understand what they have to provide. It will give them an idea, and then they could, hopefully they would have that result for you to make sure that everything is good, accurate, timely, consistent, complete, relevant. The data security measures are, again, important, and you need to ensure that data providers understand their responsibility in maintaining data security. Okay, that was quick. Can we move on to the data metrics, please? The next slide, please. Data metrics should be a continuous monitoring to ensure that data is accurate and up to date, which is critical to success of AI models. Don't forget you should measure the accuracy of data provided by the data providers, as I've said, but it's always something, it's always a starting point, carry on. When the data, so just reflecting, the data providers could be an internal source as well. It's not just an external source, it's just where's the data coming from. So the things you'd be looking for in data, in the metrics would be the accuracy. And you have to measure, because data accuracy is crucial for the algorithms, the AI algorithms, enabling them to produce correct and reliable outcomes. Errors in data input can lead to incorrect decisions or misguided insights, causing potential harm to organizations and individuals. Consistency, well, this ensures that data follows a standard format and structure, facilitating efficient processing and analysis of the data. Inconsistent data can lead to confusion and misinterpretation, impairing the performance of the AI systems, and like all the others, it could cost time, resources, money, reputational impact, and so on. So it's key. Well, they're all key, what am I saying? Completeness. Well, incomplete data sets can cause algorithms to miss essential patterns and correlations, leading to the incomplete or biased result. Completeness is vital also for training AI models. They need to know what they're dealing with and how they deal with it. They need to know. The freshness of data, with the timeliness of it, plays a significant role in AI performance. If it doesn't reflect current environment or trend, the output could be useless by being irrelevant or misleading. Yeah, you don't know yesterday's time, do you? And then there's relevance. Well, relevant data contributes directly to the problem at hand, helping AI systems to focus on the most important variables and relationships. Irrelevant data can clutter models and lead to inefficiencies. You're constantly monitoring this from the beginning of the data lifecycle to the point it puts into the model. So you are controlling a lot of the data, and you can understand reviewing. Okay, so I've got a few minutes left to talk about 5952 series. So if you can just flip to the next slide, please. Thank you. ISO or JTC 1, Subcommittee 42, Working Group 2, which I'm part of. I've been helping contribute to the 5259 series, which is the data quality series. Is a sort of project, and it's got it's got 6 projects in it dealing with data quality, and there's a 7th one. We hopefully is going to be in motion soon, and that'll be dealing with data quality of the quality of synthetic data, which would be quite exciting. But I haven't mentioned it here because we haven't quite launched it. But when we have the idea is when you have you're creating your framework, you might have a reference point or a particularly strong reference point about creating it. That there's this series, I know there's not much use now, but they're not out yet, but this series of standards are going to come out hopefully in the next 6 months or the beginning of next year. That means that you have a guideline to follow and the different aspects of it. You can see that there's sort of model element of it, the whole kind of data quality model, the measurements, which is paper 2, and assessment. In fact, you see that an assessment is quite tied in, which includes visualization, which is 5259 part 5, which I think is that's one of the sort of most important ways of understanding the data you have. And then you've got improvement, because you need to correct, you need to fix. And there you go, overlooking it all, you have got the governance paper, which is 0.55, which hopefully, I haven't read it totally, but it is a good paper, and it will help you set up your frameworks and improve and work better. The whole emphasis on the ISO series is to continue to improve your system. So you go back to when I was saying start small and build on that. That's kind of what they're saying. You start small, it works, you know how to build something, and that's to continue building up your framework, your governance framework, to become more and more robust as time goes by. You've got to be realistic about these things. So the first 5259 part 1 provides like an overview of terminology and examples. So it's the sort of template that you follow when you go to, if you want to understand what the other papers mean, it helps. The 5259 part 2 specifically focuses on data quality measures and analytical machine learning. So it's going to the measurements there. I've got 15 seconds left, so I'll just quickly go over this. 3 deals with the data management requirements and guidelines. 4 deals with the process framework, quality process framework. 5, data governance. And 6, as I said before, is the visualization framework for data quality. I said before, part 7 will be out, and that will be the next. There are more planned after this, so it'll be a continual growth in the data quality, AI data quality project series. Okay, I think that's it for now. I think I'm finished. So if there's anything anyone wants to ask me, I'm here.
Thanks, Colin. That was very clear and very thorough. But also, it shows that it's actually quite a complex environment, particularly for companies that aren't used to dealing with these standards and good practice. Do you find the smaller companies, the SMEs, would find that quite daunting, taking on the messages you just put forward there, or are there easier routes to do it?
I think with smaller companies, it's usually they quite often they use a third party, but you're right. I think that's the problem, is that it's not that they don't fully understand governance, it's about resources and dealing with it and understanding it. And I think if you have some basic sort of points in there to help you guide you a little bit, it's better than nothing, and it can help you go along. So the larger organizations, sure, they've got the resources, they can have the permanent team, whereas smaller ones would have someone maybe doing to it, like the data manager would be doing the data stewardship and also be a data scientist as well. So it adds a lot sort of challenges to someone's role. Maybe I think it'd make it more interesting personally, but it depends on the workload as well. Quite often they farm it out, but I think at the same time they don't realize that they need to have some sort of control when they're dealing with this. If they leave it up to the third party who's doing the work for them to manage that, which means that they're a little bit out of control. So I think generally speaking, they should really, you need to have some understanding of it. And if you have time, the 5259 series are coming out, or even there's lots of resources. The IBM freely give you that information about frameworks. And the EU Act, the AI Act, sorry, again, has a lot of information there that they could use. Yeah, you're right, it could be daunting, but I think the result of it is actually quite the results can be, beneficial. You're putting a lot of work in to sort of make your life a lot easier later on down the line. I think that's the ultimate goal.
Okay. And have you seen any horror stories where people haven't done this correctly? And what the outcome is?
There are plenty of there's some very famous stories of how data quality has been measured. I think the famous one would be I think it's the medical world somewhere, that they were doing trying to make and teach a model about sort of moles and cancerous growths in the skin. At the end of it, the cancerous growth was identified because it was the one with the ruler beside it, in the picture. So that's a very sort of obvious sort of illustration. But I think that's a kind of data quality input thing. But I think when it comes to governance, yeah, I've seen a company folded up because they invested a lot. They had a great idea, but I think they relied on their IT team it was a small IT team, just as I said before, the data management side of things rather than the data quality management. They relied on the IT team to sort of manage the data quality, and they didn't understand what there was needed. They kind of used they did what they were told to do as far as they were concerned. But when it turns out the results they were hoping for, they were predicting market inputs. They weren't quite getting, it was a logistics company. They weren't quite getting it right. And they were spending a lot of money on overheads just to try and correct these problems. I think it either broke them or whatever, but they had to cut down on resources and sort of reorientate the way they went. Yeah, so there are sort of problems out there of people just not starting the right way and not understanding it as they should do. And this is more of an executive level, I think, not really taken on board and not funding it either correctly.
Yeah. Okay, but on the other side of that, do you know when you're getting it right? Are there any telltale signs?
I like to say yes, to that, because you can tell, I think when you're in an organization with the right attitude, they have a dedicated team towards governance. They have on kind of across the board understanding. I'm working with a company now that deals a lot in artificial intelligence, and there are sort of strange things, but they have a lot of documentation that's openly available for anyone and everyone to read, and they encourage people to read it. They have induction, they have open days, they have training. They're quite large, it's about 1,000 people in it. So they work well because everyone's aware of how it goes. They have champions, so they have the AI project champion who will talk about, with a particular recent one, he did about AI in projects, how to use it to actually manage projects, so they're looking at that side of things. So when they do that, they are kind of aware of all the importance, the value of data, the value of good data, because it's quite critical to their business. And yeah, but you get a feel. It's like a warm feeling you get when you walk into this organization and you can see that that's what they're doing and how they're doing it. They're quite open. I think the openness and the awareness that most people, if you feel like most people are aware of it, that's a success story.
Okay, it's fantastic. Okay, Chris, I think we can call it a day. That was, as I said, that was really useful. I think it's one of those presentations that I would go back over the slides with, because there's so much good information on there as well. So thanks very much for that. And we'll move on to the next presentation. Thank you.
Thank you.
Colin. Right. Okay, so we've spoken a lot about the more bottom-up approach to deciding what good looks like via the standards process. Now, there's also a more top-down approach that governments adopt, and that's via regulation. And that is quite a big deal. And it's important we understand what this means. So I've got Connor Dunlop from the Ada Lovelace Institute, who's going to take us through some of the UK and EU regulatory issues. Over to you, Connor.
Hi there. Thank you very much. I had some audio issues, so I'm dialing in by phone. Can you hear me well?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, perfect. Hi everyone, I'm Connor Dunlop. As you can see on the screen, I'm the European Public Policy Lead at the Ada Lovelace Institute. Could I get the first slide of my presentation, please? Thank you. Yes, so what I would like to talk about today, I'll do a very brief introduction to the Ada Lovelace Institute in case you're not familiar. Then I'll dive into the EU's approach to AI governance, which is the main focus of my work. Then I'll hop across the pond to look at what's happening in the UK's regulatory landscape, and then I'll wrap up and open for questions. Next slide, please. So yeah, very quickly, the Ada Lovelace Institute was set up in 2018. We have a remit to look at the impact of data and AI on people and society, and we have an office in London and Brussels. I'm based in Brussels. Based on this remit, we have quite a multidisciplinary team. We have, some data scientists, but also a bunch of like social scientists, philosophers, and other types of expertise. And yeah, very quickly, our name, we're named after the Ada Lovelace, who was the daughter of Lord Byron and one of the first computer scientists and a female from the UK, and that's why we've named our institute after her. Next slide, please. So before diving into the EU's governance regime for AI, I wanted to briefly touch on why we at the Institute look at European work. And there's basically two main reasons for that. The first is, given our remit to look at impacts of AI on people and society, we think the fact that the EU is the first mover in terms of global regulation in this regard, and it's such a large jurisdiction of 450 million people, we think that it's important to sort of understand what's happening there, to also try and shape it in a positive direction. And secondly, we believe that there will be a Brussels effect from the AI Act. So this is basically to say that other jurisdictions, whether it's the US or the UK, they could potentially sort of take their cue from the EU and follow suit in terms of regulation. Or if they're not following suit directly, what for sure we think could happen is companies will make their AI systems compliant to the EU market, and they may keep these processes in place for deployment in the UK market or the US market. So those are the main reasons why we think it's a big deal what's happening in Europe. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. So yeah, before going into the AI Act, I'll briefly explain the sort of the big picture of what's happening in Europe. So when they first proposed their AI strategy in 2020, they had two pillars of work. There was an ecosystem of excellence and then an ecosystem of trust. So the ecosystem of excellence is focused on initiatives to stimulate innovation in AI, and it gets much less attention, but there is some interesting stuff happening there, with around high performance computing, data access, upskilling, the workforce, bringing new courses to academic institutions. But the main focus of my work and the attention from other parts of the world is really on the ecosystem of trust. So the second pillar. So there's obviously the AI Act, which I'm going to do a deep dive on, but I just wanted to also note here there is another piece of legislation, which is the AI Liability Directive. I won't spend too much time on that today, but it's just to say that that is also coming down the pipeline, and the main focus of that would be to assign liability in the AI value chain, and sort of assign where the burden of proof should lie if and when there's harm caused by an AI system. Next slide, please. So yeah, the EU AI Act, what is it? It was proposed in 2021, and the framework that they use is what they call risk-based approach. So that means there will be sort of four layers or four categories of AI systems. The top layer, which you can see in this pyramid in red, is unacceptable risk. So there will be some AI systems that are completely banned in the EU. The tier just below this is high risk, and this is really the heart of the regulation, and this should capture about 5 to 15% of AI systems, the European Commission estimates. So they will have a set of high risk obligations that I'll explain later. The tier below this is AI with transparency obligations. So this will be sort of low risk AI. The main examples there are chatbots or deep fakes potentially, and I'll explain a bit more on them later. And then the final one is the sort of largest category, so AI systems that pose low or minimal to no risk, and they won't have any obligations. Next slide, please. So yeah, the examples of some systems that will be completely banned, they're systems that might be used to exploit vulnerabilities, such as in mentally disabled persons, or systems used for subliminal manipulation. There will also be a ban on social scoring. I think the concern is some of the use of AI for social scoring in China. I think that was behind the Commission's thinking here. And the final example here is remote biometric identification for law enforcement. So this is basically one of the most contentious parts of the AI Act. The European Parliament, which is one of the EU institutions, wants to have a very wide-ranging ban, basically a full ban on its use by law enforcement. But on the other hand, there is the Council of the EU, which represents EU member states, and they want to have a lot of exceptions to allow law enforcement to use remote biometric identification. So over the next 6 months, that's going to be one of the key parts of the negotiations. Next slide, please. So yeah, that was the prohibited AI systems. The sort of main focus for a lot of people then is the high-risk AI systems and how to classify them. So there's sort of going to be two sets of high-risk systems. The first is AI, which is a safety component of a product that already undergoes EU regulation. So two of the main examples there would be medical devices or machinery. So these systems, that often already undergo third-party conformity assessments in the EU market. They will continue to have third-party conformity assessment, but there will be an AI component built into that. There won't be a sort of second third-party check. The second set of high-risk systems will be based on where they are deployed, whether they're deployed in a high-risk sector. So you can see the 8 high-risk areas listed on the screen. So I think what's noteworthy is a lot of these are in the public sector. You know, you have sort of the justice and democratic system, law enforcement, migration, access to public services, also critical infrastructure, and employment and education. So yeah, quite wide-ranging, quite a focus on public sector. And I think what's noteworthy about this list is that the vast majority of these systems will, roughly 90% will not have third-party checks. They will be self-assessed for conformity. So I think that's quite noteworthy and different from that first category, such as medical devices, which will undergo third-party checks. Next slide, please. So yeah, that's sort of how to classify the high-risk systems. Then we turn to what the requirements will be. So you can see here Article 9 to Article 17 of the AI Act will be the ones that high-risk developers and deployers will have to comply with. There's the risk management system, Article 9, and Article 17 quality management system, which is sort of just the processes for documenting the more technical requirements and to do this through the life cycle. Then a bit more specific, you have Article 10 to Article 15 listed here. So the first one is data governance requirements. Second one is around documentation and logging, record logging. The third one is transparency and sharing information downstream to sort of, fine-tuners or deployers of the AI system. The fourth one is to have a human in the loop for high-risk decisions. And the last one is robustness, accuracy, and cybersecurity. I would say the ones that get the most attention in Brussels from these is Article 10 around data governance, because of course the input data is crucial to what the output of an AI system will be. So there's a lot of conversations around what the specific wording of that will be. Similarly with Article 15, sort of thinking around robustness and accuracy and what that means for AI systems being used in a wide range of contexts. That gets quite a bit of attention. Next slide, please. So yeah, I think it's important to note then those were the last slides with the high-risk requirements. I think we should take a moment to consider then what happens next. So I don't think it'll be new information to most people in this room, and there's been a lot of talk about standards already in the session today. But this is basically just to note that the high-risk requirements will be operationalized by Sentinel-led JTC 21 working group, who I guess many of you are familiar with. So that's going to be the next step to sort of look at, for example, what accuracy means, and sort of how to operationalize that in a range of contexts. And yeah, I think from the Ada Lovelace Institute's perspective, we've published a couple of pieces of research on the use of standards for AI governance. And there is some great work being done, like the BSI and others, but we do see some concerns as well. And this is basically based on our perspective that AI is inherently socio-technical as a phenomenon. So we think that standards are traditionally used for very technical questions, but it's hard to separate the two out when it comes to AI. The example that I just mentioned there around like sort of acceptable levels of accuracy before deploying a system, I think it's fair to say this has sort of societal level implications, possibly fundamental rights implications. So this is been the focus of some of our research. And yeah, I won't delve into that, but you can find it on our website if it's interesting to you. Next slide, please. So yeah, that was the high risk requirements. Turning to the low risk, they're quite light touch. It's basically just to make clear to the end user under Article 52 that they are interacting with an AI system. The main examples that the European Commission had in mind when they developed this was chatbots and also deep fakes. And I think this is noteworthy because even since the Commission proposed this in 2021, we've seen rapid advancements in generative AI technologies. So that's seen more recently suggestions that, for example, deepfakes should be addressed potentially as high risk rather than low risk, given the capabilities of a model like Stable Diffusion, for example. Deepfakes are becoming more and more convincing, and yeah, a simple requirement to just label them might not be enough, according to some people in the European Parliament. But that's going to be negotiated as well in the next month. Next slide, please. Yes, and here we have, so I've shown the sort of pyramid at the start, high risk and low risk, and also some prohibited practices. I think what's interesting is that the European Parliament has recently proposed specific rules for foundation models. So this would be a model like OpenAI's GPT-4 that could be the foundation layer for lots of other applications. So this was not originally addressed by the European Commission in 2021. But I think everything that's happened since ChatGPT in November last year has sort of seen it coalescing in the EU institutions around the idea that perhaps we need to look at some requirements upstream at the design and development phase for these sort of potentially infrastructural AI technologies. So that would be, there's sort of, tailored language proposed by the European Parliament, looking at sort of, what data set governance would look like. Also doing some risk management and also testing for unseen vulnerabilities, potentially using external experts, I think the language that they used. So yeah, I think this is, in my opinion, welcome because risks can proliferate if they're from the upstream foundational layer downstream if they emerge at the designer development phase. So yeah, I think this is welcome, but it's important to note that this is just a proposal by the European Parliament at this stage. It's not finalized what these requirements would look like. They will also be negotiated over the next 6 months. And yeah, any of these foundation models which also have generative AI capabilities, which in the current state of the art, most of them do, like GPT-4, it would have generative AI capabilities as well. So the European Parliament suggests they would also have the Article 52 transparency obligations that I mentioned on the last slide. And also, and this is has been a contentious one, a requirement to document when copyrighted data is used in the training set. There's been some claims that this is very technically challenging. So yeah, I think that's going to be sort of refined or amended throughout the negotiations. Next slide, please. So yeah, I've mentioned a couple of times that the negotiations are ongoing. So just to give you a picture of that, the stage where we're at now is that the trilogue has just begun. So trilogues are basically bringing the European Commission, the Council of the EU, and the European Parliament, so the 3 EU institutions together to sort of thrash out a final agreement on the text. So it's expected that should come by the end of this year. That's what they're aiming for. And then I see there's a typo on the screen, but this should say that the obligations would likely kick in 2026. So it'll be 2 years for companies to sort of implement the act before it kicks in. Next slide, please. So yeah, like I said, it would kick in 2026. And what is it important for sort of practitioners and businesses to know? Here you can see a sort of step-by-step process for a high-risk AI system. I think the most sort of important thing to note here is this question of substantial modifications. You can see here if an AI system is substantially modified, you would go back to step 2 in this diagram which would mean conducting a new conformity assessment. So I think that's important to note, because that could include possibly, if you fine tune a foundation model with your own data, you would become the new provider and have to do a conformity assessment. Or if you give a system a new use, like a high risk intended purpose, then you become the provider. So I think it's just important to note that there is the possibility, even throughout the life cycle, to have new conformity assessments. It's not a sort of one and done scenario. Next slide, please. So what would happen if something goes wrong? What causes the EU have? So the main one is the ability to administer fines. So for prohibited use of AI, that can be up to 6% of annual turnover for a company. Similarly, for high-risk AI, it could be up to 4% of annual turnover. I also think it's worth noting that there is sort of extraterritorial effects of the AI Act, similar to the EU GDPR. So companies even in third countries, but if they sell or deploy in the EU, they can be subject to the extraterritorial effects of the AI Act. And finally, I mentioned it at the start, but there will also be a liability regime that should sort of clarify accountability and redress mechanisms if and when something might go wrong with an AI system. Next slide, please. So the bottom line, I think it's important to really take away, hopefully for practitioners, that this is coming down the pipeline. It's true that it wouldn't kick in until 2026, but for developers or deployers who might be using high-risk AI systems, it's really worth already looking at sort of risk and compliance practices in organizations. At Ada Lovelace Institute, we think that given the potentially transformative effect of AI and also the societal scale implications of AI, we would sort of encourage that practitioners don't just look at this as a question of compliance, but also like a strategic priority to ensure responsible development and deployment beyond just what the law says. And we think this is actually beneficial for the AI ecosystem, because we've done a ton of research with like the Turing Institute and others of what the public thinks of AI and emerging tech. And a recurring theme is that they want to see sort of strong regulation. This leads to increased trust, and on the back of increased trust, we actually can see increased uptake of the technology. So I think, really thinking about what is needed to increase trust among citizens is a good approach for organizations, and this can have sort of upsides for innovation as well. Next slide, please. Okay, so that covers the EU, which is sort of obviously a quite well developed or quite far along in the process of a horizontal legislation. The picture in the UK is quite different. So can I get the next slide, please? So yes, the UK doesn't have an overarching horizontal AI regulation like the EU. What exists currently is sort of some voluntary industry-led stuff in AI standards, as I think Florian spoke and others spoke about this morning. And there's also sort of horizontal and vertical legislation that will apply to AI that already exists. So in terms of horizontal, there's data protection law that will apply to AI, also human rights law, for example. And then in terms of the sort of vertical law, one example might be medical devices. So AI used for medical devices, they will have to comply with that legislation. But that's just to sort of say that, there's an existing patchwork of regulation, but not an overarching framework. Next slide. So then, the EU is taking some steps to pull all that together. There was a national AI strategy, I think, in 2021, and then I think most noteworthily, earlier this year, in March 2022, there was the AI white paper. So I think that's really going to be the main milestone for setting out what the UK strategy is going to be moving forward. Next slide, please. So yeah, there's some key elements to the UK's approach that we would pull out from the white paper and other strategy documents. So the first one is there's a heavy leaning into the pro-innovation framing. So I think it could well be a sort of conscious effort to show divergence from the EU, which is going heavily in the sort of regulation and maybe a precautionary principle to AI, whereas the UK is saying sort of very light touch pro-innovation is their approach. But again, I would note here that we at ADA we published research called Regulate to Innovate, so I don't think the two are mutually exclusive, especially when you consider the element of trust that I mentioned before. But still, yeah, the UK is, I think that's a key feature, the pro-innovation framing. Secondly, and I've kind of nodded to it, but the UK is taking a sectoral-based approach, so sort of empowering existing regulators rather than setting a new horizontal framework or a new central regulator. That's a key feature and different from the EU's approach. The third point here is the common principles that underpin the UK's approach. So they were those developed by the OECD, and I think it's also worth noting that the EU also used the OECD principles as its starting point. So that's possibly helpful for regulatory alignment and possibly helpful for companies as well operating in both jurisdictions. So that means in both the EU and the UK, you will see a lot of similar language around safety and robustness, transparency and explainability, accountability, all the things that you see on the screen. So yeah, we tend to think that it's time to go beyond the principles, but these are a good starting point, I think. The fourth point is the cross-cutting functions at the central level. So this is the central risk function that was outlined in the white paper in March. We think that's a potentially really valuable tool for regulators to get, valuable information from companies, to try and develop these sort of feedback loops from developers and deployers into regulators. We think this can be really valuable if it's well resourced, because basically, the rapid pace of AI means regulators need to be well informed, and having a risk function that can do things like horizon scanning and foresight activities seems really valuable. So that was super welcome from our perspective. And the last point here, there's been quite a bit of talk about it today, but the use of standards and assurance, which are sort of elements of the UK ecosystem that are particularly strong already. So I think the government recognises this and they want to lean into that existing capacity. And I think that definitely makes sense in the UK's approach. Next slide, please. So yeah, beyond the sort of white paper and the AI strategy, there's also the DPDI bill, which will update the UK's version of the GDPR. So of course, it's going to be very important for AI as well. And yeah, beyond sort of regulation, then there is the Foundation Model Task Force, which I guess most of you have heard of, but it's going to be led by Ian Hogarth with a $100 million budget. And that's quite exciting if that can, be well resourced and operate in a nimble way. And I think relatedly, the Foundation Model Task Force has the remit to look at AI safety. And we also see this language for the Global AI Safety Summit due to take place in probably October or November of this year in the UK. So I think that's sort of a useful positioning exercise for the UK on the international stage. And it could be really valuable. We need to sort of wait and see how exactly the summit's going to look, but it sounds like it could be something really valuable. Next slide, please. So yeah, that's kind of what's happening in the UK. Maybe to briefly share sort of the position of ADA on some of these developments. As I said, we were excited about particularly the central coordinating function, the central risk function. This is something that we've called for quite a while. So if this is well resourced, it can be a really valuable tool. In terms of what potentially could be, what we want to see further thinking on or learn more about, I think, is sort of, we've seen the concept of AI safety coming up in the task force and also the summit. to happen this year, and I think we'd be keen to understand sort of how this is going to be conceptualized, because all the talk so far from UK government has been about sort of frontier AI risks and sort of foundation model risks, which are, yeah, of course, need to be considered. But we also wouldn't want that to mean that the full risk spectrum isn't covered, because there's a lot of sort of non-frontier harms and risks emerging today from AI. So safety, we hope, can be construed, in a broad way. The third point here is around domestic regulation. So, as I said, there's no sort of horizontal ex-ante regulation in the UK as it stands. So we think that it's good that the UK is thinking about AI safety. We think it's good that they're hosting the summit to sort of position itself on the world stage. But what we would like to see this coupled with is sort of thoughtful domestic regulation, because we think, that's sort of needed to have international credibility, sort of getting your own house in order, so to speak, first before looking at the international stage, or concurrently, So those are some things that we would like to see further thinking on from the UK government. Next slide, please. So yeah, to go a little bit deeper in that, we had ADA published a paper which was sort of 3 tests for UK government in terms of UK regulation of AI, and there's 3 elements of that. So the first one is coverage. So I mentioned at the start, it is sort of a patchwork of frameworks that apply to AI, but it's possible there's some gaps in that patchwork, where some sort of high-risk AI issues might not be well covered. Some colleagues have highlighted education as one example, where it might not be fully clear where responsibility lies. Similarly for policing. So I think there needs to be a sort of a gap analysis, so to speak, in the regulatory framework to understand which high-risk areas are not well covered by existing regulators and legislation. The second point turns to sort of redress, which was one of the OECD principles that the white paper mentions. We sort of some legal analysis has shown there might be accountability gaps in the existing redress sort of landscape. We think possibly an AI ombudsman could be something to be explored by the government to help in that regard. And the third one, I think there's a typo there, but basically by loosening of protections, we're thinking about not just high-risk areas, but also coverage of the full AI value chain, from sort of development stage risks all the way through to impacts on affected persons at the end of the value chain. We need to have adequate protection across that. Next slide, please. So the second sort of test that we pose for UK government is to think about capabilities, regulatory capabilities and capacity. So I think we've seen in the past, in the EU at least, with GDPR, when there's not sufficient sort of power or sufficient resourcing for regulators, this can really blunt the effectiveness of governance. So in that regard, the first thing that we would like to see is clarification and strengthening of the scope and powers of regulators. At the minute, it's quite disparate in terms of how much power they have. So we would like to see this sort of clarified, and really understanding who is going to enforce the principles that the UK government has outlined. The second one is resourcing of regulators. So I think it goes hand in hand with the scope and powers, but we need to have adequate resourcing. And if we're kind of starting to see that AI could be a core part of our digital infrastructure, we need to resource regulators sufficiently in that context. So I think colleagues have highlighted other sectors where there's a strong public safety element or a strong sort of public infrastructure element, and looked at how much funding that they get. So I think aviation is one example, or nuclear is one example in the UK, where they get funded to the tens of millions a year. So I think we think that AI should be similarly, resourced. The third one is to not just look at the role of regulators in this ecosystem. The UK, as I mentioned, seems to have a very thriving assurance ecosystem, also great work on standards. also has a really strong sort of academic ecosystem. So what I think we would feel excited about would be to say that, look at how that ecosystem can play a role. So that there's been a lot of talk with third-party audits recently. What role can the ecosystem play there? There's also been sort of commitments from some of the leading AI labs to say that government can have early access to their models to sort of test them, stress test them. What we would feel excited or think would be useful would be also to have some sort of vetted researcher access potentially. So really, building this ecosystem, because I think you can't just it's not a one and done thing with AI. New risks can emerge throughout the life cycle, and also when they're deployed in new areas. So I think this is where you need to tap into ecosystems. You can be stress testing AI systems with a completely different lens to what a regulator or a company might be doing. Next slide, please. Yes, so the third test that we sort of had is to sort of recognize the moment of urgency that we're in. AI is being widely rolled out and deployed in high-risk sectors in many jurisdictions. So I think, there has been a recognition from the UK government of the urgency, and I think this is where the task force is coming from, also why there's the AI Safety Summit. But yeah, I think we should also recognize the urgency to have some ex-ante protections. So that would be setting rules for development and deployment, like the EU is trying to do. I think the UK should probably follow suit in that regard, because right now there's no rules around development, release, or use of AI. Similarly, I think we have to think about what redress looks like, particularly for these foundation models. So we've often heard the term that they're black boxes thrown about, and this basically just is to represent the idea that we don't understand fully how they work, how they take the decisions that they do. And this makes, and it was in the OECD principles that I mentioned earlier, the concept of explainability, for example, quite challenging. So I think we would feel we feel good. If you can't have full explainability, then you need to lean into sort of transparency, getting high value information to regulators. So this can be sort of model capabilities, training data, and this can come from getting early access to models is one of the things that we've heard mentioned. Also potentially audits. There's a ton of things, but I think we can ramp up to the transparency. And once we get that transparency, that's when we can adequately assign accountability and subsequently think about redress as well. And the last one, I've kind of touched on it before, but it's to not take a narrow view of AI safety, to think about risks that are emerging today, and also then putting in the right structures and processes for addressing the risks today should help for also the frontier or more tail end risks that the UK government seems to have been predominantly looking at. Next slide, please. So very quickly, what's next? There's going to be the summit in October, November. There's also going to be a pilot phase for the government's approach, the government's white paper. So we're interested to see how that goes. And basically this is just to say that Ada is very keen in thinking further around what regulation or legislation might look like in the UK, and also working with other players in the ecosystem about to think harder about what this ecosystem can and should do. Next slide, please. I think it's my final one. This is just a quick sort of food for thought, because I'm talking about the EU and the UK today in terms of regulation. I think the UK is potentially an exciting place to have some thoughtful divergence from the EU and playing a sort of taking a third way between the US, which is super light touch in its approach so far, and the EU, which is a bit more regulation heavy. The UK could do some interesting things, I think, around development stage risks. And the reason that I mention this is because when the EU's regulation is very focused on sort of deployment in high-risk areas, and that means there might have been a bit of a gap in the original proposal around risks that could emerge already at the development stage. So I think UK government could do something interesting there, especially given that some big labs are already set up there, like DeepMind, and there's also sort of European headquarters for OpenAI, Anthropic, and others. I think the UK could possibly do good work there, or world-leading work there, to work with these developers on those sort of upstream risks. The second one is, yeah, I need the system of assurance and inspection. I've mentioned it before, but I think this is where the UK is really strong. So really building out that ecosystem is what the UK should lean into. And finally, I think it would be challenging, but there might be some opportunities for the UK to do these things a bit quicker, a bit more nimbly than the EU. EU regulation wouldn't come into force until 2026, so maybe there is a chance for the UK to get out in front in regard to some of these AI governance questions. Next slide, please. Yeah, and that's all from me. I hope that was useful. I'm very keen to hear any questions that you might have on the EU or the UK. Thank you.
Great, thanks, Connor. That was really very interesting and thorough as well, which is always quite useful. Right, so from my perspective, because the two different regulatory approaches have been going for a short period now, are we starting to see any visible difference in the industries that are emerging in the EU?
Sorry, the connection on my phone was a little bit bad there. Could you repeat that?
That's fine. Are we starting to see any divergence in the state industries between the EU and the UK because of the different regulatory systems?
Yeah, well, so I think to understand exactly how the divergence will look for like companies and in terms of what's being developed, I think it's hard to say because in my understanding, some companies are starting to think about getting sort of their house in order for the AI Act, but most of them, yeah, they haven't actually fully started implementing that. So I think we might see more divergence as the AI Act is finalized, and then as that sort of 2-year implementation comes in terms of sort of where companies choose to set up and experiment and test models. There might be some early indications. It's hard to say if the AI Act is the reason for this, but you know, I mentioned in the presentation that some labs like OpenAI and Anthropic are setting up their European headquarters in the UK. It's hard to say if that's because of the AI Act, but I guess that might be one indication of where the UK's divergence might be leading to, like, yeah, different decisions from companies.
And you've looked in depth at the two different regulatory regimes. Would you say the EU regulatory regime is significantly more onerous than the UK's?
Yeah, that's a really interesting question. I mean, it's been hotly debated how onerous the EU regime is. You know, I know like there's some academics like Joanna Bryson, for example, who is very adamant that it's not too onerous. She says that, you know, it's basically due diligence and documentation requirements is how she describes it, and it's basically like sort of best practice. So I think basically when you consider that, and when you consider, I mentioned in the presentation that 90% of the high risk AI systems will be subject only to self-assessment, not third-party assessment. I think that's maybe another indication that it might not be overly onerous. So yeah, I think that's kind of my perspective. I've also heard from some AI developers. I mean, sort of, they don't always say this to the regular, but off the record, some developers have said they do a lot of the processes already themselves. So yeah, I think there's a fair case to say that it's sort of, yeah, best practice and due diligence requirements, rather than something that's going to really stifle innovation in a strong way. But that's just my perspective.
Good. That's great. And is there anything on the horizon we should be looking out for, which will be quite big news from a regulatory perspective, either EU, UK, or globally?
Yeah. So I think there's some interesting things happening around sort of voluntary mechanisms, like a code of conduct is what they're calling it, as a result of the EU and US Trade and Technology Council. So this would basically be sort of a code of conduct that's voluntary for generative AI developers. And I think that's quite interesting because that's coming. They're aiming to do that this year. The EU and US sort of agreeing first, and then bringing that to the sort of G7 after. So where that fits into the sort of AI summit happening in the UK, and also how it fits in with the AI Act, I think is going to be a really interesting question, because some people think that that language could then be sort of transposed or lifted into the AI Act, and that's going to be a sort of very developer-driven process rather than regulator, in my understanding. So I think looking out for this code of conduct that the EU and US are working on is going to be a key milestone.
Fantastic, thanks, Connor. I think we can call it a day there. We've gone right to time. We've done very well. Thank you very much for that. I look
Thank
forward
you so much.
to great developments as they occur, and I'm sure we'll be talking again on this topic. Thanks, Connor. Speak to you soon.
Cheers. See you.
Bye-bye. Okay then. So slight change of plan. We were going to have a break at 10:02, but because we only had one more speaker, we decided to bring that one forward. And the next speaker is Eleanor from the League Centre at the University of Cambridge. Now, I'll be honest with you, this one presentation was one that when I did my research, I simply couldn't praise it. I think she's going to challenge some of our assumptions and some of the way we think about AI. And I think it's going to be very interesting. I'm just going to sit back and listen and learn, hopefully. So without further ado, Eleanor, hopefully you're there. Would you like to introduce yourself and start your talk?
Hi, yeah, it's a pleasure to be here today, and thanks for having me. It's always really nice to come and speak to different people about this kind of work. I'm a senior researcher at the Leverhulme Centre for the Future of Intelligence, and it's basically like a kind of lab at Cambridge. And we're made up of philosophers and people who do theory of mind, so kind of people who focus more on consciousness. It's very broad camp, so everyone has very different opinions on whether they're optimistic or very pessimistic about AI. Something that I think may also be of interest is that the centre is now divided into two centres on two different floors. One is the centre that I work for, which deals with social issues, so kind of the issues that we're facing now. And then downstairs we have the Centre for Existential Risk. And I don't know whether you've been following, but there's been a bit of a kind of dispute between these two areas of AI ethics, which is a shame because everyone's looking to make AI better and fairer and safer for everyone. But the question is, what is the temporality of that? Is it a short-term issue, or are we focusing more on everyone dying? So some people dying or everyone dying seems to be in this really false dichotomy, which is a shame. Anyway, I'd like to combat some myths to begin with. And I'm sure many of you will be familiar with these kinds of things, but hopefully this brings you a different angle. I just did a very long study with a big tech multinational the size of Facebook. And this was great because we talked to lots of engineers, and they told us whether the ideas that we had about AI ethics and how effective it was being, and how effective regulation could be, what would be the barriers to that. So shall I just tell you when to change slide? Is that the best thing?
Yes, please.
Yes, please.
Great, so next slide, please. So one of the things that we were asking engineers was what bias is. I think in the media, there's a kind of cohesive idea of bias as being this negative thing, a synonym of discrimination. But it was interesting that engineers were thinking about mathematical ideas of bias. Some said it's like the intercept from the y-axis. Bias can be good in my field in terms of trying to find a threat. You want to bias towards threats. And some others said it's not possible to remove it. And actually, how do you know what's biased and what's the signal that you want? And this is interesting because we didn't come in with this idea that, we have the right idea of bias, us AI ethicists, and everybody else, we just need to get on board. But actually, how can we create language in regulation or in policy that is understandable to everyone? And what kinds of language are we using that is really getting us nowhere? So we were trying to work with policymakers to change the way that bias is talked about, and to really take engineers seriously, to put back dignity in the way that they think about this language, even if these definitions are not ones we would share. Next slide, please. Okay, so next slide, please. Sorry. Great. So what is biased data? What kinds of data can be biased? This is actually a huge issue because engineers were telling us that only personal data can be biased. But what is personal data? To them, it was data that had information about race, gender, class, people's personal information that was classified. And then they were saying that they use Wikipedia to train their data sets, which is pretty common. Of course, Wikipedia is written mostly by young men, and women make up only 17.8% of biographies on the site. So what we were trying to explain is that, and also help engineers understand, is that bias can be about structures, about institutions, about media platforms, the places that they take their data from. And understanding that context was really key in order for them to pay closer attention to what kinds of data could be biased, and in fact what bias meant in the first place. Next slide, please. So on the right here, you have a non-traditional image of GPT with the A and all the text. Of course, GPT is just natural language processing, which is a way of working out what comes next. Like lots of AI, it's based on probability. And I really like this image, which comes from a data bank called Better Images of AI, because it asks us to think differently about what AI is, what it looks like. And it draws us towards things that are familiar: books, keyboards, text. When we're trying to break down AI hype, these are the kinds of images that are useful to use not only on websites, in the media, but also in policy documentation, reports to the public, that kind of thing. There's also a very nice image on the left, which is a silicon chip. Of course, silicon is the thing that powers AI, hence the name Silicon Valley. It's a very beautiful chip, I think. It's a very beautiful textured, sort of aluminium-y little piece of material. And what we're also trying to do is make AI material again, not this sort of immaterial fantasy, but real things, like the real people that you see on in the middle. They are data annotators. They're smiling there, but it's not a great gig, and there's been lots of research done on how people are poorly paid, on labor inequalities in data annotation. And it's important to think about the data, the annotation lifecycle as well, because AI cannot be good or safe or fair if the way it is built is unsafe, unfair, and contributes to labor inequalities in lots of different ways. On the far left, you've got the guy from Ex Machina, I'm sure some of you recognize. Another myth that we're trying to combat is that AI is built on its own in a basement by someone who looks like this and who's only interested in building sex bots. So we're also trying to encourage more equality in the workforce, trying to advertise the profession not just to men who want to emulate this kind of person, but also to people who like working in teams, that don't consider themselves geniuses, that consider themselves sort of a good member of a team, a part of a cog. Those are the kinds of people we also need to work in AI, which is a very team-based industry. Next slide, please. I think we've all used the Terminator as a metaphor at some stage when talking about AI. And when we were interviewing engineers, everyone who brought up a science fiction referenced a movie in which there are humanoids with guns. This is a problem because while the military is heavily involved in the creation of AI, making an entire industry militaristic is a problem when we think about, companies that are building systems that want to use imagery from science fiction films that appeal to their workforce, gives people a kind of weird sense of what they're working with, and can result in misuse. We've been working with the UK government, the Office of AI, to try and create a new AI principle, which is making AI capabilities explicit. So making sure that if a system claims that it can do something, then it can actually do that thing. Like we wouldn't put tomato ketchup on the shelves that didn't have that stated it was full of tomatoes when it wasn't. So we want better regulation, and we're working with the ASA as well to make sure that they feel confident as an advertising body to be able to respond to the issue of the miscommunication of what AI can and can't do. Next slide, please. And one of the things I'm specializing in, hang on, I'm just going to open a window. One of the things I specialize in is high-risk tools like AI used for recruitment. This is really common at the moment. My colleague Kerry McInerney and I were looking specifically at video tools. So if you're a graduate or you're a job seeker now, you might be asked to have a brief video interview. And this interview will make use of the big 5 characteristics, which are things like neuroticism and those sort of attributes that have been used in psychometric testing for a long time. And they claim that AI can spot those attributes in you. So it can tell whether I'm outgoing, whether I'm neurotic, whether I'm introverted, that kind of thing. But the other claim is that removes bias, that can, by just looking at someone's personality, that can bypass race and gender. And the implication here is that personality is race and gender free. Can you, next slide, please. So if you want to check out this study, it was in BBC, covered by Forbes and internationally. And the paper is called, Does AI Debias Recruitment? And we draw on feminist and anti-racist ideas when we look at why these tools don't do what they say on the tin. For example, next slide, please. So we did a bit of historical analysis, looked at 19th century and 20th century pseudoscience. In particular, this woman on the left, called Catherine Blackford, was a sort of proto-recruiter, and she had this idea that when you were hiring people, you could just look at their face and determine whether they had a good character or not. I think we're all familiar with this in some ways from kind of racist phrenology, but it's interesting that AI is going back to these debunked and pseudoscientific ways of understanding the world and bringing them forwards into our present century. And this happens a lot. People think, oh, maybe AI will be able to do this thing, even if it's been something that people would definitely laugh at in other domains. Next slide, please. The biggest issue is that people think AI is neutral, that it looks at the world in this neutral way because it's a machine. It's not a human, doesn't have opinions, doesn't have judgment. But of course, there is a power in looking. Like in any interview, when you're the person who's being interviewed, you know the power is not with you, it's the person observing. It's the same thing with AI. It has its own way of looking. That way may be programmed in to look for certain keywords, certain attributes, to associate different kinds of gestures and keywords with good or bad attributes. That is a very human way of looking at the world. So we need to understand AI as human, as having human component parts that are just programmed in a different way. Next slide, please. So here's me having a go at one of these systems that I worked with some second-year computer scientists at Cambridge, and they recreated one of these tools based on one that was available open source online. And as you can see, the blue line is the original, and it gave me some scores for agreeableness, extroversion, neuroticism, conscientiousness, and openness. I think I got quite a low score for extroversion, but a high score for agreeableness, which is nice. But anyway, after the image edits, so edits to the contrast and the brightness of the image, I get a different score, which shows that these systems don't even work at all. Next slide, please. The idea of the culture fit has been debunked as a form of, as a euphemism for racial and gender exclusion. For example, I know someone who works in oil and gas trading who was saying that to determine whether someone would be a good fit for his organization, a good culture fit, they'd take them to the pub and see if they liked skiing. This is the kind of, this is really, not a way that recruiters usually hire. As it's something that people know now is a way of promoting class and race-based exclusion, but it's something that these AI tools still buy into. Next slide, please. One of these tools, I heard that a really nice CEO called Jo Riley explained that what she wanted to do was to strip race and gender and ethnicity from a candidate's profile or resume. She used this weird sort of language of stripping. I want to, strip down the back end when we do a match and strip down the front end. But do we want our race and gender to be stripped from us? Are they things that can be stripped? Well, next slide, please. Apart from the fact that it's impossible because personality is something that is created through our entire lives, through the way that we've been brought up, school we went to, our access to education, healthcare, all these things come together to make us who we are. Apart from the fact that that is impossible. The wonderful feminist scholar Bell Hooks talks about how tempting it is to be colorblind, to close our eyes and make racism disappear. And this is something that she claims is common amongst liberals who are really invested in this myth of sameness, that we are under everything all the same. We are all just human. But this doesn't take away race and gender. All this does is continue the world in the same way that it currently exists in. So we need to stop trying not to see things and instead love people for who they are, look generously at them. Next slide, please. Interestingly, a lot of these recruitment apps use images like this, where there's someone who presents as multinational, multicultural. I like meeting someone from different cultures. She's supposed to be someone who can look very multiracial. And the idea then is that race and gender are deleted, and then they reappear later on in the recruitment lifecycle. And this is quite interesting because we know that increasing inclusion in recruitment is not just putting more people, more non-white, non-male people in an organization. It's also about making that organization culturally different, improving childcare, making people actually feel included, heard, have an opportunity to get a C-suite position. None of those things are combated through the use of AI. Next slide, please. Which brings us on to our next myth, that AI is objective. So I talked a little bit about this, but it's something we hear a lot is that data can be raw. And data is always taken from somewhere. It always has a context. If you think about data taken from particular communities, perhaps that somewhere in the UK, and that data is then used to power a system in Australia or in Africa. Will that data be representative then of these new contexts? Probably not. Next slide, please. Oh, and the other thing is there's a great book called Data Feminism, which applies principles from feminism directly to data analytics and working with data in AI. It's an amazing book, and I really recommend it. It has very beautiful pictures. So this is the compulsory GPT slide. the latest myth, of course, is that GPT is customer ready. And I get asked a lot. I was talking at CNN a couple of months ago and at a recruitment company last week, who were all asking, should we be using GPT now in our workflows? And we need to remember that Sam Altman said it's still flawed, it's still limited, it still seems more impressive on first use than after it does when you spend a lot of time with it. So what we need to be doing is making sure that companies can express the limitations of the systems that they're working with to consumers and not just what they can achieve. And I really like Brett Carlin's quote here: when AI can be a depressed, sad sack who pushes everyone away, then I'll be impressed. And the other thing here, I heard us talking about the EU AI Act, and I'll go into detail about that in a bit. But of course, there was lots of lobbying to water down AI regulation, and OpenAI was one of these companies, which is a bit of a shame because they started out as a not-for-profit, as a really ethical organization. Of course, then when Microsoft took at stake, things changed. Next slide, please. Okay, so the other thing that I look at is how the UK government is using different kinds of systems to track and monitor protests. They're taking systems that were used in the USA to monitor Black Lives Matter protests. Next slide, please. It's a system called Data Miner. It's based on another one called Geophidia. We have an article about it in Byline Times. Check it out if you're interested. There'll be another big splash about this soon, I think, in the Observer. We are working with some journalists there. And what's interesting is that we need to not think about AI in isolation. We need to think about the systemic inequalities in the institutions that are familiar to us, like the police, like different areas of government, like different corporations, and then ask, if those institutions are already having problems staying ethical, is AI going to make those institutions worse? And often AI just exacerbates whatever is currently going on. So this is an important thing to consider, that when we look at AI regulation, it's not just about the product itself, making sure that it's fair, making sure that the data is contextual, but also making sure that different systems pair up with ethical clients. Next slide, please. So there's a really interesting debate going on, particularly in feminist approaches to AI. The debate can be summed up as the Sheryl Sandberg leaning in, the kind of reformist approach to improving systems, and then leaning out, more radical rebellion, saying no, moratoriums, that kind of thing. This is not just in feminist circles, but these are the kinds of debates that are going on in AI ethics more broadly. If you think about facial recognition that was proved to be less good at detecting the faces of Black women, so this was something that's happened in everywhere, but including the HMRC's photo checker. So when I got a new passport photo, I just took a photo of my face and I uploaded it onto the system. But these photos were coming back to Black women saying that their mouths were still open, and to Asian women saying their eyes were closed, those kinds of things. So some people like Joy Boylamwini and Timnit Gebru advocated for data sets that had more women and more women of color in them. But this just makes facial recognition better at identifying people that facial recognition has been proven to further marginalize. So the big question is, do we want to use technical means to improve systems, to make them more accurate? Or actually, do we want to say no? Do we want to pull back from these systems while they are still not being used for good? Next slide, please. So the big project I'm working on at the moment is with an Italian AI company called Amagamma. And what we're trying to do is translate hefty EU AI regulation into a kind of online assessment tool that companies can use to make sure that the high-risk tools that they're building, we're specifically focusing on the high-risk category, align with the EU AI Act. Next slide, please. So this is the company I'm working with. They're an amazing company. They're using funding from their region, Emilia-Romagna in Italy. And they're willing to think sort of radically about what it means to not only tick boxes with AI regulation, but actually understand to create an ethical core, a soulful core at the heart of these kinds of assessment tools. Now, the EU AI Act will be immensely influential, not least because it's the first really hefty bit of regulation. It's much more risk-based than the UK regulation, which is a real hit with companies because it doesn't ask you to do very much. It's very pro-innovation. But the EU have a pretty good set of guidelines anyway, because they understand what democratic rights and values are. They're already thinking quite critically about what it means to do good and to promote equity in a number of different nation states. Next slide, please. So this is the kind of thing it will look like, but hopefully be much more beautiful. This is from the Canadian government. And you can navigate to different pages, you go through these different questions, but the problem with these is that it doesn't give you any information, doesn't educate you. Why am I supposed to be doing de-risking and mitigation methods? What procedural fairness methods do I need to use? And also, are these just looking at technical approaches to improving systems? But what about asking designers more fundamental questions like, is the tool going to improve recruitment? How do you know? What's the scientific basis of the system that you're trying to build? Are you consulting with recruiters at the very beginning so that you know that you're doing something that aligns with state-of-the-art ideas in recruitment? That these kinds of impact assessments often lack that domain, questions about domain knowledge. Next slide, please. So this is what you normally see, this kind of yes, no, which I don't think is, it's not enough. It doesn't teach you anything. It's not enriching. Kerry, the co-host of the podcast that I run, The Good Robot, we do TikToking and videos and YouTube things all the time for our podcast. So we're going to do little videos, sort of 1 or 2 minutes for product managers to try and communicate some of the ideas that we want to put across. Next slide, please. And these are the kinds of questions that we are working with. And next slide, please. Yeah, so this is the podcast that I mentioned. Do check it out. We have hot takes now on our YouTube channel. The hot takes are a little bit more conversational, they're a bit more straightforward, a bit less theoretical. So if you'd like to kind of understand a bit more about the themes I've talked about today, we have an episode on hiring technology. We have one that went out yesterday on, oh God, I can't remember. We have another one talking about that, the letter, the open letter that Musk and everyone signed as well, which I really recommend. The one yesterday was about AI that's being used to detect people's sexuality. And next slide, please. And we've got a book coming out in February. If you have any questions, I'd love to answer them. Otherwise, that's it from me.
Okay, thanks, Eleanor. That was very different to the rest of our presentations. Not one use of the word standard, so well done. I've got a question from a member of the audience. It says, you gave us some definitions of bias that we're not sure understanding of the term. Do you have a definition of bias?
I think that what I wanted to do was warn people that there is no singular definition of bias, because there's all these disciplines that pre-exist AI ethics, like maths, for example. I'm not going to try and, take down maths and its definition, multiple definitions of what bias means. So instead of using bias as a word, why not use harmful effects, for example, which people understand what that means.
Would you describe those harmful effects as unintended consequences or sometimes intended?
Oh, I'm glad that you asked that, because I'm not sure intention matters. I think we think a lot of unconscious bias or conscious bias, and really that's just to make us feel better that we didn't do it on purpose. I didn't do it on purpose. It wasn't conscious. And I really think that, you know, what matters is the experience that people feel, the harms people go through if they're denied, you know, credit or those kinds of end user effects. So I think we need to sort of scrap the language of unconscious or yeah, that kind of thing.
Intended, I think. But I think I look at it from an engineering perspective. For example, if you look at a disaster like the Challenger space shuttle blowing up, for example, that flaw was designed in, but it was unintended. Does that make sense? That's just one example.
Yeah. It gets confusing. I think you're right to bring up that kind of example, because suddenly you're asking all the wrong questions by thinking about unintended or intended, if that makes sense.
So everything that you said so far, it was focused mainly on the on where AI interacts with people. Very much so. Can we learn anything from something like what I've just described? An inanimate object like a space shuttle, which does have people involved in it, of course, because it's a complex system. Of course it does. So is there anything we can transfer onto that kind of system as well?
Well, yeah, I was going to say, I mean, the example that I was going to give, which feels less about people, is the first few examples I gave about bias or engineers talking about systems. They were actually talking about networks, and they considered those, you know, it doesn't relate to people at all. The customers are obviously there, but really they're working on a network. And so this is why the language that we're using to talk about bias or harms is not working, because engineers are still thinking, well, my system has nothing to do with people because I'm working on a network. So we need to start thinking in different language that means something to them about, you know, customers getting a bad, you know, package deal on the network that they're using because of, you know, where they live or how much they're paying on their bill. It gets a bit more complicated, and it's not that, and engineers are definitely able and should be thinking about the consequences of the things that they're building, but we shouldn't be thinking about actual physical people necessarily being part of the system or having personal data as part of the system, because harms can occur in many different ways, not just being, you know, exploded in a shuttle.
That's right. Yeah, and I think the last sentence was the right one. Or the one that resonates, I should say. Its harms can happen in lots of different ways, in lots of different forms, and that's what we need to bear in mind. So we should take that one away. Thank you, Eleanor. Very thought-provoking. Thank you very much. Okay.
My
right.
pleasure.
Cheers. Right. So everybody, that was our last presentation for today. It's been quite eye-opening and informative. As we already knew, AI is a powerful technology with the ability to do a lot of good, but people definitely are worried. It's clear the ecosystem is coming together to tackle challenges and create an exciting future, and standards are very much at the heart of that. So as well as the formal standards work, we have more informal mechanisms such as the Standards Hub. We have a commitment from companies to doing things responsibly and ethically, and companies also want to do things well, for example, in things like data quality. So we're well placed to work within regulation and also to be self-aware enough to design systems that work in the way that they were intended and to reduce the harms that we talk about. So what I expect within the next 12 months, we'll have started to answer some of the questions raised in this webinar. So I look forward to engaging with you more in the future on that. So before we finish, let me thank you, the audience, for sticking with us all day. There's still quite a few of you left, I can see on here. And I'd also like to thank all of the speakers for the hard work in creating such informed and rich content. I will see you all soon. Thanks very much.